Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Stone Spirit Walnut Tree. Luo Minghu raised his eyebrows slightly, considered the pros and cons, and then made up his mind and spoke. Fellow Taoists, the spirit tree has a strong aura. Judging from its aura, it should be a second-level low-grade spirit tree. In my early years, when I was a disciple of Baling sect, I saw this tree in the spirit medicine garden of Baling sect. The leaves of this tree are oval, ovate or oblong, with blunt or sharp tips, short and gradually pointed tips, and crooked and nearly round bases. If I remember correctly, this tree should be a stone spirit walnut tree. Fellow Taoist Ling, am I wrong? Ling Yan frowned when he heard this and said secretly, "This person has some knowledge." He also planned to keep this tree for himself like Luo Minghu, but now that Luo Minghu has pointed out the origin of this tree, he will not hide it. Yes, it is the stone spirit walnut tree. Now it is the beginning of summer, and the tree has not borne any fruit, so it is very difficult to distinguish. The other three families' foundation building cultivators had already guessed about the 5 zang tall second-level spiritual tree. Now they heard Ling Yanhong, a second-level spiritual plant husband, confirm it, and their faces suddenly lit up. Luo Minghu said lightly, "You all know the value of this tree. Talk about how to divide it. There's only one tree, but we have 5 families." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere between the 5 foundation building cultivators became a little subtle. Second-level lower-grade spiritual trees are rarer than foundation-building cultivators, let alone second-level lower-grade spiritual fruit trees. The stone spirit walnuts produced by the second-level lower-grade stone spirit walnut tree, deep in the valley, can improve cultivation after consumption. If a cultivator who mainly practices earth-based exercises swallows it, the medicinal effect is even more than 30% stronger than the medicinal pills of the same level. Moreover, the grade of this tree is as high as second-level lower-grade. It only takes 50 years to produce second-level lower-grade stone spirit walnuts. As foundation-building cultivators, the 5 of them all understood how expensive the second-level cultivation elixir was. If they had this tree, they could harvest a batch of stone spirit walnuts that were comparable to the second-level inferior cultivation elixir in 50 years. Who would give up such a precious tree so easily? Among the hundreds of key cultivating cultivators present, some older cultivators also noticed the subtle atmosphere between the 5 foundation-building cultivators in front of the team, and they all sent out secret signals to indicate that something was wrong with their family members and to prepare for battle, while keeping a distance from other key cultivating cultivators. Time passed by minute, and under the oppressive atmosphere, many key cultivating cultivators had some cold sweat on their foreheads. After 10 breaths, Ling Yanhong, the spiritual plant husband, also noticed the atmosphere. He glanced at Luo Minghu, who was standing aside, with a look of fear on his face. After thinking about it, he broke the calm and made a suggestion. Our 5 families have only been established in Huaishu County for more than 8 years. We didn't have any communication before. There is no need to make such a mess for a second-grade inferior spiritual tree. I have an idea. If you agree, I can give each of you 5 second-grade inferior stone spiritual walnuts every 50 years. At the same time, we can rely on this tree to deepen our relationship, intermarry among the 5 families, and work together to face the outside world. Do you think it's okay? Among the 5 people present, Luo Minghu, the only one who mainly practices earth-based exercises, asked with a slightly moved expression. Is it true that each family will be given 5 stone spiritual walnuts every 50 years? Under normal circumstances, the number of spiritual fruits is related to the richness of the spiritual energy in the land where the spiritual tree is planted. The number of spiritual fruits will also increase according to the number of years of planting. Although the number of spiritual fruits is easy to say, it is very difficult to cross the grade of spiritual fruits. Under normal circumstances, if 10 first-grade spiritual fruits are accumulated for 50 years to break through to the second-grade realm, it would be good if 3 out of 10 can successfully enter the second grade. Therefore, Luo Minghu would say this. Ling Yanhong said with a smile. Of course, if I fail to do it, I will use the second-level lower-grade cultivation elixir Jilingdan to supplement the missing stone spirit walnuts for you. Fellow Taoist Ling is so confident, Then I agree with this matter, but I have made the greatest contribution to the capture of this mountain this time, so I should get more stone spirit walnuts. Isn't 5 a little too little? You can discuss it yourself. I will only guarantee a total of 20 stone forest walnuts for you 4 families for 50 years. Ling Yanhong had already thought of this and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Minghu swept his eyes on the 2 weakest foundation-building cultivators here, Wang Changming, the patriarch of the Wang family, and Wen Xianayan, the patriarch of the Yunwu Wen family. Fellow Taoist Wang, fellow Taoist Wen, can you give me a stone spirit walnut? Wang Changming and Wen Xianayan's faces turned black, but both of them were afraid of Luo Minghu's strength of the late stage of foundation building. Even if the two of them were combined, they would not be able to defeat Luo Minghu, so they had to admit defeat and nodded in response. The matter of the second-grade inferior stone spirit walnut tree was settled, and the 5 foundation-building monks began to allocate the remaining 10 or so first-grade spirit fruit trees in the valley, as well as the small rock-armored apes in the caves on the cliffs of the valley. In the end, the only 2 first-grade superior spirit fruit trees in the valley were occupied by the Lingxiao Ling family and the Luoxia Luo family, respectively, and the 5 first-grade medium-grade spirit fruit trees and 10 first-grade inferior spirit fruit trees were evenly distributed among the 5 families. There were a total of 25 small rock-armored apes, 10 of which were occupied by the Luo family, 6 by the Ling family, and the remaining 9 by the Wang, Liu, and Wen families. The 25 small rock-armored apes that were not ranked were selected by each family according to the allocated number. Of course, during the selection process, the strongest Luoxia Luo family selected first, and then the second strongest Lingxiao Ling family selected. As for the spirit trees in the valley, the families did not transplant them directly, but let them grow in this valley. In the short term, the 5 cultivators still need to stay here to resist the monsters sent by the 2 golden elixir dragons in the demon python lake to snatch back the mountain, and it is difficult to escape. They need to wait for the frontline Bailingman troops to rely on the demon python mountain with a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein as a defense line to completely repel the monsters that counterattacked in the Jiamang Lake territory. Only then will their mission be completed and they can escape and return to their families. This is a very long war, and the battle has just begun. After allocating fruit trees and small rock-armored apes, the 5 foundation-building cultivators divided the location areas of each family in the valley, organized each family to rely on the trees outside the valley to build wooden houses in each area as a place to live, and settled their own family members, and then gathered together. The 5 people crushed a token engraved with the word Bailing respectively, and used it to convey to the frontline Demon Python Mountain that the Bailingman troops were fighting in the frontline Demon Python Mountain. The 5 foundation-building families in Huaishu County completed the task and occupied the rock-armored Ape Mountain. The spiritual energy in this small valley is very rich, which is enough for the 5 major families stationed here, with a total of more than 140 key training monks and 5 foundation-building monks. Therefore, the 5 families are actually very satisfied with being in this valley. Therefore, the area around the mountain has not been seized by the Bailing sect and still belongs to the Jiamang Lake. In order to prevent the monsters outside the mountain from attacking this mountain unknowingly, the foundation-building monks of the 5 major families sent key training monks from each family to patrol this mountain every 3 days. Horizontal Ellipsis. Chapter 127 Sharing of Benefits. Night fell. In the Yanjia Valley, the Ling clan's residence, in a large wooden house. The 30 Ling clan members who were on the expedition were summoned here by Ling Yanhong. Today's battle was hard for everyone, especially my 8th brother. You and your group controlled the Yimu demon binding array and helped me kill the mid-stage foundation building demon ape. It was a great achievement. The 6 clan members who controlled this array will be rewarded with 100 family or Bailingman contribution points each. The rest of the clan members who also provided timely support will be rewarded with 10 contribution points each. After saying this, Ling Yanhong looked at the 24 Ling clan members including Ling Pengyun who had cooperated with the 4 magic arrays of the Demon Binding Array, the Wu-Earth Transformation Array, the Golden Needle Array, and the Fiery Array to kill more than 90 key training demon apes today, and preached again. Today, you have used the formation to kill a total of 98 key training stage demon apes, among which there are 60, 26, 8, and 4 demon apes in the initial, intermediate, late, and perfect key training stages respectively. The 24 of you have achieved such merits only with the formation. Although Pengyun and Penglin used a trapping formation and a defensive formation, they are equally crucial to this battle. The spoils of this battle will be divided equally, so don't fight over them. In addition, Pengyun and Penxing have made extra efforts to cast the earthly evil sword formation. In my opinion, Pengyun and Penxing can get an extra corpse of a demon ape that has perfected key training stages. Is that okay? More than half of the clan members present were the elders of the family and were all cultivators in the family. In addition, Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing did make extra efforts, so they all agreed. Even if some people didn't want the two to get more, they didn't say anything because the majority agreed. Seeing that everyone agreed with his proposal, Ling Yanhong was very satisfied. He then distributed a key training perfect demon ape corpse to Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing respectively, and then began to divide the remaining key training demon ape corpses obtained in this battle equally. In addition to the extra key training perfect demon ape corpse Ling Pengyun obtained, he also received 2 key training initial demon ape corpses and 1 key training middle demon ape corpse. As for the key training late and perfect demon ape corpses, there were too many to divide, so they were all handed over to the clan leader Ling Yanhong for safekeeping, and they would be distributed to everyone when there was a harvest in the future. After the harvest of this battle was divided, the Ling family gradually dispersed. Ling Pengyun left the temporary meeting hall and immediately returned to the small wooden house he had built. As soon as he entered the wooden house, he took out the 2 key training initial, 1 key training middle, and 1 key training perfect demon ape corpses that he had just received in the meeting hall from his storage bag. Ling Pengyun kept looking at the 4 demon ape corpses he had summoned, and then looked at Feng Yingpeng, who was sleeping in the corner of the wooden house and slowly absorbing the spiritual energy in the valley to restore his spiritual power. After thinking for a while, he muttered to himself, although the flesh and blood of these 4 demon apes contain spiritual energy, even if the spiritual energy contained in the flesh and blood of the 2 demon apes in the early stage of key training and the one in the middle stage of key training are added together, it is not as rich as the spiritual energy contained in the flesh and blood of the demon ape with perfect key training. If I feed Feng Yingpeng with the flesh and blood of the demon ape with perfect key training, it will definitely speed up Feng Yingpeng's cultivation. After making a plan, Ling Pengyun was also very willing to take out a kindling sword and cut off a piece of flesh and blood weighing a pound from the corpse of the demon ape with perfect key training. His spiritual consciousness triggered the master recognition restriction in Feng Yingpeng's body and woke him up from his cultivation. Feng Ying, this meat contains a lot of spiritual energy, Ling Pengyun said, and then threw the piece of demon ape flesh in his hand to Feng Yingpeng. Feng Yingpeng suddenly felt the spiritual energy contained in the monster meat thrown to him, and his expression suddenly brightened. He quickly stood up, took the monster meat, and began to eat it. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun did not care about it. After collecting the 4 monster ape corpses on the ground, he sat cross-legged on a cushion in the wooden house, practicing the skills, absorbing the spiritual energy in the valley, and replenishing the dantian that was about to dry up. The next day, early in the morning, Ling Pengyun opened the window of the room, absorbed the breath of the power of the early sun, stood up from the cushion, walked out of the wooden house, and came to the 4 spiritual trees belonging to the family. These 4 spiritual fruit trees belonging to the Ling family did not grow together. Last night, Ling Yanhong, a second-level spiritual plant husband, used a spiritual plant transplantation secret method to transplant them to one location, and also opened up an acre of first-level low-grade spiritual field at this location. These 4 spiritual fruit trees are a first-level upper-grade spiritual pear tree, a first-level middle-grade walnut tree, and 2 first-level low-grade chestnut trees. Ling Yanhong, a second-level lower-grade spiritual plant husband, only takes care of the second-level lower-grade stone spiritual walnut tree in the valley. The other 4 first-level spiritual fruit trees belonging to the Ling family in the valley are all taken care of by Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun needs to water the 4 spiritual fruit trees with spiritual rain every day, and perform Lingxiao ripening technique on them every 3 days to speed up their growth rate, and at the same time, it can also slightly increase the number of mature spiritual fruits on these spiritual fruit trees. Ling Pengyun looked up at the branches of more than 10 spiritual fruit trees in this small valley, which have gradually formed some small flower buds, and his expression is full of regret. It would be better if I brought my fruit flower bee colony with me, so that the group of fruit flower bees can collect the pollen with spiritual energy from the flowers of more than 10 fruit trees here in the future, and brew better quality fruit flower honey, which will be of great benefit to the development of the bee colony in me. Feeling sorry for it secretly, Ling Pengyun looked at the 4 spiritual fruit trees belonging to the family, and saw that they were of different varieties, and guessed secretly. There are so many spiritual fruit trees in this valley. They should not have grown here by themselves. Most likely, the 4 intelligent foundation-building apes of the rock-armored demon ape clan that originally occupied this place transplanted all the spiritual fruit trees born in this mountain range back here. But these rock-armored demon apes are lucky. If it weren't for the extremely rich spiritual energy here, these spiritual fruit trees transplanted by them casually would not live long. Whether it is spiritual medicine, spiritual fruit trees, or other spiritual plants, they cannot be transplanted at will. Generally, spiritual plants are transplanted by spiritual plant husbands using the secret method of transplantation. Otherwise, transplanting spiritual plants at will damage the roots of the spiritual plants and harm the growth of the medicinal effects of the spiritual plants. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun didn't think much about it. He raised his hand and pinched his fingers, performed the cloud and rain technique, summoned a seal, hit it in the air, and turned it into a small cloud. Fall. Drops of spiritual rain immediately dripped from the white cloud into the soil around the 4 spiritual fruit trees, nourishing their growth. Horizontal ellipsis. On the 5th day of May, in the early morning, thousands of miles away from the Rock Armor Valley, a large army of tens of thousands of monks, composed of monks from the Bailing sect, many independent monks, and a few family monks, traveled for 5 days. After a night of rest to restore their spiritual power, they rushed to the destination of their trip, the Monster Python Mountain. The Monster Python Mountain is very large, more than 800 feet high. It is occupied by a group of monster pythons, which is why the mountain got its name. The king of the monster python group in the mountain is a perfect monster python with the appearance of a dragon. This monster python is a capable subordinate of the 2 golden elixir monster pythons in Jiayamang Lake, and is also one of their offspring. Before the monk army approached the Monster Python Mountain for 5 miles, the monster pythons in the Monster Python Mountain noticed it because the team was too large. In just 100 breaths, the long-horned, foundation-building demon python king in the demon python mountain rushed out of the mountain with more than a dozen huge foundation-building demon pythons and thousands of key-training demon pythons, killing the tens of thousands of monks who attacked this time. Above the large army of monks, 2 monks flew into the air. These 2 monks were the Spirit Array Master and Spirit Talisman Master of Bailing sect. Mo Kongson, the Spirit Array Master who led the army of this crusade, saw the thousands of demon pythons rushing down from the demon python mountain, and his expression showed a bit of contempt. He used the sound enhancement technique to shout loudly, "Conquer this mountain within half a day." After saying this, Mo Kongson opened his mouth and spit out 36 formation flags. This formation flag is the same as Luo Minghu's set of natal formation flags, both of which are called flame fire burning formation, but Luo Minghu's set of natal formation flags were made in imitation of Mo Kongson's set of flame fire burning formation. Luo Minghu's set of formation flags was also called small flame burning formation by the formation master of the Bailing sect's spiritual formation hall. The former was of the 3rd grade lower grade, while the latter was only of the 2nd grade middle grade. As soon as these 36 flame-burning formation flags were released to the outside world, they turned into light and shadow, and quickly crossed a distance of nearly half a mile, surrounding the leading demon python king and the more than 10 foundation-building demon pythons in the group of tens of thousands of demon pythons that rushed over. Afterwards, the 36 formation flags flashed with spiritual light, forming a formation, and transformed into endless flames, burning the bodies of the more than 10 foundation-building demon pythons in the formation. Even though these foundation-building demon pythons activated their body-protecting Yuan Gang and held up the light curtain, they could not resist the burning of the flames. In just a moment, the body-protecting Yuan Gang around the more than 10 foundation-building demon pythons in the formation was burned and shattered, and the rockets transformed by the formation flames directly pierced their bodies, killing them. Only the demon python king, who had completed his foundation and was about to transform into a dragon, was still holding up his body-protecting Yuan Gang, barely withstanding the endless flames. This beast is indeed the offspring of the 2 long worms in Jiamang Lake. Judging from its appearance, it will not be long before this demon python will try to transform into a dragon, and then use the dragon's strong physique to try to break through the golden elixir. Mo Kongson, who saw this scene, was slightly moved, and had an idea. His mind moved slightly, and he increased the spiritual power injected into the 36 formation flags. The entire formation flashed red, and the flames gushing out of the formation flags were even more powerful, all of which swept over the body protecting Yuan Gang held up by the Demon Python King. Chapter 128 The Mysterious Xuanyang Sect Mid-Stage Giant and Strong Man. In just 3 breaths, the protective Yuan Gang held up by the Demon Python King was shattered, and the thick ice armor on the Demon Python King's body, which was transformed by his life magic, was instantly transformed into a formation. Just when the Demon Python King was about to be pierced through by the rocket transformed by the flame, he did not expect that the endless flames in the formation only turned into a layer of flame cage. Then, Mo Kongson, who was flying in the void above the large group of monks, had a slight thought, and in an instant he crossed half a mile and landed beside the flame cage in the formation. He frowned, and a surging spiritual consciousness shook the Demon Python King's sea of consciousness. In a breath, the Demon Python King's sea of consciousness turned into chaos and he fainted. Seeing this, Mo Kongson shot out a spiritual light, cast a master recognition restriction, and directly penetrated into the Demon Python King's body. As a third-level giant and a formation master, his spiritual consciousness was comparable to that of an ordinary middle-stage giant. The Demon Python King, whose sea of consciousness was already chaotic, could not resist a master recognition restriction that Mo Kongson had penetrated into his body. In just 3 breaths, the master recognition restriction was established. In the distance, above the large army of cultivators, Wu Dan, who was also soaring into the sky and was a newly promoted giant and cultivator of Bailing sect and was known as spiritual talisman master, saw Mo Kongson's actions in the distance and was a little confused. Although the Demon Python King who had completed the foundation building had extraordinary potential to transform into a dragon, this Demon Python was wild and unruly. Even if the master recognition restriction was set, it might still devour its master. Why did Master Mo subdue this demon beast? On the other side, although the more than 10 foundation-building demon pythons among the thousands of demon pythons were all killed, and the Demon Python King was also captured alive, the demon pythons in the key training period were still not afraid, and only had bloodthirsty thoughts in their minds. Soon, thousands of key training demon pythons fought with tens of thousands of cultivators. On the vast battlefield, there was a sound of fighting. The demon pythons on the demon python side had different levels of cultivation. At least 70% were in the early stage of key training, and there was no foundation building demon python sitting in the hall. The number of monks on the Bailing sect's large army was not only tens of thousands, far exceeding the thousands of demon pythons, but also dozens of foundation building monks. In the first battle alone, the thousands of demon pythons were defeated by the monks. After several hours, the battle gradually came to an end, and the monks won a great victory. After all, the Bailing sect, a giant in force, used nearly 70% of its monks to fight against a small force under the command of a giant and demon beast force. The victory was expected by all the monks who participated in the battle. After the monks who participated in the battle cleaned up the battlefield in an orderly manner under the command of the Bailing sect disciples, tens of thousands of monks entered the Demon Python Mountain and began to station there. Relying on the second-level superior spiritual vein in the mountain, they arranged a mountain protection formation to prevent the demon beasts in the Jiamang Lake from rushing to take back the spiritual mountain. The top of the Demon Python Mountain is the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the mountain. At this time, Bailing Sect's spiritual array master Mo Kongson sat cross-legged here, his eyes closed, and around him were suspended 72 red array flags embroidered with flame patterns, an array plate, and a fiery red flying sword covered with spiritual patterns and extremely powerful aura. After a long time, his consciousness finally suppressed the second-level upper-grade spiritual vein in the mountain and established a slight connection with it. Once the connection was established, Mo Kongson quickly pinched the magic formula, and the 72 array flags and the red flying sword suspended around him all flashed with spiritual light, slowly fell down, and merged into the ground. The entire Demon Python Mountain also began to shake violently at this moment. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain stabilized their bodies and looked at the top of the mountain curiously. After a while, the shaking in the mountain stopped. However, the abnormal movement did not stop. The top of the mountain was like a vortex, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy in the mountain. After 100 breaths, except for the top of the mountain, this mountain was like a barren mountain, without any trace of spiritual energy. 1,000 breaths later, A huge red light curtain began to expand from the top of the mountain, eventually covering the 800 zang tall monster python mountain. Mo Kongxin also stood up at this moment, his eyes flashing with starlight, as if he could see through thousands of miles, looking towards the direction of Jiayamang Lake, with a touch of confidence on his face. The Yan'ang Sky Sword formation is complete, and this 10,000 li area will once again belong to our Balingman territory. Tens of thousands of miles away, a light of escape passed through the sky, attracting many monsters on the ground around to look up. Although these monsters sensed the breath of human beings in the light of escape, the powerful pressure exuded by the light of escape made them dare not have any delusion. Just a glance, they all hid in ordinary hidden places, fearing that the light of escape would attack. The light of escape spanned tens of thousands of miles and stopped on a huge lake that was thousands of feet wide. The light of escape stopped, and the figure was also conspicuous. An old man wearing a Taoist robe embroidered with the green flame patterns. This person stepped on a small flying boat covered with array patterns. If there were any cultivators from the territory of Yan State here, they would definitely be able to tell that the Taoist robe embroidered with the blue flame patterns on the old man's body was the Taoist robe of the Zhuanyang sect, the largest sect in Yan State. The old man in the green robe looked at the 10,000 feet lake below him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Don't blame me, Bailing sect. If you want to blame someone, blame you for not being satisfied. It has only been more than 8 years since you swallowed Huaishu County, and now you still want to swallow another county. The old man in the green robe stopped for half a breath above the lake, and two blue-scaled and white phosphorus dragons over 30 feet long jumped out of the lake, opening their mouths to spit out large pieces of water blades and ice frost at the old man in the green robe above the lake. The old man in the green robe frowned and opened his mouth to spit out a fist-sized green bronze bell. As soon as the bronze bell came out of the outside world, it flew over the old man, and a flash of spiritual light appeared, transforming into a green light curtain, protecting the old man inside and blocking the large pieces of water blades and ice frost from attacking. If you attack, don't blame me. A strong aura of the middle stage of the golden elixir spread out from the body of the green-robed old man. The two attacking dragons have entered the golden elixir realm, and their intelligence has long been greatly developed and is not inferior to that of ordinary humans. The two dragons were very angry when they heard the threat of the green-robed old man, but when they felt the aura gushing out of the old man, their expressions were suddenly shocked, and their bodies retreated a few points, revealing a bit of fear. Seeing this, the green-robed old man showed a bit of contempt and said lightly, 5 days ago, Balingman occupied your 10,000 li territory again. Although Balingman only dispatched 2 giant in this time, with that formation, you are no match for them now. If you seek support from other giant and monsters in Bayun Mountains as soon as possible, you may still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, according to the momentum of Balingman, they will only seize more and more of your territory and become stronger and stronger. Within 100 years, you will definitely fall to the hands of Balingman monks. After saying this, he also controlled the escape light under his feet, turned into escape light, and left this place. The two huge dragons flying above the lake looked at the old man's back as he left, but fell into deep thought. After thinking for dozens of breaths, the ice dragon roared at the water dragon next to it, dived into the bottom of the lake first, with a blue fruit hanging in its mouth, identified a direction, and quickly flew away from here. The water dragon looked at the figure of the ice dragon flying away, with a little heartache in his expression. After a few breaths, the dragon roared angrily. The roar of this dragon was so loud that all the monsters within 100,000 miles were startled and rushed to the giant lake where this dragon was. In just one day, nearly 100,000 key training monsters and dozens of foundation building monsters gathered around the huge lake. As time went on, the number of monsters gathered increased. Horizontal ellipsis. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Mo Kongxin's Calculation. One day later. In the early morning of this day, Ling Pengyun had just absorbed the breath of the power of the early sun in his wooden house and was about to go out to water the 4 fruit trees belonging to the family in the valley with spiritual rain, but he saw a flying boat falling into the valley. On the flying boat stood a middle-aged man wearing the Taoist robes of the Bailing sect. This man exuded a very powerful foundation-building pressure. Ling Pengyun, who felt this powerful pressure, was shocked and sighed. I don't know why this person is here, a foundation-building cultivator from the Bailing sect. Just as Ling Pengyun was puzzled, the foundation-building cultivators from the 5 families of Huaishu County in the valley were all alarmed and walked out of their residences to greet the Bailing sect foundation-building cultivator who came. The middle-aged foundation-building cultivator from the Bailing sect saw Ling Yanhong and the 5 foundation-building cultivators from the Huaishu County families welcoming him, and he bowed his hands and then stated the purpose of his visit. Brother Luo, 4 fellow Taoists, I am Xiao Tian, the deacon of the Bailing sect's spiritual array hall. I'm here to deliver the array arrangements to you all. Having said this, Xiao Tian took out 18 array flags, an array plate, a magic shield, and a fist-sized seal from his storage bag and handed them to Luo Minghu, the leader of the 5 foundation-building cultivators. Brother Luo, this formation is a 2nd grade, upper-grade Liangai Meridian accumulation formation. This magic shield is called the Rock Iron Shield, and the seal is called the Rock Earth Seal. They are the formation tools of this formation. This formation can accumulate the power of the earth veins to launch attacks and defenses. The 18 formation flags of this formation have accumulated enough earth vein power, with a maximum of 9 strikes. Each strike weighs tens of thousands of pounds, which is difficult for ordinary cultivators in the early stage of foundation building to block. And the rock iron shield light curtain stimulated by the power of the formation has a very strong defense. Even if there are 10 foundation building cultivators, it will take half a day to break it. Brother, I still have several locations to arrange the formation. According to the spies, many monsters in the hundreds of thousands of lands around Jiamang Lake are approaching Jiamang Lake. It is suspected that the 2 golden elixir dragons in Jiamang Lake are gathering monsters. I am afraid that the war will start again within half a month. Time is tight. I am afraid that I will not have enough time to arrange the tasks assigned to me by the sect, resulting in being blamed by the sect. Can you arrange this formation? The senior brother Luo mentioned by Xiao Tian is Luo Minghu, the patriarch of Luo clan of Luoxia. Luo Minghu and his wife are all disciples of Bailing sect. Because they have many descendants and all of them have spiritual roots, they left Bailing sect after Bailing sect successfully developed Huaishu County 8 years ago and developed their family in Huaishu County. Luo Minghu raised his eyebrows and nodded when he heard this. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I have left the sect, so please don't call me senior brother. You can call me Taoist fellow in the future. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is the sect sure to occupy this 10,000 li territory this time? Xiao Tian's expression was slightly condensed, and he just said a simple word. Master Mo has arranged the 3rd level inferior Yan'ang Xianjian formation in Huaishu Market in the demonic Python Mountain. Luo Minghu's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. Everyone exchanged polite words. Xiao Tian said hello, and then controlled the flying boat under his feet to fly away from this valley. Ling Pengyun, who was watching all this from afar, frowned, feeling a little uneasy, and muttered to himself. According to what the foundation building cultivator named Xiao Tian said, the monsters in the Jiamang Lake area are about to launch a counterattack. Although this place is not the front line, it is a rare 2nd level middle grade spiritual mountain within 10,000 miles occupied by the Bailing sect this time. When Jiamang Lake counterattacks, the 2 giant dragons with great intelligence will definitely send monsters to counterattack this place. Since they are going to counterattack this place, the strength of the monsters attacking this place must not be weaker than the group of rock-armored apes that occupied this place before. The war is about to start again. I don't know if the 5 families of Huaishu County can defend this place. Ling Pengyun sighed lightly, shook his head, and didn't think about it anymore. He took a step and walked to the spiritual field where the 4 spiritual fruit trees of the family were planted. He pinched the magic formula to irrigate the 4 spiritual fruit trees with spiritual rain to nourish their growth. Luo Minghu, who had obtained the Liangai accumulation array, also quickly arranged the formation flags of the formation in this valley. In just half a day, the valley was surrounded by a huge earth yellow light curtain. Deep underground in the valley, this is the place where the power of the earth veins and spiritual power are the most concentrated. A shield and a seal are 2 magic tools that are constantly absorbing the power of the surrounding earth veins and spiritual power. Every time they absorb a point, the patterns engraved on the 2 magic tools shine brighter. 3 days later. 10 miles away from the demon python mountain, two huge dragons with horns on their heads and a black-haired wolf monster as big as a yellow cow led hundreds of thousands of key training monsters and hundreds of foundation-building monsters to quickly rush towards the demon python mountain, occupied by the Bailingman army. Where hundreds of thousands of monsters rushed, dust was rolled up. This situation also attracted the attention of many cultivators in the demon python mountain. Among them were the spirit array master Mo Kongson, who temporarily lived on the top of the mountain, and the spirit talisman master Wu Tian. Both of them cast vision spells, and their vision was enhanced. They could see clearly what was happening in the large dust that was rolled up dozens of miles away. When they saw the situation of the monster beasts in the dust, Mo Kongson looked at the black-haired wolf demon next to the two giant dragons leading the vast monster beast group. Feeling the powerful aura of the black-haired wolf demon, his pupils shrank and he said in surprise, "Black Wind Demon Wolf? How did this wolf demon come here from the Bayun Mountains hundreds of thousands of miles away?" The black-haired wolf demon next to the two giant dragons leading the vast monster beast group of hundreds of thousands of monster beasts was called the Black Wind Demon Wolf. It was a famous giant monster beast in the Bayun Mountains, the largest gathering place for monster beasts in Yan State. This monster beast was a mutant monster beast. There was only one in Yan State, and it was alone without a tribe. Although its strength was only in the early giant stage, this black wind demon wolf could spit out more black wine that could corrode magic tools and magic treasures, which made this demon wolf blacklisted by the giant cultivators of Yan State. Fighting against this wolf demon, regardless of victory or defeat, the magic weapon will definitely be greatly damaged. Wu Tian, who was standing by, heard this and swept his eyes. He immediately saw the black wind wolf demon mentioned by Mo Kongson. He was really shocked by the sight, and at the same time, an idea came to his mind. Could it be that someone informed the two dragons in Jiayamang Lake in advance? As soon as this was said, Mo Kongson's face turned cold, and he was immediately certain. It must be so, otherwise, in just 4 days, how could the news reach the ears of the two giant dragons so quickly in the demon beast territory where most of the minds are not yet awakened? Moreover, we have occupied this place for only 4 days, and the two giant dragons have already summoned hundreds of thousands of key training and foundation building demon beasts in the territory to counterattack, and even asked for help from the giant stage Black Wind Demon Wolf in the Bayun Mountains dozens of miles away. Damn it, if I know who leaked the information, I will definitely pull out the tendons and skin it. Wu Tian was also furious. The key to this battle is the battle between the giant levels. The two giant masters from Bailing sect, Mo Kongson and Wu Tian, are both in the early giant stage, and Wu Tian has only broken through the giant stage for a few years, so his strength is not strong. The two were sure to repel the two giant dragons in the Jiayamang Lake area. The real confidence came from the third-level lower-grade Yan'ang Xianjian formation arranged in this mountain. The Yan'ang Xianjian formation was made by Mo Kongson with materials from a fire-type giant and late-stage monster beast, and several third-level silks and spiritual woods. If Mo Kongson, who is refining this formation, was not limited by the grade of the formation, with these precious materials, this formation could at least be refined to the third-level upper-grade realm. However, even if this formation is refined to a third-level lower grade, this formation is naturally powerful because of the excellent refining materials. This formation can accumulate the power of the scorching sun and condense 9 Yan'ang Xianjians. The 9 swords are powerful when they are used together. If it is used suddenly, it is not impossible to instantly kill giant and early-stage monster beasts. It's just that it takes a long time to condense the Flaming Sun Sky Sword. It takes a year to accumulate enough scorching sun power to condense a Flaming Sun Sky Sword. Although this formation was used once 8 years ago, with the help of Mo Kongson, a third-level formation master, using a secret formation technique, it took only 5 years for this formation to absorb enough scorching sun power, enough for this formation to cast 9 Flaming Sun Sky Swords. 8 years ago, in the last battle of Bailingman occupying Huaishu County, Mo Kongson relied on this formation to severely injure the giant and early-stage water dragon in Jiayamang Lake, and scared off the monsters, thus occupying Huaishu County. In this battle, Mo Kongson still planned to use the same trick again, using this formation to severely injure another giant and ice dragon, and let Wu Tian block the water dragon that was already seriously injured and had not yet recovered, so as to scare off the monsters. But this time, The monsters suddenly had a powerful giant and early-stage black wind wolf monster. This caused the bailingman to be very passive. Wu Tian had just broken through the giant in stage not long ago, and was very clear about his own strength. He knew that this battle mainly depended on Mo Kongxin, so he asked, "Uncle Mo, with the addition of a black wind demon wolf, are you still confident that you can repel the counterattack of the demon beasts from the outside world?" Mo Kongxin looked at the two giant dragons outside the mountain, his eyes flashing with a gleam of light, and a touch of greed inadvertently flowed out. He looked at Wu Tian beside him again, and saw that he showed a bit of panic on his face. In order to prevent Wu Tian from running away in fear of the battle, he spoke to stabilize Wu Tian. "Yes, in my early years, I got 9 drops of Earth Flame Essence. Relying on the Earth Flame power in these 9 drops of Earth Flame Essence, it is enough to activate the Yan'ang Xianjian formation to accumulate 9 Yan'ang Xianjian again. A total of 18 Yan'ang Xianjian formations. It is easy to repel these 3 giant and early-stage demon beasts." Wu Tian was shocked when he heard this. The Earth Flame Essence is a precious spiritual object that can only be produced in the 1,000-year-old magma of the Earth Fire. It takes 100 years for 1 drop to be born. This object can be used as a cultivation resource for those who mainly practice fire-based exercises, and can also be added to magic tools. It is an indispensable 3rd-level low-grade spiritual object. This object is very expensive in the market. 1 drop is worth at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. It is extremely rare and has a price but no market. 9 drops of Earth Flame Essence are worth at least more than 100,000 or 200,000 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones is not a small amount for a giant and cultivator. Earth Flame Essence is rare in the outside world. In recent times, auctions in surrounding countries have not auctioned this item. I think Uncle Mo has had these 9 drops of Earth Flame Essence for a long time. He didn't take out this item in the last battle to seize Huaishu County 8 years ago. He added the Yan'ang Heavenly Sword in the Yan'ang Heavenly Sword formation to kill the water dragon that was seriously injured by this formation. I'm afraid he was afraid that the head brother would snatch the formation and kill the water dragon after the battle. Now the head brother, who is in the middle stage of the golden elixir, is in Baiyun City, hundreds of thousands of miles away, so Uncle Mo doesn't have to worry about it. Wu Tian suddenly noticed the greed flashing in Mo Kongxin's eyes and guessed. Good calculation. But Uncle Mo's move is too underestimated. Wu Tian was very unhappy that Mo Kongxin didn't take it seriously. Although he had just entered the golden elixir, it was still a golden elixir. Dear Masters, I have merged the chapters. 5 chapters have been merged into 3 chapters, and each chapter has more than 3,000 words. This is intended to suppress the average subscription, and I hope you all understand. The number of updated words will still remain at around 10,000. Thanks to Book Friends 201102101511444198, Egg Corsair, and Kuang Fang Dao Zhang for their monthly tickets. Chapter 130, 18 Flaming Sun Sky Sword / the Ice Dragon. Mo Kongxin, who was standing aside, looked at the water dragon that was the leader of the monster group in the distance and was severely injured by him in the early years, and gave Wu Tian an order. This place is very far from the Huaishu market. If you withdraw now, 99% of the key training cultivators in the mountain will be hard to escape from the hands of the monsters from the outside world. You will have to work hard in this battle. You need to temporarily block the water dragon that was severely injured by my formation 8 years ago and the black wind demon wolf with the 3 puppets of the sect. After I use the formation to seriously injure the ice dragon, I will come to support you. Although Wu Tian was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to let Mo Kongxin assign it as he was weaker than him. Prepare for a fight. Mo Kongxin's voice spread throughout the Qingshi Mountain. After half an incense stick, when hundreds of thousands of monsters gathered 1 mile away from the Demon Python Mountain, tens of thousands of cultivators in the mountain immediately launched their own attacks and killed the hundreds of thousands of monsters in the distance. The 2 golden elixir dragons and the black wind demon wolf that led the demon beast group also quickly broke away from the demon beast group and turned into 3 rays of light. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a mile and came to the foot of the Demon Python Mountain. With their huge bodies, they bombarded the huge red light curtain covering the Demon Python Mountain. Under the huge bombardment, waves suddenly appeared on the red light curtain. At this moment, the huge red light curtain that protected the Demon Python Mountain suddenly flashed and turned into pure spiritual power. These spiritual powers rushed towards the top of the demon python mountain like they had consciousness. Outside the mountain, the ice dragon and water dragon that had hit the red light curtain saw this scene, but did not take advantage of the good opportunity of the demon python mountain's defensive light curtain being withdrawn to kill the monks in the mountain. Instead, their expressions suddenly changed, and they were full of fear. They each added several defensive spells to their bodies, and decisively and directly activated the powerful body-protecting Yuan Gang that might damage the inner elixir. The black wind wolf demon beside the two dragons was confused, but out of caution, it followed suit and activated its body-protecting Yuan Gang. Just as the three giant monsters activated their inner alchemy powers, 930 Zhang Long Yan'ang heavenly swords, which were transformed from the power of the sun, were fired from the top of the demon python mountain. The 9 Yan'ang flying swords were extremely fast, and in less than half a breath, they bombarded the body-protecting Yuan Gang held up by the strongest giant middle stage ice dragon among the three giant monsters outside the mountain. Boom! Boom! The 9 Yan'ang flying swords bombarded the body-protecting Yuan Gang held up by the ice dragon, making loud noises. However, in an instant, cracks appeared on the body-protecting Yuan Gang held up by the ice dragon, as if covered with spider silk. The next moment, the body-protecting Yuan Gang turned into fragments and dissipated in this world. And the 9 Yan'ang flying swords, which were as big as the ice dragons, also dimmed. The 9 flying swords of the sun, which had only 30% of their remaining power, slashed at the head of the ice dragon as soon as the protective Yuan Gang of the ice dragon was broken. Seeing this, the ice dragon's mind was filled with memories. The scene 8 years ago reappeared, but it was still powerless to change it. The dragon roared helplessly, and had to open its huge mouth like the water dragon 8 years ago, spit out a huge blue inner pill that had been nurtured for 1,000 years, and bombarded the 9 flying swords of the sun with the inner pill. Zhang. The 9 flying swords bombarded the inner pill of the ice dragon, making a series of sounds of golden swords and iron ringing. The two were deadlocked for a few breaths, and the 9 flying swords transformed by spiritual power had no more power left and dissipated. The surface of the inner pill that was bombarded was also covered with several large cracks. The damage to the inner pill was very uncomfortable for the ice dragon. Blood oozed from its mouth, and its breath dropped by several percent. The ice dragon looked at the damaged inner elixir, his eyes full of heartache. If he wanted to recover the damage to the inner elixir, he would have to waste at least 100 years of nurturing. After swallowing the damaged inner elixir back into his stomach, he raised his horned head and looked at the top of the demon python mountain with angry eyes. In the battle 8 years ago, he already knew the formation activated by the Bailing Sex Giant and Cultivator. The 9 powerful flying swords that were transformed could only be used once. Otherwise, if these 9 powerful flying swords could be used continuously, he and the water dragon would not have been able to escape 8 years ago. Ah! The ice dragon roared at the top of the mountain, and ice crystals appeared all over his body. In an instant, these ice crystals quickly grew larger and turned into nearly 1,000 feet long ice arrows. Once the ice arrows were formed, they were shot by the ice dragon and attacked the top of the mountain. But these ice arrows were all blocked by a small cocky light curtain supported by the top of the mountain. Seeing that the spell was useless, the ice dragon immediately soared into the sky. With the help of a thick layer of ice armor on its body, it resisted the attacks of tens of thousands of cultivators in the demon python mountain and rushed to the location of the 2 giant cultivators on the top of the mountain. Since entering the giant stage, its intelligence has been greatly opened. It naturally understands that as long as the 2 cultivators at the top of the mountain, who are only in the early stage of the giant, can be repelled, the 10,000 miles of land occupied by these cultivators can be taken back. What's more, if the 2 giant cultivators can be killed, it is possible to take back the 10,000 miles of land occupied by these cultivators 8 years ago. Moreover, it hates the person who activated the formation and lost its inner elixir. The water dragon at the bottom of the demon python mountain saw the ice dragon rushing, and it showed a trace of worry on its face. It immediately took off and followed, and the other black wind wolf monster did the same. But the 3 giant monsters had just taken off for half a breath when 9 slightly smaller Yan'ang Xianjians, about 25 feet long, were shot from the top of the mountain. The leading giant ice dragon was shocked when he saw this. His protective Yuan Gang was broken and he could not use it again in a short time. The thick ice armor on his body could not resist the attack of the Yan'ang flying sword. Helplessly, He could only spit out the inner elixir with some cracks to deal with it. But the power of the 9 Yin-Yang flying swords, with full power, was not something that this inner elixir could resist. The moment the 9 Yin-Yang flying swords bombarded the inner elixir was torn apart. The 9 flying swords drove straight into the ice dragon. The ice armor on the surface of the ice dragon was like thin paper. The flying swords directly chopped the body of the leading giant ice dragon and cut it into 9 pieces. The water dragon, following the ice dragon, saw the tragic death of the ice dragon that he had been with day and night, and his expression was immediately furious. Its soaring speed increased several times again, and it quickly reached the top of the mountain, swinging its thick tail and slamming it towards the 2 giant monks on the top of the mountain. But before the tail fell, 3 50-foot-tall black puppets suddenly appeared and blocked the huge tail. The next moment, a flying sword flew out from the top of the mountain and entangled with the 3 black puppets that were no more than 10 feet tall. This flying sword was Wu Tian's, and it was a 3rd-level low-grade magic weapon. The quality of this flying sword was very good. Although the scales of the water dragon were strong, the flying sword could still break those scales and hurt the flesh and blood of the water dragon. With the help of the 3 puppets that were comparable to the early stage of the golden elixir, it could barely block the water dragon. In midair, the black wind demon wolf, who was a little frightened by the tragic death of the ice dragon, was surrounded by the 36 flaming sun world-destroying formation flags that flew out from the top of the mountain. The 36 formation flags shook in the void, and transformed into endless flaming suns that swept towards the black wind wolf demon in the formation. The black wind demon wolf had already activated its body protecting Yuan Gang early on, temporarily blocking the flames that were sweeping over. Because the flames were so huge, it was difficult for it to rush out of the formation in a short time, even with its body protecting Yuan Gang. Helplessly, it had to open its mouth and spit out rolling black wind to relieve the pressure of its body protecting Yuan Gang. At the top of the mountain, Mo Kongson, who had used the flame-burning formation to trap the black wind demon wolf, was now looking excitedly at the ice dragon corpse that had fallen at the bottom of the demon python mountain. This ice dragon was a real dragon. As long as I use this ice dragon corpse to refine the dragon blood essence, and then let the previous foundation building perfect demon python with rich dragon blood lay a python egg, hatch it, and use the dragon blood essence to let the little demon python take it and refine it, so as to help it turn into a dragon. Mo Kongson said excitedly. As long as this plan can be accomplished, with the body of a dragon and the help of my formation, the dragon I train will definitely be able to enter the golden elixir stage. When the dragon I train enters the golden elixir stage in the future, it doesn't matter if Bailingman doesn't wait. There are countless families in the huge Yan state, and there should be a Mo family. A few days ago, he never thought of training the demon python king with dragon blood that was captured in the battle to capture the demon python mountain. He only planned to use the rich dragon blood in the demon python king to breed a descendant with dragon blood. From a young age, he trained the descendant and turned it into a spirit beast. As for the captured demon python king, he has long been bloodthirsty and it is difficult to change his mind. Even if he casts the master recognition restriction on him, once the demon python breaks through to the golden elixir stage, it will definitely be greedy for the master. Such threats, Mo Kongson is not blind. After the joy, Mo Kongson looked at the army of hundreds of thousands of monsters approaching rapidly from a few miles away, raised his eyebrows slightly, waved his hand and summoned a large pile of spiritual stones, and used the spiritual energy in these spiritual stones to activate the mountain protection magic array Yin-Yang Xianjian Great Array, so that the Great Array once again transformed into a defensive light curtain to resist the attack of hundreds of thousands of monsters outside the mountain. With such a large number of monsters, if there is no defensive light curtain, none of the tens of thousands of key training monks in the mountain will survive. Such a sin, Mo Kongson should not bear. After 100 breaths, when more than 100,000 monsters entered within a mile of the monster python mountain, the tens of thousands of monks in the monster python mountain also fiercely launched their own attacks to resist the enemy. The hundreds of thousands of monsters, led by the foundation building monsters, also cast spells on the monster pythons. However, the spell attacks cast by these monsters were all resisted by the defensive light curtain, transformed by the 3rd level array Yin-Yang Xianjian. Although this formation is an offensive formation, The materials used to refine the formation flags and formation plates are extremely good, and the foundation is very good, so the defensive light curtain created by the spirit stones in this killing formation is not weaker than the light curtain created by ordinary third-level low-grade defensive formations. After fighting for a while, tens of thousands of key training monsters and dozens of foundation building monsters from the hundreds of thousands of monsters bypassed the monster python mountain and separated into 5 small groups, aiming at the monster python mountains thousands of miles away, and the other 5 second-level spirit veins seized by the cultivators. The departure of this large group of monsters also relieved a lot of pressure on the tens of thousands of cultivators defending the monster python mountain. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there were still. Chapter 131, Defending Rock Armor Valley. Half a day later, the Ling family monks patrolling in the Rock Armor 8 mountain range noticed that thousands of monsters were attacking from outside the mountain range. They immediately returned to the Rock Armor Valley deep in the mountain range and informed the other 4 monks stationed in the valley of the news. The monks of the 5 families all knew that there would be monsters attacking, and they had prepared themselves mentally early. When the news of the monsters' attack was passed on, the monks in the valley quickly gathered together and climbed up the cliffs on the 4 sides of the valley to wait for the monsters to attack. In less than half an instant stick of time, the thousands of monsters that attacked this time rushed into the Rock Armor mountain range and appeared in the eyes of the 5 monks stationed in the Rock Armor Valley. However, the group of monsters had not yet approached, but had just entered this mountain range. This distance was beyond the range that the spiritual consciousness of the key training monks could cover, and at the same time, this distance was not something that the key training monsters could attack. Therefore, although both sides saw each other, the battle had not yet begun. In the valley, Ling Pengyun, who was among the Ling clan members, looked at the group of monsters that were attacking and was shocked. 8 foundation building monsters and more than 2,000 key cultivating monsters. For a moment, the scene of the valley being flattened by monsters appeared in his mind. The number of monsters far exceeded the number of monks stationed in the valley. Just as Ling Pengyun was terrified, a fist-sized earth yellow seal floated in the air above the valley. As soon as this seal came out of the outside world, it quickly grew larger. In an instant, this seal was as big as a small house. Go! A dull voice sounded. The floating seal was extremely fast and headed for a foundation-building early-stage snake demon at the front of the group of monsters, attacking from a distance. Even if the foundation-building early-stage snake demon used its body-protecting Yuan Gang, it could not resist the seal's attack. It was directly crushed by the huge force of the house-sized seal in an instant, and smashed into meat paste. In the valley, Ling Pengyun was shocked when he saw this scene. The snake demon was a foundation-building demon beast. Such a powerful demon beast was not the enemy of this seal. He moved his eyes and looked at Luo Minghu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground in the center of the valley, constantly condensing the seal and hitting the array plate suspended in the air in front of him. The power of the rock and earth seal of the Liangai accumulation earth array is too amazing. According to Xiao Dan, the foundation building monk of Bailing sect who sent this array has the power of 9 strikes. If the remaining 8 strikes of the array are used, I am afraid that among the remaining 7 foundation building demon beasts in the group of demon beasts, only the 2 demon pythons in the late stage of foundation building can survive. The seal that had just made a contribution was the rock and earth seal of the 2 offensive and defensive arrays, arranged in the Liangai accumulation vessel array in the Rock Armor Valley. And the one who manipulated this array was Luo Minghu, the second-level low-grade array master holding the array plate. If we really kill the 6 snake monsters in the early and middle stages of the foundation building in the monster group, although there are many monsters attacking this time, if we use the huge defensive light curtain that covers the valley transformed by the Liangai accumulation array, as well as the rock and soil seal of the large array, there is a chance to stop the 2,000 monsters. The fact is just as Ling Pengyun thought. After the huge seal with spare power succeeded in one strike, it rose into the air again and smashed down fiercely at another monster in the early stage of the foundation building in the monster group. After 9 consecutive strikes, 4 of the 8 monsters in the early stage of the foundation building were killed in one strike, and the other 2 monsters with higher strength, which reached the middle stage of the foundation building, were smashed into meat paste after resisting 2 and 3 strikes respectively. However, in just 10 breaths, the strength of thousands of monsters was greatly damaged, but the morale of the hundreds of Huaishu County monks stationed in the Rock Armor Valley was greatly boosted. Because the power of the earth veins absorbed by the rock and soil seal has been exhausted, there is no more power left. Luo Minghu, who controls this formation, only waits to melt the rock and soil seal into the deep ground again, absorbing the power of the earth veins to warm it. When the more than 2,000 monsters that attacked this time stepped into the valley within 1 mile, Luo Minghu, who is in the center of the valley, took out 6 formation flags embroidered with flame patterns from the storage bag and shouted to the 30 key training monks from Luo Xiao Luo family who participated in the battle. My people from the Luo family, follow me to set up the flame-burning formation to trap the 2 remaining snake monsters in the late stage of foundation building in the monster group. When the people of the Luo family heard the signal, they immediately did it. They immediately took out a formation flag and cooperated with Luo Minghu's 12 natal formation flags. A total of 36 formation flags flew out of the valley, spanning a distance of 1 mile, forming a large formation, trapping the 2 snake monsters in the late stage of foundation building and 1 or 200 key training monsters in the formation. As the formation was formed, countless flames gushed out from the 36 formation flags, gathering into a sea of fire, which continuously swept over the bodies of the monsters in the formation. The 2 foundation building snake monsters trapped in the sea of fire were fine, as they could use their body protecting Yuan Gang to resist. However, the 1 or 200 key training monsters had not yet entered the foundation building stage, so they had to use some spells such as earth armor and water shield to bless their bodies. These defensive spells were like thin paper in front of the flames. With just a light roll, they were burned to ashes. Once the defense was broken, the key training monsters in the formation were also burned to ashes. In the valley, the foundation building cultivators of the other 4 families saw that the Luo clan had trapped the last 2 late-stage foundation building monsters, and they were immediately overjoyed. They quickly called on their own cultivators to attack the monsters attacking from outside the mountain with all their strength. Because there is a solid light curtain in the valley, it is difficult to be broken by the monsters in a short time. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun, the 2 siblings, do not need to use the 2 trapping and defensive formations, the monster binding array and the Wu Earth curtain array, and can attack with all their strength. After Ling Yunhong, the head of the family, signaled to take action, Ling Pengyun swept his eyes over the huge group of monsters rushing towards him and found a group of golden pythons in the group of monsters that were in the initial and intermediate stages of key training. There are more than 30 golden pythons in this group, and the body of each golden python is 2 or 3 feet long and as thick as a bucket. The golden python is a low-level monster. The snake scales of this monster python are extremely defensive, and they have a natural spell called Golden Armor Technique. Casting this spell can strengthen the hardness of their scales. It is precisely because of this advantage, coupled with their own great strength, that the golden pythons mostly fight with their flesh. Ling Pengyun also has his own considerations for choosing such a difficult-to-kill monster as an enemy. The scales and skin of the golden python are very strong, and are good materials for refining magic tools. They are even enough to be used as the main materials for refining magic tools, such as refining some inner armor magic tools. Lingxi has mastered the method of refining a first-level low-grade magic tool called Golden Python Inner Armor. The main material of this inner armor is the skin of the powerful defensive demon python. Ling Pengyun targeted the group of golden pythons in order to prepare for refining this magic tool after the war. Although his main purpose of participating in this battle to kill monsters is to kill monsters and earn contribution points, if he encounters a monster like the golden python whose materials are helpful for refining tools, Ling Pengyun will naturally take action to keep it. Ling Pengyun's expression was slightly condensed, and he waved his hand to form the 12 green bamboo swords that had been taken out to form the Earth Demon Sword formation and hid it. At the same time, he formed seals with both hands and continuously used water arrows to the more than 30 golden pythons. The 12 flying swords that formed the earthly evil sword formation had a 3-foot sword light at the tip of each sword, which was comparable to the sword body, making the total length of the 12 flying swords reach 7 feet. Although the 12 flying swords were long, their speed was not slow at all. In an instant, the 12 flying swords crossed a distance of 1 mile and killed more than 30 golden pythons in the early and middle stages of key training. As early as when these more than 30 golden pythons stepped into this mountain range, they had a layer of golden armor on their bodies, making the scales on their bodies very strong. The 12 flying swords that formed the earthly evil sword formation bombarded the golden pythons, making a sound of golden swords and iron ringing. Although the golden scales on these demon pythons were strong, they were only in the early and middle stages of key training after all. However, these 12 flying swords were all first-class superior magic weapons, and they were also blessed by the power of the earthly evil sword formation, so their power was extremely impressive. This also caused the solid golden scales on the bodies of the group of golden pythons to only resist the sword formation for a moment before being pierced through by the flying swords, leaving streaks of blood. In just one encounter, 4 golden pythons in the early stage of key training died tragically under the sword formation. Just as the sword formation was successful, 2 water arrows followed one after another and bombarded the body of a golden python in the early stage of key training covered with the golden scales. The 2 water arrows were powerful, and under their combined power, they directly smashed the golden scales on the head of the golden python and pierced through the head of the golden python. In just 3 or 4 breaths, 5 golden pythons were killed. Ling Pengyun was very happy about this achievement. He moved his mind slightly, controlled the sword formation and killed the group of golden pythons again. Under the repeated bombardment of the sword formation and water arrows for more than 10 times, more than 30 golden pythons died one after another. The group of golden pythons had been destroyed, and Ling Pengyun once again set his killing intent on a group of phosphorus armored pythons at the beginning and middle stages of key training, which were also known for their strong scales. The fate of these scaled armored pythons was the same as that of the group of golden pythons. They did not survive a few moves at Ling Pengyun's hands. When Ling Pengyun was killing them, the foundation-building cultivators of the Ling, Wen, Wang, and Liu families, who did not have to deal with foundation-building monsters, and the Liu family's flame cloud tiger, also went all out to kill the key training monsters among the 2,000 monsters that attacked this time. The 4 foundation-building cultivators were powerful, and each attack could take the lives of at least dozens of key training monsters, especially Ling Yunhong, the only one of the 4 who was a foundation-building cultivator at the middle stage. Ling Yunhong relied on the 18 flying swords to gather the sword formation, stimulating hundreds of sword beams. Every time the sword array carries a torrent of sword light and washes through the group of key training monster beasts, it can take away the lives of at least nearly 100 key training monster beasts. If it is as simple as chopping vegetables, there are not many key training monster beasts that can survive 2 breaths under the torrent of sword light. It is precisely because these 4 foundation-building monks and the Liu family's guardian beast, the flame cloud tiger in the early stage of foundation building, have made all-out efforts to kill the key training monster beasts in the group of monster beasts, and the defensive light curtain transformed by the 2-element earth accumulating formation temporarily blocks the monster beasts from attacking from the outside. Within 2 hours, the Huaishu County monks who were defending the Rock Armor Valley, with the help of the extremely strong 2-element earth accumulating formation, killed more than 2,000 key training monster beasts with 0 deaths. On the battlefield, only the 2 late-stage foundation-building snake monsters trapped in the flame-burning formation were left. Under the full-strength attack of hundreds of key training monks and 4 foundation-building monks, the late-stage foundation-building snake monsters in the formation were also killed one after another, following the footsteps of the other monster beasts. Although the Luo family did not participate in the battle to kill the key training monsters, they made a great contribution to the battle situation. They trapped the 2 strongest late foundation-building monster pythons in the monster group, which made it so easy for the cultivators stationed in the valley to win. This move also made the other 4 major families give up some of the monster corpses to the Luo family. Although the 8 foundation-building monsters were killed by the Lianga Izuta formation controlled by Luo Minghu and arranged in this valley, this formation did not belong to Luo Minghu alone, but was used by the Bailing sect to help the 5 major families better guard this place. Therefore, the other 4 major families all had a share of the 8 foundation-building monsters. However, the majority of the heads went to the Luo family, where the main force Luo Minghu was, and the Luo family got the 2 most valuable late foundation-building snake monster corpses. Because Ling Yunhong's own cultivation reached the middle stage of foundation building, the Ling family got the only 2 corpses of the 8 foundation-building monsters in the middle stage of foundation building. The Tiger Roar Liu family was given 2 remains of monster beasts in the early stage of foundation building because Liu Daoming himself was in the foundation building stage, plus a flame cloud tiger in the early stage of foundation building. The King's Hu Wang family and Yun Wu Wen family, whose families were weaker, each only received 1 remains of monster beasts in the early stage of foundation building. The 5 families did not have much complaints about this distribution. After all, it was divided according to strength. The 5 foundation building families in Huaishu County all moved from the counties of Jing and Ning states of Balingmen 8 years ago. There were no conflicts between them. There were not many people in the family, and they could not manage their own territories, so there had never been any conflicts. If there were no huge interests, the 5 families would not intend to break this balance. The 5 families have not been foundation building families for long, and they are in the early stage. It is a period of peaceful development and digestion of their own territories. It is better to be harmonious during this period. Moreover, now is the time of the great war with the monsters. If there is an internal conflict, it will not be a good thing. Chapter 132 News from the Front. After the battle, in a wooden house at the Ling clan's residence in Yanjia Valley, Ling Pengyun waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, from which dozens of monster corpses came out, and he began to count the harvest. In this battle, Ling Pengyun played a little clever. During the battle, he deliberately avoided those powerful late-stage and perfect key training monsters, and instead specifically looked for those weaker early-stage and middle-stage key training monsters to kill. It was precisely because of this that he reaped a lot of rewards in this battle, hunting down a total of 101 key training monsters, but only gave 30% of the monster corpses to the Luo clan, leaving only 71 monster corpses in his hands. Among them, the corpses of early-stage and middle-stage key training monsters were 51 and 20 respectively. After calculating this, Ling Pengyun looked overjoyed. I didn't expect that I could still get such a harvest this time, apart from the 30 corpses of early key training monsters that were given to Luo's family. From this battle, the defensive formation is indeed crucial. If there was no light curtain protection from the 2-element earth accumulating formation in the valley, I would definitely not have such a harvest. Ling Pengyun understood the huge difference in the number of monster corpses obtained in the 2 battles of conquering the mountain and defending the valley. The battle of conquering the mountain was a normal battle, while the battle of defending the valley relied on the formation, and there was no need to defend at all, just attack with all one's might. It is precisely because the formation has such great benefits that the price of high-level formations is very expensive. The huge Ling family, after years of savings, only bought a second-level low-grade formation and arranged it in Lingxiao Mountain as a protective formation. Delighted, Ling Pengyun took out another storage bag from his arms and summoned 3 rock-armored monster ape corpses from it. The corpses of the monsters obtained in today's battle, plus the corpses of 2 key training early stage, 1 key training middle stage rock-armored ape, and 1 key training perfect monster ape killed in the previous battle to capture the mountain. If you count them like this, I have a total of 53 key training early stage, 21 middle stage, and 1 key training perfect monster ape corpses in my hands. Except for the key training perfect monster ape corpse that needs to be left to Feng Yingpeng as a cultivation resource, and 10 key training middle stage golden spotted pythons and scale armored pythons as materials for future refining. If the remaining monster corpses are all handed over to Balingmen, you can get 375 contribution points. With this amount of contribution points, a bottle of Yunsan spirit water will come. After some calculations, Ling Pengyun's smile on his face became even brighter. This time, he participated in the battle for the Balingmen to seize territory, hunted monsters and handed them over to the Balingmen, and exchanged them for contribution points for 3 purposes. First, to exchange for Yunsan spirit water, which rarely appears in the outside world, for the slow cultivating thorn vines. Secondly, if he earns 5,000 contribution points, he can exchange for a pulse protecting pill that helps with foundation building, so as to prepare for his own foundation building in the future. Thirdly, there is not much hope, but it is also Ling Pengyun's own big goal, that is, to earn 10,000 contribution points, exchange for a second-class foundation building spiritual item, Baling water, and give it to the thorny vines to take when he reaches the perfection of key training in the future. Although Ling Pengyun himself will also need a Baling water in the future, he is sure that he can earn spiritual stones to buy it with his family. As for leaving behind the corpses of 10 golden pythons in the middle stage of key training, it is also a helpless move. Ling Pengyun needs to peel off the strong and solid python skin of the golden python and the scaled armor python. Without this layer of python skin, the Baling sect will not accept the pure flesh and blood of the golden python and the scaled armor python. As a sect with 100 arts as its master, the Baling sect has a great demand for monster materials. In this scramble for territory, The Bailing sect released so many good things that are rarely seen on weekdays, just to let the monks participating in this battle help collect monster materials. As long as these monster materials pass through the hands of the Bai practitioners and Bailingmen, they can be refined into spiritual objects one by one, and then sold back to the monks in Bailingmen territory at a price several times the purchase price. Although the battle in Yanjian Valley is over, the battlefield of Yaomang Mountain in the distance is still full of fighting. Tens of thousands of monster corpses have died the ground outside Yaomang Mountain blood red, and at least dozens of monsters die every moment. The battle has only lasted for a few hours, but the hundreds of thousands of monsters have now been reduced to nearly 70,000 or 80,000. Although the tens of thousands of monks defending Yaomang Mountain have made great contributions, under the collision and bombardment of the magic and physical strength of the monsters who are determined to fight to the death, some cracks have appeared on the huge red light curtain covering Yaomang Mountain. This situation was also noticed by Mo Kongson, the commander of this battle. His expression was slightly wrinkled. After swallowing the next pill to restore his spiritual power, he pinched his fingers to condense 36 seals and injected them into the 36 formation flags that besieged the Black Wind Demon Wolf. The 36 formation flags flashed with spiritual light, and the flames that gushed out were 3 times larger. The increase in flames made the Black Wind Demon Wolf, who was struggling to support the body protection Yuan Gang to resist, miserable. It was sure to escape from this battle, but it would pay a painful price. It regretted coming here from the Bayun Mountains to repel the Bailingmen because of the benefits given by the Dead Ice Dragon. After thinking a lot, the Black Wind Demon Wolf made up his mind. It looked ruthless, opened its mouth and spit out an inner pill, which directly blasted away one of the formation flags that besieged it. When the formation was loosened and the flames of the other formation flags weakened, it quickly took back the inner pill, relied on the strong body protection Yuan Gang to withstand the surrounding flames, and turned into a black tornado to escape from the formation and quickly flew away. At the top of the Demon Python Mountain, Mo Kongson saw the Black Wind Demon Wolf running away, but a smile appeared on his face. He had never thought of leaving the Black Wind Demon Wolf behind from the beginning. He could not do it with his strength. He only wanted to scare the Black Wind Demon Wolf away, and then, together with Wu Tian and the 3 giant and early stage puppets, repel the angry water dragon. Then, win this battle and occupy this Wanli. The fact was indeed as Mo Kongson expected. After the Black Wind Demon Wolf ran away, he cooperated with Wu Tian and the 3 giant and early stage puppets. A total of 5 giant and early stage powerhouses worked together to cut off a long tail of the giant and middle stage water dragon, whose inner elixir had been injured by the 9 Yanjiang Xianjian 8 years ago and whose strength had been greatly reduced. Although the water dragon was furious and Mo Kongson killed the ice dragon, it had no choice but to flee in order to save its own life. Before fleeing, in order to protect the monsters in the Jiamang Lake, it also called on the remaining monsters here to retreat together. The battle for territory launched by Bailing sect can be said to have been won. 1 day later, at noon, a disciple of Bailing sect used a flying magic weapon to enter the Yanjia mountain range and was spotted by the patrolling Ling family monk. After the disciple of Bailing sect revealed his identity, he was taken into the Yanjia Valley by the patrolling Ling family monk. As soon as he entered the valley, he found the foundation-building clan leaders of the 5 major families of Huaishu County stationed in the valley, and told them about the front line of Yaomang Mountain, where the spiritual formation master Mo Kongson relied on the Yanjiang Xianjian formation to kill the giant and ice dragon of Jiamang Lake, seriously injured the giant and water dragon, and repelled more than 100,000 monsters that counterattack Jiamang Lake. When the foundation-building monks of the 5 families heard about this, they were not amazed at first, but a little unbelieving. The killing of Jiamang's giant and ice dragon was too shocking. When they saw the Bailing sect disciple using the recording disc to play the scene of the ice dragon being killed, the 5 foundation-building monks believed it. After that, the Bailing sect disciple chatted with the 5 foundation-building monks and left the Rock Armor Valley. After he left, the 5 foundation-building monks immediately summoned the clansmen of each clan in the valley. In the Ling clan's residence, a large wooden house was used as a temporary meeting hall by the Ling clan monks. Ling Yanhong's sudden summons surprised many of the Ling clan members. If there is a monster attacking, just summon them to fight. Just when everyone was puzzled, the clan leader Ling Yanhong spoke. There are 2 things to say about this matter. First, the frontline battle has ended. Bailing sect won a great victory. Bailing sect not only repelled the counterattack of more than 100,000 monsters from Jiamang Lake, but also the Spirit Array Master killed the Ice Dragon in the early stage of the Golden Core in Jiamang Lake with a large formation. The 30 Ling Clan key training monks present were shocked when they heard this. It has only been 10 days since Bailingman launched the war to seize the territory of Jiamang Lake. In 10 days, relying on the second-level superior spiritual vein of Yaomang Mountain, not only did they kill a giant ice dragon from Jiamang Lake, but they also repelled more than 100,000 monsters from Jiamang Lake. This is very shocking. If the two giant ice dragons in Jiamang Lake were so easy to kill, Bailingman's expansion would not be so slow. 8 years ago, it would not have taken several years of protracted wars with monsters to seize the thousands of miles of territory in Huaishu County. Ling Rufan, who was the ninth in the generation of the highest seniority present and was responsible for delivering offerings to the low-level spiritual mountain stationed in the family before the war, was very excited and asked, "Yunhong, is this true?" Ling Yunhong nodded and said, "Uncle Jiu, this matter was just passed on by the disciples of Bailing sect, and they took out a disc recording the killing of the giant ice dragon by the spiritual array master of Bailing sect for us to watch. The video was not tampered with, and it was indeed true." After hearing this, everyone was convinced. Ling Pengyun in the crowd had a twinkling look in his eyes, and muttered to himself. There were only two giant Jiaolongs in Jiamang Lake, and now one was killed, leaving only one giant Jiaolong in Jiamang Lake, and its strength has been greatly reduced. After this battle, Bailing sect may not only be able to seize the 10,000 miles of territory in Jiamang Lake, but it is possible that the territory seized by Bailing sect this time can reach tens of thousands of miles, and establish a state. With the addition of the spiritual veins in these territories, Bailing sect may be very prosperous in the next few hundred years. And the status of Wu Dan, the direct descendant of the giant in that my cousin married, may also rise. One person gets the whole family to rise, the Yang family. When Ling Pengyun was daydreaming, Ling Yunhong spoke again. The second thing is that because the battle for territory ended too quickly, the tens of thousands of cultivators who participated in the battle did not earn many contribution points by handing over the monsters. In order to avoid public outrage, Bailing sect actually planned to let our forces hunt monsters for Bailing sect. Bailing sect stipulated that in the next year, cultivators who are not from Bailing sect can still hand in the corpses of monsters, obtain corresponding contribution points, and exchange them for the spiritual objects agreed before the war. In addition, the army of monsters in this 10,000 miles of land has been repelled, and there is no need for us to garrison in this valley. After some time, someone from Bailing sect will come to rotate. You have two choices. One is to return to the family, and the other is to go deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters. Because I planned to hunt enough monsters before, exchange a bottle of Bailing water from Bailing sect, and give it to the fairy crane in the clan to take, so in the next year, I plan to go deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters, hand in the corpses of monsters to Bailing sect, and earn contribution points. I wonder what you think? If you are willing to follow me to hunt monsters, you can keep the monsters you kill. Although Ling Yunhong is a foundation-building cultivator with extremely strong combat power, the 30 key training clan members present all have a cultivation level above the middle stage of key training, and they also master the formation. The strength of the formations and the mutual cooperation between the formations is not weak. When killing the monsters, these clan members can also play a significant role. When hearing Ling Yunhong's question, more than half of the 30 Ling clan members present showed an interested look. After all, Ling Yunhong is a foundation-building cultivator, and it is much safer to follow him to hunt monsters. Moreover, they also want to exchange things from Bailingman, and the contribution points in their hands are not enough. Of course, there are also some weaker clan members who are hesitant. They are afraid of following Ling Yunhong to go deep into the Jiamang Lake to kill monsters and encounter life-threatening dangers, but they also want to earn some contribution points. As for those who want to refuse this matter directly, there is no one. Thanks to the promise of blue sky and white clouds, Book Friend 201102101511444198, Egg Pirate Ship, and Taoist Master Kuang Fang for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 2022051006515787 for his 100-point reward, and Soltiom for his 500-point reward. Chapter 133, Deep into Jiamang Lake. After a while, The oldest Ling Rufan spoke up on behalf of the other members of the Ru generation. We, the old brothers, will participate in this matter. Ling Yanhuang heard this and looked at Ling Rufan and the other elders of the Ru generation behind him. He frowned and spoke with a little embarrassment. Uncle Jiu, you don't have much time left now, and your cultivation is about to decline. If it weren't for the shortage of manpower in the clan, I wouldn't let you participate in this battle. Now that the battle is over, you should return to the clan to enjoy your old age. Ling Rufan said firmly. Yanhong, dying in bed is not a good thing. We have to hunt monsters. If you don't let us old guys follow, we will go by ourselves. That's right. The other elders of the Ru generation agreed. Seeing that these elders of the Ru generation were so decisive, Ling Yanhong had no choice but to agree. Ling Yanhong knew clearly why these elders of the Ru family, who were over 100 years old and had little lifespan, insisted on hunting monsters. They simply wanted to earn more cultivation resources while they were alive to pave the way for their descendants. With these 5 elders of the Ru family taking the lead, the other Ling family members also spoke up one after another. Seeing that everyone wanted to go, Ling Yanhong spoke up. Since you all agree to this, when the people from Bailing sect come here to take turns, we will go deep into the Jiamang Lake together. In just 2 days, dozens of Bailing sect key training disciples and a Bailing sect deacon in the foundation building period came to Yanjia Valley to take turns to replace the 5 cultivators from Huaishu County who were stationed here. Without this garrison mission, the people from the 5 major families in Huaishu County also left the valley one after another. After leaving the valley, the people of the 5 major families, except for a few more cautious monks who returned to their families on their own, most of the monks, like the monks of the Ling family, all sneaked deep into the Jiamang Lake. However, although the purpose of the 5 major families was to go deep into the Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters, they did not go together. Not long ago, although they were stationed together in Yanjia Valley, it was because the matter was commissioned by Bailingman, and no one dared to do anything bad. If there was no pressure from the huge monster of Bailingman, the 5 major families would fall apart. After all, they were not from the same family, who would give their lives to unfamiliar foreigners in a war? It is possible that these foreigners would stab them in the back when they encounter a crisis. After leaving Yanjia Valley, a total of 31 monks of the Ling family first spent 2 days rushing more than 3,000 miles to the Ice Dragon Mountain with a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein, which was previously the Monster Python Mountain. Because the Bailing sect's Lingzun's Henrin killed the giant Bingjao of Jiamang Lake in this mountain, the Bailing sect specially renamed this Yaomang Mountain to Bingjao Mountain. At the same time, this Bingjao Mountain was planned by the Bailing sect to be built into a market called Bingjao Market within a few days of repelling the Jiamang Lake army. The market was built on a huge flat land halfway up the Bingjao Mountain. Outsiders were not allowed to enter the top of the mountain. There was only a palace built, which was the residence of the Bailing sect's giant monks Lingzun's Henrin and Lingfu's Henrin stationed in this market. Although the Jiamang Lake monster was repelled, the 2 giant masters were afraid that the Jiamang Lake monster would launch a counterattack again, so they would not leave in a short time. After the Ling family and their party entered the Bingjao market, they followed the guidance of some Bailing sect's key training disciples who served as guides in the market, and came to the Bingjao mansion, which was in charge of the market affairs and could hand in the monster corpses to exchange for contribution points. He handed over the corpses of the monsters obtained from the 2 previous battles of seizing Yanjia Mountain and stationing in Yanjia Valley to the people of Bailingman, and obtained some contribution points to buy spiritual objects. After handing over dozens of monster corpses, Ling Pengyun obtained a total of 375 contribution points. Relying on these contribution points, he spent 300 contribution points to buy a bottle of Yunsan spiritual water. Because he was going to go deep into the territory of Yaomang Lake to fight monsters, Ling Pengyun did not immediately give the purchased Yunsan spiritual water to the thorny vines. The thorny vines are not yet intelligent, and taking Yunsan spiritual water and other spiritual waters of heaven and earth requires Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness to guide and refine, which takes a lot of time. According to Ling Pengyun's idea, he planned to give the thorny vines the medicine after returning to the family, or find an opportunity to give it to the thorny vines when fighting monsters. In addition to exchanging spiritual objects, the Ling family also got a message from the manager of the Bingjao Mansion during this trip to Bingjao Mansion. That is, the Bingjao market has just been established. The Bingjao Mansion plans to open a total of 300 shops in the market. If the Ling family wants to buy a shop, they need to hand over 5 foundation building monsters to Bailingmen before they are eligible to use spirit stones or contribution points to buy a shop. Of course, if you hand over the corpses of foundation building monsters, you can still get corresponding contribution points. After leaving the Binjiao mansion, the 31 cultivators of the Ling family gathered in a small corner of the market. The leader Ling Yanhong looked solemn and said to everyone, "I'm sure you've heard what the steward of Binjiao mansion said just now. Binjiao Market is the only market in Binjiao County that is about to be established. Moreover, this market, as far as we can see now, has the same strategic location as the Huaishu market back then. It is the only market in Bailingman's territory that is closest to Jiamang Lake. I won't say much about the benefits of such a geographical advantage. This market will surely become extremely prosperous with the strong support of Bailingman. Our Ling family must buy at least one shop. Buying a shop in the market will not only benefit you and me, but also the entire Ling family. In the future, the family's spiritual objects will have one more place to sell. The purchase of a shop is imperative, and as we go deeper into Jiamang Lake, our main target is the foundation building monsters. You need to be mentally prepared. If anyone is afraid, you can leave." After saying this, Ling Yanhuang looked at everyone and saw that the 30 Ling clan members in front of him did not retreat, which made him quite satisfied. Then, he called the Ling clan members to leave the market and go deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake. On the way to the Jiamang Lake, the Ling clan members saw many traces of other cultivators in the Bailingman territory, and even many Bailingman disciples. This situation was not good for the Ling clan cultivators. They went 3 or 4,000 miles deep into the Jiamang Lake territory, but only found a dozen key training monsters. This also prompted the Ling clan members to see the traces of cultivators several times more than the traces of monsters. It was as if this place was not the Jiamang Lake territory, but the human territory. In the Jiamang Lake territory, on a spiritual vein, Ling Yanhong looked at the mess of battle traces and blood on the spiritual vein, and suddenly realized that the monster that originally occupied the spiritual vein here might have been killed by the cultivator. He frowned and said to the 30 Ling clan members following behind him, "We are still a little late. Let's go deeper." Ling Pengyun paused when he heard this. The deeper they went into the territory of Jiamang Lake, the greater the danger they would encounter. It was possible that if they killed a monster, they would be besieged by a group of monsters, and finally alarm the surrounding foundation building monsters into danger. This kind of thing was not impossible. Although he was worried, he did not speak. He was not the only one who knew this truth. All the members of the Ling family present knew it, including Ling Yanhuang who proposed this matter. But if they did not continue to go deeper into the territory of Jiamang Lake, they would also encounter the situation where there were no monsters to kill like today. After running around for several days, the 31 people of the Ling family went deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake for more than 6,000 miles. Only then did they gradually show signs of monsters around them, and from time to time, the roars of monsters could be heard around them. Obviously, this deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake has not been affected by the tens of thousands of cultivators of Bailingman. Similarly, this also represents a crisis. Since this place is full of monsters and beasts, Ling Yanhong first led the Ling family to find a hidden deserted valley, and then released the fairy crane king who had perfected his key training, and let it fly in the air to find higher grade spiritual veins in the surrounding area. Spiritual veins in the monster beast territory are bound to be occupied by monster groups or powerful monsters, and the higher the grade of the spirit vein, the stronger the monster occupying it, and the greater the probability of having a foundation building monster. The fairy crane king is extremely powerful and fast. There are only a handful of key training monsters below the foundation building stage who can catch up with it. Moreover, it is also a monster, so it is relatively normal in this area of Jiamang Lake where monsters and beasts are rampant. It is much safer than a large group of Ling family cultivators randomly looking for spiritual veins in monsters. After a while, the fairy crane king found a place with spiritual energy in the surrounding area and returned to the deserted valley where the 31 Ling family cultivators were hiding. There are still. Chapter 134, Killing the Fireball Rats. In the desolate valley, Ling Yanhong used the master recognition restriction with the fairy crane king to ask about the situation of the spiritual place that the fairy crane king had just explored. The fairy crane king called a few times and told Ling Yanhong about the situation of the place. Because there was a master recognition restriction between the two, Ling Yanhong, as the master, could understand the words conveyed by the Fairy Crane King's call. After listening, Ling Yanhong told everyone in the Ling family about the information of the place. The Immortal Crane King discovered 2 spiritual veins within more than 5 miles around this desolate valley. There are only dozens of key training fireball rats on the spiritual vein with weaker spiritual energy. According to the Immortal Crane King's perception, there are at least 100 key training demon wolves on the spiritual vein with stronger spiritual energy. There is also an extremely terrifying aura in that spiritual vein. It is most likely a Foundation establishment demon wolf. The Immortal Crane King did not dare to approach and investigate the situation of the demon beast in that spiritual vein, so he did not know the depth of the cultivation of the Foundation establishment demon wolf. But the strength of the Foundation establishment demon wolf should not be strong, otherwise there would not be only 100 key training demon wolves on that spiritual vein. This inference was quite agreed by everyone in the Ling family. If the Foundation establishment demon wolf king among the demon wolves is strong, he can find more food, and the tribe will prosper. Speaking of this, Ling Yanhong looked at Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing, and continued to speak. Given that the fireball rats are the lowest level of monsters, they are not strong and there are not many of them, and they are only a few miles away from the monster wolves, I plan to split my forces into 2 groups. I, Penguin, Xiahua, my 8th brother and other 18 clansmen who master the Wutu Curtain Array, the Fiery Fire Array, and the Yimu Monster Trapping Array will go to kill the hundreds of monster wolves. With our strength, we are enough to destroy them. As for the dozens of key training fireball rats on the weaker spiritual veins, Pengyun and Penxing's 12 clansmen who master the Monster Binding Array and the Golden Needle Array will go there. I will let the Immortal Crane King, who has perfected key training, assist you to reduce the danger. This will save time and maximize the benefits. What do you think? Ling Yanhong's move was indeed to save time and gain greater gains. Secondly, it was also to train Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing, the 2 most prominent people in the Peng generation of the family. Ling Pengyun is the pillar of the family's future spiritual plants and refining, and of course his talent for cultivation is not bad. Ling Penxing is the only sword cultivator in the family. He is extremely powerful and talented. He is a dual spiritual cultivator. He is only 25 years old, but his cultivation has reached the 8th level of key training. Another sword cultivator in the Ling family is the 2nd elder Ling Ruxin. As a foundation-building cultivator, Ling Yanhong knows that a cultivator can only grow by experiencing the baptism of blood, that is, tempering his combat power in battle, and tempering his state of mind in battle. Ling Penxing, who has always wanted to temper himself in the battle to seize territory from Bailingman, heard this, his face suddenly brightened, and he was the first to speak in agreement. 3rd ancestor, I agree with this. Ling Pengyun, who was standing aside, glanced at 3rd brother Ling Penxing, saw his confident look, and thought about Ling Penxing's strength, and also spoke out to express his agreement. 3rd ancestor, I also agree with this. Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing respectively mastered the array plates of the Monster Binding Array and the Golden Needle Array. They both agreed, and the Ling clan members who mastered the array flags of the Monster Binding Array and the Golden Needle Array also naturally agreed. Without the array, they were just cultivators in the middle stage of key training, and had no advantage in hunting monsters. Moreover, relying on the Monster Binding Array, the Golden Needle Array, Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing's strong strength, and the help of the Immortal Crane King who had perfected key training, it was not impossible to kill dozens of monster rats. Only by following the strong can you have meat to eat. Seeing that Ling Pengyun and others all agreed, Ling Yanhong opened his mouth to instruct. Pengyun, Penxing, you 2 have higher cultivation, and you have spare energy in the battle. If you see that the situation of killing monster rats is not going well, you must crush the family token in time. I will come immediately after I sense the rescue. Understood. Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing replied in succession. Ling Yanhong nodded, and after asking everyone to rest for several hours, Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun also left the desolate valley separately. With the guidance of the Fairy Crane King in the sky, they could avoid the nearby monsters. After Ling Pengyun, Ling Penxing and their group of 12 left the desolate valley for only 1 incense stick, they appeared in a dense forest. After passing through the dense forest, there was a small valley covering an area of no more than 100 feet. As soon as the Ling family and the group entered the valley, Ling Pengyun saw a dark cave on the stone wall deep in the valley. The entrance and exit of this cave was 3 feet high and 3 feet wide, and from time to time there would be a trace of rich spiritual energy emanating from it, which was very obvious. Ling Pengyun saw that the fairy crane king in the sky, who had been soaring in the sky and acting as a guide, had now landed beside them, and was looking at the deep cave deep in the valley with a sharp gaze, and he immediately understood. He waved his hand and took out the array plate and an array flag of the demon binding array from his storage bag, and then summoned the Fenggying Pen, who had just entered the early stage of key training, from the beast-controlling bag on his waist, and then he spoke to everyone. That should be the location of the dozens of demon rats' nests discovered by the immortal Crane King. Take out the array flags and set up the array. Because Ling Pengyun had a strong cultivation and clear-headed approach, he was appointed by Ling Yanhong to temporarily command Ling Penxing and others when he parted with Ling Yanhong and his party. Although Ling Penxing had a high cultivation and strong combat power, he was too aggressive and was a fierce general, and was not suitable for commanding the overall situation. As for the 10 Ling clan members who followed Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing, although they were all elders of the Xiao generation, these clan members were only at the 4th or 5th level of key training. On weekdays, they mostly handled some family affairs or stationed at low-level spiritual mountains in the territory. They did not have much combat experience, and compared with the combat experience of Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing, they were about the same. In this situation, it is natural to listen to the words of those with higher cultivation. Ling Pengyun made a signal, and the 11 Ling clan members present took out their formation flags. As soon as these formation flags were taken out, they were thrown out by the Ling clan members and flew outside the cave deep in the valley. There were 12 formation flags in total, forming a demon binding formation and a golden needle formation respectively. The spiritual fluctuations caused by the two formations of trapping and killing were noticed by the demon rats in the deep cave. After a while, 3 red-haired demon rats the size of puppies rushed out of the deep cave to explore the cause of the spiritual fluctuations outside the cave. When they poked their heads out of the cave and saw that there were 12 cultivators at the entrance of the valley hundreds of feet away, they were shocked and opened their mouths to roar. Squeak! Before this sound fell, bursts of footsteps and rushing sounds were heard in the deep cave. Ling Pengyun, who noticed this, frowned and signaled. Brother, use the golden needle array to kill the 3 key training initial stage demon rats first. Ling Penxing, who was in control of the golden needle array disc, heard this and pinched his hands together, and entered a spell into the golden needle array disc floating in front of him. The 6 golden needle array flags that formed the golden needle array and floated outside the demon rat cave suddenly flashed with golden luster, spraying more than 10 golden needles, directly beating the 3 key training initial stage demon rats that walked out of the cave into sieves. Not long after the 3 demon rats died, more than 20 key training stage demon rats rushed out of the deep cave one after another. Seeing these demon rats appear, Ling Pengyun groaned. Array up. Fenggying, destroy the enemy. Outside the deep cave, the 6 floating demon binding array flags flashed at the same time, transforming into blue transparent light curtain. Dozens of arm-thick water ropes were separated from the light curtain, which successively trapped the more than 20 demon rats that rushed out of the cave, including their mouths for casting spells. The golden needle array that had been set up long ago was under the control of Ling Penxing. It continuously shot out dozens of golden needles, and together with the 2 spirit beasts, the fairy crane king and the little wind shadow Peng, cast dozens of wind blades to bombard the bodies of the 20 demon rats trapped in the demon binding array. The most powerful of the 20 demon rats bound by the demon binding array was only a rat king in the middle stage of key training. The rest of the demon rats were in the early stage of key training, and they did not cast defensive spells in advance. Under the bombardment of dozens of golden needles and wind blades, in just 5 breaths, the 20 demon rats were all killed and had no life. The battle ended so quickly that all the Ling clan members present were happy. As the commander, Ling Pengyun breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, this is the first battle I commanded, and there were no casualties among the clan members, otherwise it would be a big sin. After a sigh, Ling Pengyun mobilized his spiritual sense and explored the deep cave behind the corpses of demon rats. After noticing that there was no demon beast in the cave, he was relieved and gave orders. Elders, half of the clan members will be vigilant with me to prevent the remnants of demon rats, and the other half will use storage bags to collect the corpses of more than 20 demon rats. After this is over, we will distribute the harvest. The execution ability of the Ling family members was very strong. After a while, The corpses of more than 20 demon rats were collected by everyone in storage bags. After this matter was over, Ling Pengyun spoke again. Elders, this demon rat nest contains spiritual veins. There may be spiritual plants or other spiritual objects. However, this cave is small, so take out defensive magic tools and be careful. After saying this, Ling Pengyun waved the superior quality Zuanshu shield given by the family refiner Ling Yunnan before the war, held it tightly in his hand, covered the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness, and led the way into the demon rat cave. The demon rat cave was filled with an unpleasant smell. Ling Pengyun frowned and quickly mobilized his spiritual power to block his nostrils, which made him feel better. He walked along the cave passage for 100 feet and finally reached the end. The end of the passage was several feet wide. On both sides of the passage were grooves several feet in size, which were covered with a lot of weeds. It looked like the place where those demon rats lived. Ling Pengyun swept across dozens of grooves on the rock wall, and his eyes finally stopped in one of the grooves on the left. A small rat with no hair, pink skin, and fist-sized eyes kept making squeaking sounds. Seeing this young fireball rat, Ling Pengyun's face brightened and he asked, "This little fireball rat's hair hasn't grown yet. It's probably just been born. It was born with the acquired perfect cultivation aptitude. Although it's not good, it's barely okay. It's a good time to use the master recognition restriction. Is there any elder who wants it? There's only one rat, and it's not easy to share. Whoever wants it can take it. Because the potential of the fireball rat clan is not strong, at most it can only be promoted to the middle stage of key training." Therefore, after the statement was made, several breaths passed and no Ling family cultivator spoke. In the crowd, Ling Xiaoming, who was born in the mortal world, had wanted a spirit beast for a long time, but he had to give up this idea because he didn't have enough resources for cultivation. But during this period of time, he followed his clan members to kill many monsters, and he also obtained a lot of cultivation resources. With his current wealth, he can barely cultivate a spirit beast. He also knew that the fireball rat clan had poor aptitude, but now the little fireball rat in front of him was given for free, and it was hard for him not to be tempted with his limited wealth. On the market, even a young demon beast with the same aptitude as the little fireball rat in front of him is worth at least 30 spirit stones, and the price of a young demon beast with better aptitude is even higher. Ling Xiaoming's eyes fell on the young fireball rat, and his eyes were full of desire. He saw that no one had spoken, and hesitated for a while, then said shamelessly, "Pengyun, I want this rat." Ling Pengyun heard this and turned his head to look at Ling Xiaoming who spoke. Although he was not familiar with this elder of the Xiao generation, he had heard that this elder was very hardworking in cultivation. Ling Xiaoming ranked 8th in the Xiao generation. He was born in the mortal world, and his aptitude was not strong. He only had 5 spirit roots. However, Ling Xiaoming had always been very hardworking in cultivation. Since he had just come of age more than 20 years ago, he went out to work as a handyman in a shop opened by a casual cultivator in Yunshifang City, earning spirit stones, and had been doing it for more than 10 years. It was not until 8 years ago, when the family moved to Huaishu County, that he quit the menial job and accepted a task to guard a low-level spiritual mountain in the family. He stayed in the low-level spiritual mountain all year round just to earn the double offerings from the family for cultivation. It was also because of his hard work that he broke through to the 5th level of key training at the age of 48 with a talent of 5 spiritual roots. Ling Xiaoming might have a few chances to break through to the late stage of key training in this life. The progress of ordinary 5 spiritual roots cultivators is not so fast. As for Ling Pengyun, although he also has 5 spiritual roots, he has the help of Yin and Yang Taichu Qi, and his cultivation aptitude is comparable to that of 3 spiritual roots. Okay, Uncle 8. Ling Pengyun waved his hand to perform the object control technique and handed the little fireball rat in the groove of the rock wall to Ling Xiaoming in the crowd. After Ling Xiaoming took the little fireball rat, his face was happy, and he carefully put the baby beast into his sleeves, and then thanked Ling Pengyun. "Thank you. You're welcome, Uncle 8. Ling Pengyun waved his hand and said something, then spoke to everyone. "Elders, this nest has been explored, and there are no other spiritual creatures. Let's quickly meet up with the 8th ancestor who is hunting the demon wolf pack." Everyone agreed. This place is the Jiamang Lake area where demon beasts are rampant. Ling Yanhong, who has been away from the foundation building cultivation for too long, is a little uneasy. After the group left the demon rat's nest, Ling Pengyun called out to the immortal crane king who was standing quietly outside the nest. "Immortal, take us to find the 8th ancestor." This immortal crane king is only one step away from building a foundation, and has some spiritual intelligence. In addition, it has lived for many years and can understand some of the meaning of Ling Pengyun's words. It nodded, spread its wings and flapped quickly, and flew up, slowly flying in one direction. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun waved his hand to call Xiao Fenggying Pen, Ling Pengxing and his tribe outside the cave. Elders, after leaving this valley, some demonic snakes or poisonous insects may appear from time to time in the surrounding dense forests or bushes, so be careful. After saying this, Ling Pengyun took the lead, gathered his breath, and sneaked out of the valley. Following the guidance of the fairy crane king soaring in the sky, he moved towards the direction where Ling Yanhuang and others were, and the other 11 Ling clan members followed closely behind. The end of 10,000. Please support me, everyone. Chapter 135. A hard fight with the golden feathered sparrows. On the other side, Ling Yanhong and other 19 members of the Ling clan came to the foot of a sacred mountain several dozen feet high. There is indeed a foundation building wolf demon in the mountain, but it is just as previously speculated, it is only in the early stage of foundation building, and there are only more than 110 key training demon wolves. Ling Yanhong mobilized his spiritual sense to scan the mountain in front of him, and checked the situation of the demon wolves in the mountain. He looked happy and made arrangements. "When we go up the mountain to fight, 8th brother, you and others will set up the Yimu trapping demon formation, and follow me to kill the early stage of foundation building demon wolf first. Penguin, Xiaohua, you and others will set up the Wutu transformation curtain formation and the blazing fire formation to resist the more than 110 key training demon wolves for a while. After I kill the foundation building demon wolf, I will come to help you." As soon as the words fell, wolf howls rang out in the sacred mountain. "Prepare for battle." Ling Yanhong's expression condensed, and he waved his hand and patted the storage bag, summoning 18 green flying swords from it, floating around his body, and called out. The 18 members of the Ling clan who were in the key training stage behind him took out the flags of various magic arrays, and cooperated with Ling Pengyun, Ling Xiaohua, and Ling Yunqian who were holding the array disc to throw the flags in the air. The 21 array flags of the Wu'earth, Lihou, and Yuwood trapped demon arrays were immediately lifted into the air. The next moment, a green-haired foundation-building wolf demon, the size of a yellow cow, led 100 key training wolf demons the size of calves to rush down from the mountain and attack Ling Yanhong and others at the foot of the mountain. As the demon wolf pack rushed, it continued to gather spiritual power in its mouth, and wind blades were spewed out by them. Hundreds of wind blades attacked, causing the Ling clan members to be frightened. The Wu'earth curtain array is up. Ling Pengyun pinched his fingers with both hands and cast a seal on the array disc in front of him. The array disc flashed with a spiritual light, and 6 of the 21 array flags suspended in the air were khaki in color, and array patterns floated up in the void. In an instant, a khaki light curtain appeared out of thin air, covering the Ling family. The hundreds of wind blades bombarded the light curtain of the magic array, making a series of roars, and the light curtain continued to shake. Boom! 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 Ling Pengyun, who saw this scene, quickly pinched the magic formula, performed the array secret technique, and hit the array disc. A dazzling khaki light flashed in the void of the array disc, and the shaking light curtain also stabilized at this moment. "Follow me to destroy this group of demon wolves." Ling Yanhong waved his hand and shot out the 18 flying swords floating beside him, shouting. The next moment, Ling Xiaohua also formed a formation with the 6 flags of the fiery fire array, which turned into a sea of fire and swept towards the demon wolf pack. Ling Yunqian used the array disc to control the 9 flags of the Yimu trap demon array, surrounded the foundation building wolf demon leading the demon wolf pack, and summoned hundreds of wooden vines to bind its limbs. The wolf demon in the early stage of foundation building was rushing, but suddenly found that his limbs were bound, and he was a little panicked. It was not until the 18 flying swords that Ling Yanhong shot at it that it came to its senses and quickly activated the body protection Yuan Gang, propped up a light curtain, and temporarily blocked the 18 flying swords. But after all, it was only at the early stage of foundation building, and there was a huge gap between it and Ling Yanhong, who was in the middle stage of foundation building. The body protection Yuan Gang held up by the demon wolf king had not lasted for 100 breaths before it was shattered by Ling Yanhong's Rongzi sword, Ju of the 18 flying swords combined into one by performing the transformation method of the earth demon sword formation. Before the wolf demon could react and spit out the inner elixir to survive a little longer, it was beheaded by the flying sword. With the death of the foundation building wolf demon king, Ling Yanhong, a powerful cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, was free. His 18 flying swords kept shuttling between the 100 key training wolf demons, taking away lives one by one. However, in just half an instant of time, with the combined efforts of Ling Yanhong and others, the battle was over. The Ling family, which won a great victory, suffered no casualties because of the protection of the Wuduhumu formation of the formation master Ling Pengyun. After the battle, Ling Yanhong smelled a strong bloody smell here, and his brows furrowed. Quickly clean up the battlefield, Pengyun, Xia Ahu and others continue to maintain the Wuduhumu formation and the fiery formation to be vigilant around, and the rest of the clan members will follow me to collect the bodies of the demon wolves killed in this battle as soon as possible. The Ling family members followed suit and put the bodies of the demon wolves here into the storage bags very quickly. But when everyone was about to leave this place, they didn't expect to hear the chirping of birds in the distant sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A strange sound came from the sky, startling the 19 Ling family members who had just killed the demon wolves and looked up. Seeing this, everyone in the Ling family was shocked. Hundreds of feet away in the southern sky, hundreds of golden feathered sparrows as big as human heads were flying towards the foot of the monster wolf mountain where they were. Ling Yanhong saw the hundreds of golden feathered sparrows flying in the sky, and his pupils shrank slightly. His spiritual sense swept through the flock of sparrows in the sky, and he noticed that there were 2 golden feathered sparrows in the early stage of foundation building in the flock. His brows were immediately furrowed. The golden feathered sparrows in the sky have discovered us. There are 2 golden feathered sparrows in the early stage of foundation building in the flock. The other more than 300 sparrows are all in the key refining stage. With the flying speed and eyesight of the sparrows, they can escape. Follow me to kill this group of golden feathered sparrows. The other 18 key refining cultivators of the Ling family were very afraid of the flock of sparrows in the sky and wanted to escape. However, they also knew that what Ling Yanhong said was right. They were now in the realm of monster beasts and did not dare to control flying magic tools at all. When rushing on the ground, they had to try their best to gather their breath and make less noise. The speed was not fast at all. Furthermore, the flock of birds in the sky was only a few hundred feet away from them. This distance was very close, and running away would be a dead end. As a foundation building cultivator, Ling Yanhong's spiritual sense covered a wide range. He waved his hand and directly shot out the 18 flying swords beside him, killing into the flock of birds hundreds of feet away. He deliberately avoided the 2 foundation building golden feathered birds in the flock, and used flying swords to kill the golden feathered birds in the key training period. This move was to reduce some pressure on the other 18 Ling family key training cultivators during the battle. Because Ling Yanhong used all his strength, in just 3 breaths, the 18 flying swords that formed the Earth Demon Sword formation killed nearly 80 golden feathered birds. During this time, the flock of birds also flew to within 100 feet of the Ling family. This distance was the distance that the key training golden feathered birds in the flock could attack, and it was also the distance that the Ling family's key training cultivators could cover with their spiritual sense. 8th brother, Ling Yanhong called out, and immediately changed his fingering, mobilizing the 18 flying swords that were killing in and out of the flock of birds, and blocked the 2 golden feathered birds in the early stage of foundation building in the flock of birds in the sky. Ling Yanqian, who was the 8th in the Yun generation, immediately understood what he said, and quickly used the Yimu demon trapping array plate to mobilize 9 array flags to surround the 2 golden feathered birds in the foundation building period. Hundreds of wooden vines appeared in the void and swept towards them. These wooden vines did not grow naturally, but were in all illusory formations, so there was no need for soil. The 2 golden feathered birds in the foundation building period could hide from 1 wooden vine, and they could also summon 2 wooden vines to attack and cut them off, but the endless wooden vines gave them a headache. After a while, the 2 golden feathered birds in the early stage of foundation building were directly tied up by the hundreds of wooden vines growing on the ground. With their wings bound, the 2 golden feathered birds in the foundation building period quickly fell from the air. Ling Yanhong also took the opportunity to use the sword art of the earthly evil sword formation wrong, and in an instant, cut off the right wing of a foundation-building early-stage golden-feathered bird. Just when he was planning to kill the foundation-building early-stage golden-feathered bird with the one wing cut off, he did not expect that it, which was bound by vines, suddenly exploded. With a bird cry, sharp feather arrows were transformed from spiritual power, cutting off most of the vines that bound it, and it was freed from control. Although its right wing was broken, it relied on the powerful spiritual power of the foundation-building period and the only remaining left wing to barely stabilize its body and fly in the air. Another foundation-building early-stage golden-feathered bird, which was bound by the wood vines transformed by the Yimu trap demon formation, also did the same thing, and transformed golden feather arrows to escape. Under the joint efforts of the two golden-feathered birds to bombard with hundreds of golden feather arrows, they barely resisted the sword formation killing move that Ling Yunhong had launched. Although the powerful Ling Yunhong still had the upper hand, it was difficult to kill the two golden-feathered birds in a short time. On the other side of the battlefield, Lingxiao, who had mastered the fiery array, used the magic formula to release a large area of fiery fire with the help of the fiery array, sweeping towards the golden skylarks in the sky. The hundreds of golden skylarks in the sky did not just watch the flames coming, but flapped their wings and used their spiritual power to transform into golden feathers, directly breaking up the sea of fire. Once the sea of fire was broken, some small cracks appeared on the 6 flags that formed the fiery array, and the gushing flames also weakened by 3 points, barely encircling only 30 or 40 key training golden skylarks. As for the feather arrows shot by the hundreds of key training golden skylarks earlier, they had already penetrated the sea of fire and hit the light curtain of the Wu-Tu-Hum-Yu formation that covered the Ling family. Because there were so many golden feathers, the Wu-Tu-Hum-Yu light curtain was only a first-level medium-grade magic array after all, and there were only 6 key training mid-stage cultivators driving this formation. For a moment, the light curtain of this formation shook constantly, quickly dimmed, and even cracks appeared, and it was in danger. On the side, Ling Yunhong, who was driving 18 flying swords to form a ground evil sword formation to bombard 2 foundation-building early-stage golden-feathered sparrows, noticed this and frowned even more. Once the defensive light curtain supported by the Wu-Tu-Hum-Yu formation was broken, the 18 key training clan members of the Ling family here would not be able to escape from the hundreds of arrows. Ling Yunhong had no choice but to separate part of his spiritual consciousness and summon a golden magic shield from his storage bag. He shot it out and transformed it into golden light curtain, covering everyone and resisting the feather arrows shot by the hundreds of golden feathered sparrows in the sky. Although the light curtain of the precarious Wu-Tu-Hum-Yu formation was resuscitated by the golden magic shield summoned by Ling Yunhong, it put Ling Yunhong under great pressure. Not only did he have to drive the 18 kindling swords to form a ground evil sword formation to block the 2 foundation-building foundation-feathered sparrows in the sky, he also had to drive a second-level magic shield to transform into a light curtain to resist the hundreds of arrows shot by hundreds of key training golden-feathered sparrows. Because he used his spiritual consciousness and spiritual power to activate the golden shield, he indirectly caused the power of the sword formation formed by the 18 kindling swords he shot together. Just now, the sword formation was enough to suppress the 2 golden-feathered birds in the early stage of foundation building in the flock of birds, but now, it can only barely entangle the 2 golden-feathered birds in the early stage of foundation building. Ling Pengyun, who presided over this formation, saw this scene carefully, frowned, and said to himself, if the 3rd ancestor uses his spiritual consciousness to drive the shield to support the light curtain, it won't be long before the spiritual power in the 3rd ancestor's body will be exhausted. By then, there will be no many people in this place who can escape alive. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's expression became fierce, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood on the floating Wu-Tu-Hum-Yu formation disc in front of him. As soon as the few blood in her body left her body, Ling Pengyun felt dizzy. She calmed her mind and quickly pinched the formula, and 2 cocky luster flashed in her eyes. Spiritual Array Amplification. This array secret technique that can amplify the power of the spiritual array is the same as the master recognition restriction for taming monsters. You can use the restriction directly to tame monsters, or you can use the essence in blood as the source to cast the restriction. Although both methods are used to tame monsters, the power is very different. The former is weak, and the latter is strong. The same is true for the spiritual array amplification secret technique. If you simply use the spiritual power as the source to cast the power, it is okay and can enhance the power of the array by 30%. However, If you use the essence in blood as the source, it can increase the power of the array by 50% in a short period of time. The essence in blood on the Wuduhuamu array disc quickly melted into the array disc, and the array disc also flashed yellow light the next moment. The same is true for the 6 array flags floating in the air. The cracks on the Wutu light curtain that enveloped the Ling family members returned to normal in an instant. The light curtain also became more shining, and the thickness of the light curtain also increased a bit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Persuading the Returning Clan. Third ancestor, I can protect the rest of the clan members, Ling Pengyun said weakly. Ling Yanhong, who was controlling 18 flying swords and a magic shield at the same time, was in a dilemma. Seeing Ling Pengyun's actions and her words, he looked at Ling Pengyun with a little appreciation. This child is decisive. She has the shadow of the 15th sister. With her character and her good talent for formation, she will surely become a great man in the future, take over the 15th sister's class, and support our Ling family's formation. The 15th sister in Ling Yanhong's mouth is Ling Pengyun's grandmother, the 6th elder of the Ling family, and the only first-level middle-grade formation master in the family. With Ling Pengyun's blood and blood to strengthen the Wutuhuamu formation, the formation's defense power increased greatly in a short period of time. Ling Yanhong was relieved, waved his hand to take back the golden magic shield, and put his whole body and mind on the 18 flying swords that formed the sword formation. My elders, my blood essence can only last for half an incense stick at most. After half an incense stick, I will not be able to support this formation. Ling Pengyun spoke again. Upon hearing this, the members of the Ling family who were in the key training stage increased their spiritual power and injected it into the formation flags they controlled. With the power of this formation, they could quickly destroy the group of golden feathered sparrows in the key training stage in the sky. 2 miles away, in the sky above a small forest, the fairy crane king, who led the 12 Ling family members including Ling Pengyun and led them to meet Ling Yanhong, had strong eyesight and occupied a high altitude. At a glance, he saw that his master Ling Yanhong was in a battle 2 miles away, and he was immediately anxious. He chirped to Ling Pengyun and others who were lurking in the small forest on the ground, and then quickly flapped his wings to support them. Hearing the crane cry, Ling Pengyun quickly raised his head and looked at the fairy crane king who left abruptly. He was a little confused. Following the direction where the fairy crane king flew away, he saw a group of golden feathered sparrows being engulfed by flames in the sky not far away. There were also 18 flying swords, bombarding 2 golden feathered sparrows in the foundation building stage, whose feet were tied by wooden vines in the flock. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun's pupils shrank slightly, and he shouted to the other Ling clan members behind him. It's the 8th ancestor and the others. There is no need to slow down. Go all out to support them. After saying this, Ling Pengyun quickly injected spiritual power into his light Taoist robe, activating the light body technique attached to the Taoist robe. Combined with the light body technique that had already been blessed on his body, he ran wildly towards the place where the battle was. Ling Pengyun and others did the same. Because of the full-scale attack, Ling Pengyun crossed a distance of 2 miles in just 100 breaths and rushed to the battlefield. Once he entered the battlefield, he quickly summoned 12 flying swords from his storage bag to form the Earth Demon Sword formation. At the same time, he kept making hand gestures, first arranging 3 water shields around his body, and then began to perform water arrows, transforming into water arrows, and coordinated with his sword formation to bombard the flock of skylarks. Fengying, attack with all your strength. While casting the spell, Ling Pengyun didn't even want to greet the little Fengying bird that had been following him. The 11 Ling clan members of Ling Pengyun who arrived shortly after also launched their own attacks. Because Ling Pengyun and his 12 people rushed out from a forest and appeared on the side, the flock of skylarks that were fighting with Ling Yanhong and others had no time to react. The attacks launched by Ling Pengyun and his group had already reached their faces. They had no time to dodge, and they didn't have the foundation to support the body protection. In a short time, more than 50 golden skylarks in the early and middle stages of key training were bombarded to death. This kind of meritorious service was noticed by Ling Pengyun, who was in charge of the Wuduhuamu formation. She turned her head to see the direction of the attack and saw that it was Ling Pengyun and others who had separated to kill the demon rats. A touch of joy appeared on her pale face and she said loudly, "Mina, you guys quickly enter the formation." As soon as these words fell, a big hole appeared on the huge light curtain transformed by the Wuduhuamu formation. Hearing the call, Ling Pengyun and others immediately followed a hole in the light curtain and entered the light curtain. The two parties met up and had no time to discuss. In order to kill the sky sparrow monster as soon as possible, Ling Pengyun and others condensed into a rope. Once they entered the light curtain, they formed formations and cast the monster binding formation and the golden needle formation. The monster binding formation was suspended in the air, and dozens of water ropes transformed from the void were specially used to pick up the late key training and perfect sparrows in the sparrow group and bind them. The golden needle formation attacked with all its strength. Every breath, more than 10 golden needles condensed and shot out from this formation, bombarding the sparrow group. Of course, when performing the formation, Ling Pengyun and Ling Penxing, who still had some strength left, continued to control the 12 flying swords respectively, and killed in and out of the flock of birds. Half a cup of tea later, Ling Yunhong seized the opportunity to kill the foundation-building early-stage golden skylark, which had been seriously injured by the slash of one wing. Without one foundation-building early-stage golden feather bird, the remaining foundation-building early-stage golden feather bird was no match for Ling Yunhong, who had the cultivation level of the middle stage of the foundation building. Within 100 breaths, this last foundation-building early-stage golden feather bird was also killed by the sword formation. The two foundation-building early-stage golden feather birds that attacked the flock were both killed, and Ling Yunhong was free to kill the key training stage golden feather birds in the sky flock. Under the combined efforts of Ling Yunhong, a foundation-building mid-stage cultivator, and 30 key training stage Ling clan members, the remaining hundreds of golden feather birds in the sky did not survive for long and were all killed. As soon as the battle ended, everyone did not dare to stay too long. After quickly collecting the bodies of the golden feathered sparrows that fell to the ground, they rushed away from here. Everyone was exhausted, especially Ling Pengyun, the formation master, who lost his essence and blood and hurt his foundation. Everyone did not dare to go deep into the Jiamang Lake. Instead, they retreated to the hidden desert valley where they had rested for several hours. After entering the valley, everyone used magic to conjure a huge stone to block the entrance and exit of the valley, and then they felt relieved. Everyone had just experienced a life and death battle. Even though they had gained a lot, everyone was shocked. If Ling Pengyun and his group of 12 people had not supported them in time, they would certainly not be able to kill the golden feathered sparrows before the Wu Earth light curtain was broken. Once the light curtain was broken, these cultivators who were only in the key training stage would not be able to escape this disaster. 9 out of 10 times, they would be pierced through the body by the arrows shot by the hundreds of key training golden feathered sparrows in the sparrow group and die here. As the leader of the group, Ling Yunhong saw the expressions of the tribesmen and knew what they were thinking. Coupled with the crisis they had just encountered, he frowned and spoke. "Everyone, we got 3 corpses of foundation-building monsters in this battle. Together with the 3 corpses of foundation-building monsters obtained in Qingshi Mountain, the 5 corpses of foundation-building monsters required to purchase the qualification to buy a store in Binjiao Market have also been collected. Pengyun is now weak due to the lack of essence in blood. In a short period of time, she can only exert 50% to 70% of her strength. The defense of the Wutuhuamu formation she controls will also be weakened. This formation is originally your core. The power of this formation is greatly reduced, and your strength will also be greatly reduced. It will even be extremely dangerous for you during the battle. It may even happen again like before, and I will need to spare my strength to protect you. This situation has deviated from my original intention of bringing you into this place to hunt monsters. I believe you have also seen the crisis in the Jiamang Lake area. It is far from as easy as our garrison in Yanjia Valley. Not only do we need to kill the monsters we find, but there will also be groups of monsters attracted by the battle fluctuations. In my opinion, among the 24 clansmen who mastered the Wuduhuamu formation, the Golden Needle formation, the Fiery formation, and the Monster Binding formation, except for Pengyun, Penxing, and Xiaohua, the other 21 clansmen who are in the middle stage of key training should stop here and return to the clan. In the face of life and death, all interests are false. This place is full of monsters and beasts. Rest for one night. I will escort you back to Huaishu County in the early morning tomorrow." Everyone heard what Ling Yunhong meant. He pointed out that if they stayed here, they would be dragging Ling Yunhong down. However, this meaning was not pointed out, leaving everyone with some face. These words were indeed true. The Wuduhumu formation was the foundation of their key training cultivators. Now the formation master Ling Pengyun, who mastered this formation, was weak in essence and blood, and it was difficult for him to exert the full power of this formation. Their strength would indeed be greatly reduced. For a moment, everyone was silent. However, this move also showed that they agreed with Ling Yunhong's proposal to return to the clan. Ling Yunhong was relieved to see that no one from the tribe spoke up to object. These tribesmen are reasonable and didn't make a fuss. After saying this to himself, Ling Yunhong looked at Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, and Lingxiao Maturation, and said with a serious expression, "Pengyun and Pengxing, both of you have reached the late stage of key training. Although your cultivation has not reached the 6th level of key training, Xiao, you are not far from the late stage of key training. You should stay here to master the Yimu demon trapping formation and help me kill monsters here to earn contribution points to buy bailing water for the Fairy Crane King." He was not discussing this, but ordering. Although the Fairy Crane King is his spirit beast, it is also the guardian spirit beast of the Ling family. If this crane can enter the foundation building stage, it will be a blessing for the entire Ling family. As a member of the Ling family, it is natural to add fuel to the fire for the family's prosperity. Ling Pengyun and the other two naturally understood this principle, and since they all had other thoughts and wanted to stay here to kill monsters, they responded one after another. Afterwards, Ling Yunhong spoke to Ling Ruru, Ling Ruquan, and Ling Yunqian, who were each in the Wutu demon trapping formation. 16th uncle, 18th uncle, and 8th brother, I will give one Yimu demon trapping formation flag to Ling Pengyun and Pengxing, which can also reduce your consumption when maintaining the formation. Ling Ruru was the 16th in the Ru generation, and he just turned 100 this year. Because he was relatively old, he was naturally not suitable for fighting. After the family moved to Huaishu County 8 years ago, he was arranged by the family to guard Haxi Town. Ling Ruquan was the 18th in the Ru generation, and he was 98 this year. Like Ling Ruru, he was old, but his cultivation was high, so he was sent by the family to Daoxiang Town to take charge. These two family elders are both one of the 9 late key training cultivators in the family, and their cultivation is as high as the 8th level of key training. Among the 6 people who mastered the Yimu demon trapping formation, except for the 6th elder Ling Yunqian who mastered the formation plate, they are the ones with the highest cultivation. It was also because of their cultivation that they, like Ling Yunqian, had mastered 2 formation flags of the Yimu demon trapping formation. Ling Yunqian was the only one of the 30 members of the Ling family who had reached the perfect key training stage. Due to the shortage of manpower, he not only needed to control the formation plate of the Yimu demon trapping formation, but also needed to inject spiritual power into the 2 formation flags. Ling Ruru, Ling Ruquan, and Ling Yunqian nodded in response, took out a formation flag from their storage bags, removed their own spiritual imprints in the formation flags, and handed them to Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, and Lingxiao Maturation. Ling Yunhong saw that Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, and Lingxiao Maturation had all accepted the formation flags, and gave them an order. You 3 will sacrifice the formation flags here in the next few days. After a day of rest, I will send the rest of the clansmen back to the territory of Huaishu County. You 3 need to sacrifice and refine the formation flags before I return. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard this. You can take advantage of the time when the 8th great-grandfather sends the rest of the clan members home to sacrifice the formation flag first, and then transfer the bottle of Yunsan spirit water that I exchanged from Bailingman some time ago into the body of the thorn vine to improve its cultivation. The formation flag usually does not need to be sacrificed for a long time, just a few days, but it takes at least more than 10 days to travel back and forth from here to Huaishu County, which is enough for him to sacrifice the formation flag, and there is even a lot of spare time. Okay. Ling Pengyun and the other 2 nodded in response. Afterwards, Ling Yunhong summoned everyone to share the gains from today's battle. Ling Pengyun and the other 12 people went to kill the demon rats, because they only supported Ling Yunhong and others to kill the golden skylarks, so they only shared the bodies of the golden skylarks. As for the bodies of the demon wolf group killed by Ling Yunhong and his 19 people, they did not share them. However, because Ling Pengyun and others were about to return to the family, Ling Yunhong also made some appropriate compensations, taking out the body of the key training stage golden feather bird that he killed and distributed it to the clan members present. This move can also be regarded as a benefit for the participating clan members. It was precisely because of this incident that Ling Pengyun's harvest increased significantly. He got a total of 12 monster corpses, including 8 and 2 golden skylarks in the early and middle stages of key training, and 2 fireball rats in the early stage of key training. Converted into contribution points, it is worth more than 70. Chapter 137 Sharing Future Benefits. The next morning, after a night of rest, Ling Yunhong led Ling Pengyun and his 21 clansmen to leave the desolate valley and return to Huaishu County, where the family was located. After Ling Yunhong and others left, only the 6 elders who controlled the Yimu demon trapping array, Ling Yunqian, Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, Ling Xiaohua, Ling Rufan, Ling Ruru, Ling Ruquan, Ling Yuntu, Ling Yun, and Feng Yingpeng, were left in the desolate valley. Ling Yuntu and Ling Yun were ranked 12th and 14th in the Yun generation, respectively. They were still young, just over 70 years old, and their cultivation was at the 7th level of key training. They followed the 6th elder, who was in charge of the family caravan, all year round to protect the safety of the caravan, transporting a large number of spiritual objects between Huaishu Market and the family. After watching Ling Yunhong leave, the 9 people chatted with each other for a few words, and then used magic again to transform into boulders to block the entrance and exit of the desolate valley. Then the 9 people scattered around the desolate valley and sat cross-legged on the ground, doing their own things. Ling Pengyun found a relatively flat place in the desolate valley, sat cross-legged, and quietly absorbed the breath of the power of the early sun. Then, he took out the body of the rock-armored ape that had perfected key training from the battle to seize the rock-armored ape mountain from his storage bag, cut a piece of blood and flesh weighing 1 pound from its body, and fed it to the little Feng Yingpeng who had been following him. The blood and flesh of monsters contain spiritual energy, and the higher the cultivation level, the more spiritual energy it contains. This also makes it so that different types of monsters often fight and eat each other, wanting to use each other's flesh and blood as cultivation resources. Now Ling Pengyun's move is the same. Just after feeding the little Feng Yingpeng a pound of rock-armored ape flesh and blood, the little Feng Yingpeng ate it all. After eating this piece of flesh and blood, it also crawled beside Ling Pengyun, closed its eyes, and used the method of spiritual energy circulation in the blood inheritance to refine the flesh and blood of the monster ape that it had just swallowed in its stomach, so as to improve its cultivation level. Ling Pengyun saw Xiao Feng Yingpeng fall into deep sleep, looked at the remains of the key training perfect demon ape corpse beside him, and performed a weight measurement technique on the remains. There are still 360 kilograms of flesh and blood left. The flesh and blood of this demon ape contains too much spiritual energy. Xiao Feng Yingpeng can only eat 1 kilogram of flesh and blood at most every day. In this way, this key training perfect demon ape corpse can at least support Xiao Feng Yingpeng's cultivation for about a year. If Xiao Feng Yingpeng has the flesh and blood of demon beasts of this level to eat in the future, I am afraid that within 5 years, Xiao Feng Yingpeng will be able to enter the middle stage of key training. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun is more looking forward to Ling Yunhong, who escorted the tribe back to Huaishu County, returning and taking him to hunt demon beasts. Ling Pengyun naturally understands that following the strong will get meat to eat, especially in a just family. There will be rewards for giving, and the rewards will definitely not be less than the giving. As for fighting alone, he never thought that even Ling Yunqian, who had reached the level of perfect key training, would not necessarily win. Monsters are generally strong and have their own magic spells that can be cast in a short period of time, which is equivalent to omnipotence. Therefore, among the same level, the strength of monsters is stronger, but the cultivators are not stupid, and they will use other spiritual objects to make up for it, such as magic tools, talismans, formations, etc. With thousands of thoughts in his mind, Ling Pengyun came back to his senses and waved his hand to put away the remains of the monster ape beside him. Then, he took out the Yimu demon trapping array flag that Ling Yunqian gave him yesterday, injected his consciousness into it, and sacrificed it. In the next few days, Ling Pengyun would absorb the power of the early sun and the moonlight and feed Xiao Feng Yingpeng once in the early morning and at night, and the rest of the time was spent on refining the Yimu demon trapping array flag. After such hard training, Ling Pengyun successfully refined the formation flag in just 3 days and placed his own spiritual imprint inside the formation flag. On this day, After Ling Pengyun put the formation flag into his storage bag, he took out a bottle of Yunsan spiritual water that he had bought from bailing men with contribution points a few days ago. Looking at the glass bottle in his hand, which only contained a mouthful of cyan-colored Yunsan spiritual water, Ling Pengyun muttered in anticipation. Back then, the Daquan spiritual milk, which was famous for its powerful healing effect and was also a spiritual water of heaven and earth, had a remaining 30% of its medicinal power, which could reduce the thorny vines for 2 or 3 years of cultivation. I wonder how effective this Yunsan spiritual water, which was originally used for cultivation, is? With a sigh, Ling Pengyun did not delay anymore and reached out to open the bottle cap. Instantly, a stream of pure spiritual energy gushed out of the bottle. With just one breath, Ling Pengyun felt a little more spiritual energy in his meridians. This situation also made Ling Pengyun more looking forward to the effect of the Yunsan spiritual water. Ling Pengyun did not delay and quickly mobilized his spiritual sense to touch the thorn vines that had been attached to his chest for many years. Thorn, enter the bottle and absorb the Yunsan spiritual water in it. The thorn vine attached to his chest received the signal, and dozens of roots grew under its abdomen and kept moving, like feet, leading the thorn vines, which were only the length of a finger, along Ling Pengyun's sleeves and jumped into the glass bottle containing the Yunsan spiritual water. Once in the glass bottle, the thorn vines used those dozens of roots to quickly absorb the Yunsan spiritual water. The next moment, the thorn vines flashed a green luster all over. Then its cultivation level was rapidly improving with a very obvious sign, and its aura was gradually increasing. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun looked slightly happy, and his spiritual sense touched the thorn vines, summoning them out of the glass bottle and dropping them on his palm. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun closed his eyes and probed his consciousness into the body of the thorn vine. He used his own consciousness to guide the thorn vine to refine the Yunsan spiritual water that was absorbed into the body, and improve his cultivation. Yunsan spiritual water and Daquan spiritual milk are both spiritual waters of heaven and earth. They are both extremely pure and gentle, without any impurities. They can be refined by just slightly mobilizing the consciousness. However, this spiritual water contains too much spiritual power. Ling Pengyun did not dare to refine it directly in a short period of time, so as to avoid the thorn vines absorbing too much spiritual power in a short period of time and damaging their foundation. So he adopted a step-by-step approach to slowly refine the spiritual water. It took 3 full days for the Yunsan spiritual water that was absorbed into the body of the thorn vine to be completely refined with the help of Ling Pengyun. The effect of this Yunsan spiritual water also improved the cultivation of the thorn vines by at least 20 years. This improvement also made the aura of the thorn vines stronger. According to this effect, if I can get 5 or 6 more gulps of Yunsan spiritual water, my thorny vine will definitely break through to the late stage of key training. At that time, I can also rely on its spiritual power after the breakthrough to feed back and rise to the next level, and I can also become a first-level top-grade spiritual plant husband, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ling Pengyun looked at the thorny vine in his palm with an expectant look on his face. However, when he thought of the total price of 5 or 6 gulps of Yunsan spiritual water, he had a headache. I hope that I can earn more contribution points by following the 3rd ancestor to hunt monsters this time. Thinking back, Ling Pengyun called the thorny vine in his hand back to his chest, closed his eyes, and comprehended the first-level top-grade spell Water Blade technique. He has comprehended this spell to the great success level, and only 1 step away from comprehending it to the perfect level. Once this spell is comprehended to the perfect level, it will also mean that he can instantly cast this powerful spell. Another day passed, and after Lingxiao, who had the lowest cultivation level in the Desolate Valley, had also finished refining the Yimu Demon Trapping Array flag, the 6th Elder Ling Yunqian gathered everyone together and practiced the opening of the Yimu Demon Trapping Array together, so that Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, and Lingxiao, the 3 latecomers, could adapt. Because the 3 of them were just holding the array flag, it was not difficult. They just needed to transfer spiritual power into the array flag when the array was opened. After a while, Ling Pengyun and the other 2 had adapted to the opening of the array. In the days that followed, Ling Pengyun had been practicing magic. After another 5 days, Ling Yunhong, who had escorted the tribe back to Huaishu County, returned to this desolate valley. After returning, Ling Yunhong gathered Ling Pengyun and the other 9 people as soon as possible and said in detail. In the future, The profits that the 10 of us will get from killing monsters must be explained in advance to avoid conflicts and damage to the harmony in the future. I want to split it in a 50-50 way. I will get 50%, and the 9 of you who control the Yimu monster array will share 50%. Is that okay? Ling Yanqian frowned when he heard this, but he didn't think the profits were too little, but too much. No matter how much, he and the other 8 clansmen who control the Yimu monster array are all in the key training stage, and they are not comparable to Ling Yanhong, who is in the foundation building stage. Even if the 9 of them can share 30% of the profits from using the formation to assist Ling Yanhong in killing monsters in the future, it will be enough to make a small fortune. Sharing 50% of the profits is too much? Ling Yanqian said. Third brother, isn't your share too little? We just activated the Yimu monster array to help you tie up the monster. Ling Rufan, who has the highest seniority, also agreed. Yunjin's words make sense. The share is too much? If you divide it this way, the contribution points you get from this monster hunting trip may not be enough to buy a bottle of bailing water for the fairy crane king of the family. 70% and 30% is better. It happens that there are 9 of us who master the Yimu trapping monster formation. 30% of the benefits can be divided equally. The rest of the people also spoke up and said that they would follow Ling Rufan. 70% and 30% respectively. The people who stayed here, except Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengxing, were all elders of the family. Although they all wanted to earn contribution points by killing monsters and exchange them for the spiritual objects they wanted from Bailingmen, they would feel uneasy if the contribution points were obtained by squeezing Ling Yanhong, the pillar of the family. Without Ling Yanhong, the foundation building cultivator, they would still be just the members of the Ling family, which was a key training family. It is difficult for them to enjoy the high standard offerings of spiritual rice, spiritual stones, and elixirs every month. This kindness is remembered by the 3 generations of the family, Ru, Yun, and Xiao. Seeing his tribesmen like this, Ling Yanhong felt warm in his heart and smiled. Then the future benefits will be divided according to the 70% minus 30% ratio. Thanks to Kain and Dian, Chen Bringlian, Xiangai Anger Shin, Book Friend 2022101507441125, and Lanchin Bain for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 2022051006515787 for his 100-point reward. Chapter 138, Killing Monsters One After Another. After a night of rest, Ling Yanhong released a key cultivating fairy crane king in the early morning of the next day, and let it continue to explore the surrounding monster tribes. After waiting for a full hour, the fairy crane king finally returned to the desolate valley. With the help of the master recognition restriction, Ling Yanhong communicated with the fairy crane king for a while and learned the information that the fairy crane king had explored. According to the immortal crane king, the 2 groups of rat monsters and wolf monsters we destroyed earlier were the only 2 groups of monster beasts within a radius of 20 miles. Although there were monster beasts roaming nearby, their cultivation was too low and they were alone. The immortal crane king had to keep expanding the search range, which wasted time. This time, the immortal crane king discovered 3 groups of monster beasts. One is that there is a valley more than 40 miles east of the exit of the desolate valley. There is a group of pig monsters on the valley. There are dozens of them, all of which are in the key training stage. Second, 30 miles to the south, in a cave under a cliff, there is a group of earth demon tigers. Although there are only a dozen of them, according to the perception of the first immortal crane king, there is a foundation building earth demon tiger in the group of tigers. As for how much cultivation it has, the immortal crane king does not know, so it did not approach to explore, so as not to encounter danger. Third, 50 miles to the west, there is a small valley with hundreds of snake monsters in the valley. It is a snake cave, and there are enough auras of 2 foundation building stages in it. Because our strength is limited, I plan to only attack the first 2 groups of monsters. As for the snake cave, there are too many snake monsters. Even if we can eat them, there will be casualties. The gain is not worth the loss. Do you think it's okay? Everyone agreed with this. Seeing that everyone expressed this proposal, Ling Yanhong asked the fairy crane king to lead the way, and called Ling Pengyun and 9 other tribesmen who mastered the Yimu monster trapping formation to leave the desolate valley. After leaving the desolate valley, because the fairy crane king was scouting the way in the sky, and Ling Yanhong, a foundation building cultivator, continued to use his powerful divine sense to scour the way, In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Ling family bypassed several key training monsters and spent half an hour sneaking. Only then did they reach the destination of this trip, outside the valley occupied by dozens of key training pig monsters. There was a mud pit of dozens of feet in the valley, and there were more than 30 huge key training pig monsters in the mud pit. These pig monsters were either sleeping or playing in the mud pit. Because the Ling family members had high cultivation, were few in number, and could all restrain their auras, the pig monsters had not noticed the arrival of the Ling family. It was not until Ling Yanhong sent out 18 flying swords and slashed the only key training pig monster king in the pig monster group in the mud that the entire pig monster group realized that a cultivator had entered. But before they could launch a counterattack, 9 formation flags fluttered in the wind and quickly floated down to the 4 sides of the mud. The 9 formation flags were in the void for a while, and the formation patterns emerged from the 9 formation flags, transforming into a transparent green light curtain. Then, hundreds of arm-thick vines grew in the mud, tightly binding the remaining 30 or so key training pig monsters in the mud. No matter how hard these pig monsters struggled to swing their bodies, they could not break free from the vines tied to their 4 feet. The next moment, the 18 flying swords sent out by Ling Yanhong killed these bound pig monsters one after another. The battle ended before it even started. The corpses in the quagmire were quickly collected by the Ling family. Since there were no spiritual creatures in the quagmire, everyone left the place quickly. Since it was too easy to kill this nest of key training pig monsters, the Ling family members present did not consume much spiritual power. They followed the immortal Crane King, who led the way in the sky, and rushed directly to the nest of the dozen or so earth demon tigers. After running for dozens of miles, they came to the bottom of a cliff. Before they found the earth demon tiger's nest, the immortal Crane King who had been leading the way in the sky had a broad vision and good eyesight. He found 2 earth demon tigers in the key training stage in a small forest hundreds of feet away from the Ling family. Because these 2 earth demon tigers were the members of the group of earth demon tigers that he led the Ling family to kill, the immortal Crane King did not lead the Ling family to bypass the 2 earth demon tigers not far away, but triggered the master recognition restriction in his body and informed the owner Ling Yanhong about the matter. On the ground, Ling Yanhong, who was leading the Ling family on their way, noticed a message. His expression slightly condensed, and he said, "The immortal Crane King has found 2 key refining stage earth demon tigers that we need to kill on this trip. I will go to kill them alone, you wait here for me." After leaving these words, a breeze appeared around Ling Yanhong, and he turned into the wind and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the side of the Ling family. The Ling family members who stayed in place also became alert to the surroundings, lest the absence of Ling Yanhong, who was in the foundation establishment stage, would lead to the demon beasts to commit crimes. On the other side, following the guidance of the immortal Crane King flying in the sky, Ling Yanhong found the 2 key refining stage earth demon tigers just out of a small forest hundreds of feet away in just 10 breaths, blocking their way forward. When the 2 earth demon tigers saw a cultivator suddenly appear in front of them, and there was no breath, their eyes suddenly flashed with fierce light, and even drops of saliva flowed from the corners of their mouths, obviously treating Ling Yanhong as a meal on the plate. But before the 2 late key training earth demon tigers could imagine too much, Ling Yanhong summoned 2 second-level inferior kindling swords and quickly waved them. The 2 flying swords turned into sword light and directly pierced through the heads of the 2 late key training earth demon tigers. With their heads pierced, the 2 earth demon tigers naturally had no way to survive. Their vitality quickly weakened and they fell directly to the ground, without a breath. But just as Ling Yanhong stepped forward and planned to collect the bodies of the 2 earth demon tigers, a deafening tiger roar came from a distance. Roar. Hearing this sound, Ling Yanhong frowned immediately. In the sky, the fairy Crane King who served as Ling Yanhong's eyes, each eye was attached with a white light, and the eyesight was blessed, looking at the place where the tiger roar came from. After seeing this, it found that the place where the tiger roar came from was exactly the nest where it led the Ling family to kill the group of earth demon tigers. The next moment, 12 key training earth demon tigers as big as yellow cattle, led by a base-building demon tiger that was 10 feet tall and 2 feet long, rushed out of their nest. The direction in which these 13 earth demon tigers rushed was exactly where Ling Yanhong was. The immortal Crane King's expression trembled, and he quickly used the master recognition restriction to pass this information to Ling Yanhong below. After Ling Yanhong received the message, he secretly said, "Not good." He quickly put away the 2 corpses of the late key training Earth Demon Tigers and immediately returned to the Ling family cultivator team hundreds of feet away. As soon as he returned to the team, Ling Yuanhong spoke to everyone with a solemn expression. The tiger roared just now, according to the message from the Immortal Crane King who has been observing the surroundings, is the Foundation Tiger King among the group of Earth Demon Tigers we are going to kill this time. Perhaps it is because I killed the 2 late-stage key training Earth Demon Tigers around us just now, and now the Foundation Tiger is rushing to our place with 12 key training Earth Demon Tigers. They will definitely arrive within 100 breaths. Take out the formation flags and prepare for battle. After saying this, Ling Yuanhong waved his hand and took out 18 kindling swords and a golden magic shield. As soon as the 18 flying swords came out of the outside world, they turned into a sword formation. A 3-meter-long sword light suddenly appeared on each flying sword, and there were hundreds of small inch-long sword lights around the sword formation. The golden magic shield was suspended in the air, holding up a golden light curtain, protecting the 10 Ling family monks present. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun and the other 9 gradually became solemn. In the past, they would lurk in the monster's lair and attack suddenly to gain an advantage. But this time, they were noticed by the group of Earth Demon Tigers. It was a direct battle, and Ling Yuanhong also took out a golden magic shield, which had a great impact on his own strength. The combination of the 2 made it much more difficult to kill the group of Earth Demon Tigers. The crisis was coming, and Ling Pengyun and others did not dare to be distracted too much. They took out the flags of the Yimu Demon Trapping Array and quickly played them, blending into the underground where the Earth Demon Tigers must pass, waiting for the Earth Demon Tigers to attack. After 100 breaths, 13 Earth Demon Tigers appeared half a mile away in front of the Ling family. Ling Yuanhong's eyes swept over the 13 Earth Demon Tigers, and finally stopped at the Earth Demon Tiger King in the foundation building period. Feeling that the aura of this tiger was only at the initial stage of foundation building, Ling Yuanhong's frown relaxed slightly. It's just the early stage of foundation building, this is a good thing. Yunjin, quickly trap those Earth Demon Tigers with a formation, so as to prevent the Tiger King in the early stage of foundation building from opening the body protection Yuan Gang, causing the Yimu Demon Trapping formation to lose its effectiveness. After saying this, Ling Yuanhong also quickly shot out the 18 flying swords that had already formed a sword formation. Ling Yuanqian, who was signaled at the side, immediately understood, and quickly pinched a formula, condensed a seal and hid it into the Yimu Demon Trapping formation disc floating in front of him. As soon as the seal merged into the formation disc flashed green light. Formation up. Ling Yuanqian groaned. Then, 9 formation flags sprang out from deep underground, quickly surrounding the 13 Earth Demon Tigers rushing from afar, forming a formation. As soon as the formation was completed, hundreds of vines as thick as arms suddenly appeared, spreading to the 4 feet of the 13 Earth Demon Tigers, tightly tying them up, making it difficult for the 13 Earth Demon Tigers to rush forward. Before the Demon Tigers could break free from the vines, Ling Yuanhong's 18 flying swords, which had already formed a sword formation, carried hundreds of sword beams, like a torrent of sword beams. In an instant, they crossed a distance of half a mile and killed the 13 Demon Tigers that were rushing towards them. The torrent of sword beams was extremely powerful. With just one encounter, it killed the 2 Demon Tigers in the early stage of key training. If the Demon Tiger that built the foundation had not reacted quickly and raised its body protection Yuan Gang in time to protect the other Demon Tigers, the casualties of the Demon Tiger group would have been even greater. Boom. 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 The sword beams bombarded the body protection Yuan Gang raised by the Foundation Tiger King, making a dull sound. Then, the body protection Yuan Gang also shook constantly, and the spiritual light gradually dimmed. Seeing this, the Demon Tiger that built the foundation saw a yellow light flash in his eyes, roared, and increased the spiritual power into the body protection Yuan Gang. Period. The protective Yuan Gang flashed with spiritual light and became much thicker, barely holding steady under the violent storm of hundreds of tiny sword beams carried by the Earth Demon Sword. Seeing this, the Earth Demon Tiger King secretly breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his head, and looked at the dozens of vines tied to his forelegs that were getting tighter and tighter. He roared angrily and swung his forelegs with all his strength. Roar. In the Zumi, the dozens of vines tied to its forelegs were torn off one after another by the huge force. The other key training stage Earth Demon Tigers did the same. In the distance, Ling Yuanqian, who was in control of the Yimu Trapping Demon Array plate, saw this and said to the other tribesmen holding the array flags, "Inject more spiritual power into the array flags, and make sure to trap the Foundation Establishment Stage Earth Demon Tiger and the other 10 key Training Stage Earth Demon Tigers. The Earth Demon Tigers are strong and good at close combat. Once they get close, their strength will be fully exerted. Only by trapping them from a distance can we have an advantage." Chapter 139 Liu Dao's Hao Proposal. The other 8 Ling clan members, including Ling Pengyun, who held the Yimu demon trapping array flags, all agreed to the suggestion and followed suit, increasing the spiritual power they injected into the Yimu demon trapping array flags. The 9 Yimu demon trapping array flags, which were blessed with more spiritual power, flashed with spiritual light. In an instant, dozens of thicker vines as big as calves were transformed, which spread over the 4 feet of the 12 Earth Demon Tigers in the array again. With these dozens of subsequent vines binding them, the 12 Earth Demon Tiger Kings immediately lost their strength. Although they could tear off the vines, the array also continuously transformed vines to fill in the broken vines. This back and forth made the Earth Demon Tigers' efforts to pull their 4 feet and tear off the vines that bound their 4 feet have no effect. The Earth Demon Tiger King in the early stage of foundation building was also decisive. He growled at his companions around him, indicating that it was difficult to break free, and then he cast a spell with all his strength. Then, dots of yellow light appeared around the Tiger King, and nearly 100 earth cones quickly condensed and were shot out by the Tiger King. The other key training Earth Demon Tigers received the Tiger King's signal and cast spells one after another, condensing earth cones and earth spikes to follow the Tiger King. These earth cones seemed numerous, but they were only an inch long and not very powerful. They were easily blocked by the defense-like curtain, transformed by the golden magic shield, shot by Ling Yunhong. The Earth Demon Tiger King saw this scene, and then looked at the powerful sword formation that bombarded his tiger body Yuan Gang, and a trace of fear emerged in his heart. Although it wanted to call the tribe to escape, it and the rest of its tribe were trapped, and it was difficult to break free from the wooden vines in a short time. In this situation where it knew that death was approaching, the morale of this Earth Demon Tiger dropped greatly, and the power of releasing the Earth Cone spell was a little slower. The key training stage Earth Demon Tigers were still mentally immature, and although they were terrified, they were still trying their best to use magic attacks that they were not good at, bombarding the golden light curtain that protected the 10 cultivators. Time passed slowly, and half a cup of tea passed. Ling Yunhong, who controlled the 18 Kingling swords to form the Earth Demon sword formation, saw that the protective Yuan Gang held up by the Earth Demon Tiger King in the early stage of foundation building was extremely dim under the bombardment of the Earth Demon sword formation. His expression slightly changed, and his hands quickly made a seal, and performed the Earth Demon sword formation Rongzi sword seal. The 18 flying swords suddenly merged into one, turning into a special flying sword full of sword-shaped patterns. As soon as the sword pattern flying sword was formed, a huge sword light of 5 feet long suddenly rose from the tip of the sword. Go! Ling Yunhong raised his hand and swung it down. The huge sword light quickly bombarded the protective Yuan Gang held up by the Earth Demon Tiger King in the early stage of foundation building. Boom! A huge roar sounded. The protective Yuan Gang held up by the base building Demon Tiger King was hit by the sword light, and cracks appeared all over. In just 3 breaths, the protective Yuan Gang was broken. But the huge sword light on the flying sword was still shining, and at least 70% of its power was left. Without the protective Yuan Gang, the giant sword drove straight in. Although the Tiger King wanted to struggle before dying and spit out the inner elixir that had been nurtured for 100 years to resist, it was ultimately in vain. The inner elixir spit out by the Tiger King could only resist the giant sword for 10 breaths before it was knocked away, and the giant sword also cut off the Tiger King's head with one blow. The other 10 key training stage demon tigers were no longer protected by the Tiger King, and soon followed the Tiger King's footsteps and were killed by Ling Yunhong one after another. Clean up the battlefield. Ling Yunhong raised a smile on his face and called out. Ling Pengyun and the other 9 people on the side had good execution ability, and quickly did as they were told, quickly collecting the 13 demon tiger corpses. Then, under the leadership of the Immortal Crane King, the group rushed to the nest of the Earth Demon Tigers. The Earth Demon's nest contains spiritual veins. Where there are spiritual veins, some spiritual plants will grow more or less. After a while, everyone rushed to the outside of the Earth Demon Tiger King's nest. Perhaps the Earth Demon Tigers in this Earth Demon Tiger's nest were all killed by Ling and others just now, and there are no Earth Demon Tigers stationed in this nest now. This also made it very smooth for Ling and his group to search the earth demon tiger's nest. Although only a few immature first-level spiritual medicines were found, the Lings did not waste them. Ling Pengyun and Ling Yunhong, two spiritual plant husbands, used this spiritual plant's secret method to store them in the soul-locking jade box, intending to bring all these spiritual medicines back to the family and plant them in the family's spiritual fields. A few days later, the 10 people of the Ling family had just hunted a group of monsters and returned to the temporary residence in the deserted valley. The immortal Crane King, who stood on the top of the cliff and alerted the Ling family, noticed something unusual in the dense forest a few miles to the east. The immortal Crane King's eyes moved slightly, and 2 white spiritual lights attached to his eyes, enhancing his vision. With his enhanced vision, he could see clearly what was happening a few miles away. It was a middle-aged cultivator riding a huge earth demon tiger with a high aura of foundation building, and was rushing towards the desolate valley where the Ling family was. The immortal Crane King saw the foundation building Yanyan tiger and the middle-aged cultivator riding the earth demon tiger, and fell into memory. After a while, it remembered where it had seen this man and tiger. It flapped its wings and landed from the cliff next to Ling Yunhong in the desolate valley. It used the master recognition restriction to wake up Ling Yunhong, who was resting with his eyes closed, and told Ling Yunhong what it had just seen. Ling Yunhong also knew what the immortal Crane King said through the master recognition restriction. After hearing what the immortal Crane King said, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. After thinking for a while, he first stood up and woke up the other 9 tribesmen in the desolate valley, including Ling Pengyun, who had just started practicing, to prevent any changes later. Then, he summoned 18 flying swords, formed a sword formation and floated beside him, standing at the entrance and exit of the desolate valley. In the desolate valley, Ling Pengyun, who was awakened from his practice by Ling Yunhong, saw Ling Yunhong's strange behavior at this time, and a trace of doubt flashed across his brows, muttering to himself. The third ancestor just called us and said that there might be danger, but why did the third ancestor just stand alone at the entrance and exit of the desolate valley? Instead of taking us away, or inviting us to fight. After a while, a huge red-haired tiger appeared outside the entrance and exit of the desolate valley, and on this red-haired tiger, there was a middle-aged cultivator sitting. Seeing this man and tiger, Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled, and he muttered to himself, Liu Dao Zhao and Yan Ianhu from the Tiger Roar Liu clan, it turns out that this person is here. However, since the Bailing sect repelled the monsters in the Jiamang Lake area, and our 5 major families in Huaishu County ended their garrison in Yanjia Valley, our 5 families have gone their separate ways. The Jiamang Lake area is 300,000 miles wide. Liu Dao Zhao is most likely to have come here on purpose. Just as Ling Pengyun was distracted, Liu Dao Zhao, who suddenly arrived at the entrance of the valley, also started talking to Ling Yunhong. I don't think it's a coincidence that Liu Dao Zhao found this place. Ling Yunhong was not stupid, and naturally saw the strangeness of Liu Dao Zhao riding Yan Ianhu to come here. Liu Dao Zhao, the head of the Tiger Roar Liu clan, said with an apologetic look and sincerity. Fellow Taoist Ling, it is not a coincidence that I came to your door this time, but I did it on purpose. Please do not be offended, fellow Taoist Ling, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Ling Yunhong asked with interest. Seeing that Ling Yunhong had fallen into the trap and asked proactively, Liu Dao Zhao was slightly pleased and began to tell the story. I found a nest of flame tigers, with 23 flame tigers, including 2 foundation-building flame tigers, with cultivation levels of the early and middle stages of foundation building respectively, and the remaining 21 flame tigers with cultivation levels of the middle and higher stages of key training. With my own strength, even with the help of those key training clansmen, it would be difficult to eat them. That is why I came to your door rashly, intending to cooperate with fellow Taoist Ling. If fellow Taoist Ling agrees, I only want the flesh and blood of the 2 foundation-building flame tigers, and the inner elixirs of the 2 foundation-building flame tigers, and the corpses of the 21 key training flame tigers can all belong to fellow Taoist Ling. Ling Yunhong was immediately moved when he heard this. Only when a monster enters the foundation-building stage can it breed the inner elixir. The inner elixir is also related to the cultivation of the monster, which is very important. It also contains a lot of spiritual power and is a good material for refining magic tools and elixirs. This also makes the inner elixir of a monster in the foundation building stage almost equal to the value of the monster's entire body on the market. And the additional 21 key training stage flame tigers have high cultivation levels and are worth a lot of contribution points. Ling Yanhong is quite satisfied with this distribution of benefits. Although Liu Daozhao has the flame cloud tiger in the early stage of foundation building, it can be equivalent to having 2 foundation building cultivators, but although they are foundation building cultivators, they are only in the early stage of foundation building after all. Ling Yanhong himself has not only reached the middle stage of foundation building, but also mastered the sword formation. His pure strength is completely comparable to some old-fashioned middle-stage cultivators. Ling Yanhong's expression moved slightly, and he glanced at the flame cloud tiger in the early stage of foundation building that Liu Daozhao sat on, and guessed secretly. I think Liu Daozhao made such concessions just to get the 2 corpses of foundation establishment flame tigers for this flame cloud tiger. If we win this battle and let this flame cloud tiger get the 2 corpses of the early and middle foundation establishment flame tigers, its strength will surely increase greatly. The Liu family and my Ling family do not have any borders. As long as this flame cloud tiger does not enter the late foundation establishment stage, it will hardly affect my Ling family. However, if the strength of this monster increases slightly, the Luoxia family, which borders the Liu family's territory, will surely have a headache. This is a good thing. My Ling family now has a lot of talented young people, and the family will surely prosper in the future. During this process, the Luoxia family, which is the strongest now, will surely take some action. If the Huxiaoliu family can restrain the Luoxia family and make the Luoxia family feel afraid, my Ling family will face less trouble in the future. The flesh and blood of monsters contain spiritual energy. Cultivators can improve their cultivation by eating them, and the same is true for monsters, especially the flesh and blood of monsters with the same attributes. The monsters will benefit greatly after eating them. The 5 major families in Huaishu County have just moved or established their families, and they are short of manpower. It is for this reason that the 5 major families need time to consume the resources within their own territories, which also makes the 5 major families still harmonious and without major conflicts. But once each family grows and becomes stronger, the family has sufficient manpower or even too many people, and it is difficult to have enough resources to supply many people. At that time, the calm water pool in Huaishu County will be in chaos. Planning for the future is always a kind of insurance. I agree to this. Ling Yanhong nodded and replied. Seeing this, Liu Daozhao looked happy. He looked up at the sky and saw that the sun was about to set and it was about to get dark, so he spoke. Fellow Taoist Ling, it's getting dark. Night is the time when most monsters hunt. For the sake of safety, we will take action in the daytime tomorrow. I wonder if it's okay. Yes, Ling Yanhong said. Then tomorrow morning, fellow Taoist Ling will lead the tribesmen to rush westward for 100 miles. As long as you appear within 100 miles of my flame cloud tiger, it will be able to find you. Liu Daozhao left this word and quickly rushed away. Ling Yanhong stood at the entrance and exit of the desert valley for a while to prevent Liu Daozhao, who had left on the flame cloud tiger, from coming back and attacking him. Only when Liu Daozhao's figure riding the flame cloud tiger was out of Ling Yanhong's sight did he feel relieved to walk into the depths of the desert valley and told Ling Pengyun and others that he had just agreed to Liu Daozhao's proposal to hunt a group of flame tigers together. Ling Pengyun and others did not have any objections to this. They were just using the Yimu-trapped monster formation to cooperate with Ling Yanhong in hunting the foundation-building monster beast. Ling Yanhong's decision was their decision. Chapter 140, The Ling and Liu families work together to slay the demon. The next day, early in the morning, after a night of rest and recovery, Ling Pengyun and his companions followed Ling Yanhong out of the deserted valley early in the morning, heading west for 100 miles. It was indeed as Liu Daozhao said. After the Lings had gone west for nearly 100 miles, Liu Daozhao's foundation-building flame cloud tiger came up on its own. Under the guidance of the flame cloud tiger, the group ran for another 30 or 40 miles, and at noon, they met up with Liu Daozhao and more than 20 members of the Liu family's key training clan in a dense forest. Fellow Taoist Liu, where's the lair of the flame tiger? Ling Yanhong left the Ling's team and walked to Liu Daozhao and asked. It's deep in this dense forest. Liu Daozhao replied without hiding anything. Fellow Taoist Ling, when the battle comes, please make sure to stop the mid-stage foundation-building flame tiger king. The 9 key training clan members of your Ling family and my Liu family key training clan members can kill the key training tiger monster in the flame tiger group together. Okay. Ling Yanhong replied. The two chatted for a few more words and agreed to set off immediately to avoid any changes. As they gradually went deeper into the dense forest, the surroundings became quieter. In addition, the dense forest was full of tall trees that blocked the sunlight, making the dozens of cultivators present more or less nervous. Before they went several miles into the dense forest, they were spotted by a key training flame tiger. Although this flame tiger was killed by Ling Yanhong with a sword, the tiger roared before dying. It was this roar that alarmed the group of flame tigers in the deep forest. However, within a few dozen breaths, 2 foundation-building flame tigers led 20 key training flame tigers to rush out from the depths of the dense forest and appeared in the eyes of the cultivators of the Ling and Liu families. Because the two sides were still 2 or 3 miles apart, although both sides saw each other, they did not engage in direct combat. Ling Yanhong, who had the highest cultivation level, looked slightly condensed, and immediately slapped the storage bag on his waist, summoned 18 kindling swords from the storage bag, pinched his fingers and cast a spell, forming a ground evil sword formation, which was suspended around his body. At the same time, he also called out, "I am a member of the Ling family, set up the formation." Ling Pengyun and the other 9 people heard the signal and immediately cast a Yimu trap demon formation. Because they were in the dense forest, Ling Yanqian, who controlled the formation, had a lot of combat experience. He melted the 9 Yimu trap demon formation flags cast by the Ling family into the ground, so that when the formation was opened, it could absorb the rich wood vein power under the dense forest underground, and in this way increase the power of the formation. Liu Dao Zhao, who was standing aside, also jumped off the back of the Anian tiger at this moment, pinched his hands, condensed a fiery red seal, and hit the Yanayan tiger's body. As soon as the seal entered the body of the flame cloud tiger, a large amount of flames suddenly gushed out of its body. These flames did not hurt the flame cloud tiger, but instead turned into a set of flame armor covering the body of the flame cloud tiger. After doing this, Liu Daoxiao also took out a flying sword and a magic shield, and at the same time called the Liu clan members around to prepare for the battle. After receiving the signal, the Liu clan members did not take out magic weapons, but summoned spirit beasts from the beast bag. There were all kinds of spirit beasts, such as demon tigers, demon pythons, demon foxes, demon wolves, and demon rocks, and each Liu clan Kigan cultivator had multiple spirit beasts. In a short time, the Liu clan's mere 20 or so Kigan cultivators summoned more than 50 Kigan stage spirit beasts of different cultivation levels. After summoning these spirit beasts, 3 of the 20 Liu clan cultivators, 1 old, 1 middle-aged, and 1 young, kept pinching their hands, condensing special seals, and hitting them into the bodies of more than 10 Kigan stage spirit beasts around. With the blessing of those seals, the auras of the more than 10 key training spirit beasts have all increased by nearly 30%, and even the auras of 2 late key training wolf monsters with good foundation are close to key training perfection. However, for this, the spiritual power in the bodies of the 3 cultivators, 1 old, 1 middle-aged, and 1 young, was also consumed, and their faces were as pale as snow. In the Ling team. Seeing this scene, Ling Pengyun glanced at the faces of the old, 1 middle-aged, and 1 young cultivators, with a slightly surprised look. I didn't expect that among the cultivators participating in the battle of the Liu family this time, there are actually 3 beast masters hidden. They are really well hidden. Not long ago, in the 2 battles in which the 5 cultivators of Huaishu County worked together to capture Yanjia Valley and stationed in Yanjia Valley, although the key training cultivators participating in the battle of the Liu family also summoned a large number of spirit beasts in this way, no beast master stood up to perform the secret method of beast control to blast the spirit beasts. Just when Ling Pengyun was about to look away, his eyes stayed on the face of the young beast master of the Liu family. Ling Pengyun felt a little familiar with this face. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered where he had seen this person before. It turned out to be this person. The young beast master was the Liu family cultivator who had fought with him for the Feng Yingpeng spirit egg during the Huaishu small meeting auction. Looking at this person's young age, he can use the beast control secret technique to strengthen the strength of the late key training monsters. I think he is already a first-class top-grade beast master. This boy should be Li Yuran, the first of the Liu family's Yuzi generation. While Ling Pengyun was distracted for a moment, The 22 flame tigers also rushed to within a mile of the Ling and Liu family cultivators. Ling Pengyun, holding the Yimu demon trapping array, took the lead. He pinched his fingers and summoned a seal to hit the array plate. The 9 Yimu demon trapping array flags hidden deep underground instantly formed an array, transforming into a green light curtain that enveloped the 22 flaming tigers. Raise the vines. Nearly 200 thigh-thick vines rose from deep underground, quickly binding the forelegs of the 22 flaming tigers that were constantly moving and charging. Go. Seeing that the Yimu demon trapping array had made a contribution, Ling Pengyun did not delay and waved his hand to shoot out the 18 flying swords that formed a sword array beside him. The Ling family cultivators were all using their strength to attack the group of flaming tigers, and the Liu family cultivators on the side would naturally not just stand by and watch. Liu Daoxiao called out to the flaming tiger beside him. Yan, go all out. The flaming tiger wearing fire armor nodded very humanely, then turned around and growled at the more than 50 spirit beasts summoned by the 20 or so Liu family members around him. The 50 or so key training beasts immediately understood and quickly gathered around Yan'anhu. When all the key training beasts gathered, Yan'anhu roared again and led the 50 or so key training beasts behind him to rush to the Yimu demon trapping array 1 mile away. At this time, in the Yimu demon trapping array, the Tiger King in the middle stage of foundation building tore the vines bound on his 4 feet with great force. Seeing that the great force did not have much effect, his face turned cold and red light flashed on his 4 feet. 4 flames suddenly attached to his 4 feet. The vines bound on his 4 feet were quickly burned clean by these flames. The Tiger King in the middle stage of foundation building was also freed from the trap. Seeing that this trick was effective, he quickly signaled to the surrounding tribesmen. The other flame tigers received the signal and followed suit. But the Yimu demon trapping formation was not an empty shell. In addition, this formation was set up by 8 late-stage key training monks and a 6th-level key training monk who was about to enter the late-stage key training. It was also blessed by the rich wood vein power of the dense forest. The vines transformed by this formation were much stronger than ordinary vines and had extremely high fire resistance. In addition to another tiger demon in the early stage of foundation building who used flames to burn the wood vines to escape, the flames released by the other 20 key training flame tigers were less powerful and could not burn the many vines bound on their 4 feet at once. Every time, only 1 or 2 vines could be burned off. But in an instant, vines would emerge from the ground to fill the gaps and bind the 20 flame tigers above the middle stage of key training tightly. This situation made the Tiger King in the middle stage of foundation building very anxious. Just when it was about to summon the foundation building flame to help those key training clansmen, it realized that dozens of monks a mile away were attacking, and the attack was not weak. Forced by the attack, this mid-stage foundation building Tiger King had to give up the idea of helping his fellow tribesmen and fight the enemy with all his strength. It roared, and a layer of flame armor attached to its body, but it only covered the torso, and it was not as fully protected as the flame armor of the flame cloud tiger. Then, this mid-stage foundation building Tiger King opened its tiger mouth and spewed out a large piece of flame, which turned into a flame cage several feet wide, trapping the earthly sword formation formed by the 18 flying swords shot by Ling Pengyun in the cage. At the same time, it also summoned flames to burn on the sword bodies of the 18 flying swords in the cage, trying to burn those flying swords with flames. In response, Ling Pengyun, who formed the earthly sword formation with 18 flying swords, did not sit still and wait for death. He directly used the strongest killing move, performing the sword art of the word wrong, and the 18 flying swords merged into one, turning into a huge flying sword with a 5-foot sword light, constantly chopping the flame cage transformed by the mid-stage foundation building tiger monster. Under the bombardment of the huge sword light, the flame cage kept shaking. Seeing this, the Tiger King in the middle stage of foundation building had to reduce the flames of the burning flying sword and instead use more flames to transform into a flame cage. In the distance, Ling Pengyun saw this and was slightly happy. He said to himself, this move of advancing and retreating is quite useful. While Ling Pengyun and the Tiger King in the middle stage of foundation building were fighting back and forth, another flame tiger in the early stage of foundation building used the flames to break free from the vines of the Yimu trapping array, and then rushed out of the array to fight the Yan'an tiger wearing a flame full body armor. There was a flame attached to the claws of both tigers. As long as they were injured by the tiger claws, the flame attached to the tiger claws would burn their flesh and blood, causing great pain to the opponent. Yan'an Tiger, with a flame full body armor transformed by the secret beast taming method of Liu Dao Zhao, a second-level beastmaster, and the help of a second-level flying sword thrown by Liu Dao Zhao, directly suppressed the flame tiger in the early stage of foundation building. After just 10 rounds, Yan'anhu and Liu Dao Zhao had choked the flame tiger, forcing it to only activate its protective Yuan Gang to survive. As for the more than 50 key training spirit beasts that followed Yan'anhu to attack the group of fire cloud tigers, they took advantage of the fact that the two foundation building initial and intermediate flame tigers were blocked and had no flaws in estimating them. They rushed into the Yimu Trap Demon formation and attacked the 20 key training flame tigers that were still bound by vines and could not move. Although the cultivation levels of the more than 50 key training spirit beasts were uneven, and there were even more than 20 spirit beasts that were only in the initial stage of key training, they could not withstand the large number of spirit beasts, and the 4 feet of the more than 20 flame tigers were all entangled by wooden vines, making it difficult for them to avoid the attacks of the attacking spirit beasts. After just one encounter, the flame tigers fell into disadvantage. Although they were not directly killed, scars on their bodies continued to appear. In an instant, except for the 3 beast masters who had just used the secret beast control technique to enhance the strength of their spirit beasts, the rest of the Liu clan members all used their magic tools to help their spirit beasts and bombarded the 20 flame tigers in the key training stage. With the participation of nearly 20 Liu clan key training monks, the 20 flame tigers gradually suffered casualties. Although the 2 flame tigers in the early and middle stages of foundation building were extremely angry about the death of their fellows, they had no time to help their fellows and could only watch their fellows die tragically. In just half a cup of tea, the 20 flame tigers were completely destroyed. The Liu clan members who had freed their hands and the 50 spirit beasts of key training also aimed their spearheads at the flame tiger in the early stage of foundation building that was suppressed and beaten by their own family leader Liu Dao Zhao and Yan'anhu. Under the combined efforts of the Liu clan, the 50 spirit beasts of key training and Yan'anhu, the flame tiger's body protection Yuan Gang was gradually cracked by the attacks. As the flame cloud tiger clawed hard, the cracked body protection Yuan Gang was shattered. Without the body protection Yuan Gang, even if the foundation building flame tiger spit out the inner elixir, it could only block the flame cloud tiger. In a breath, the foundation building flame tiger was beheaded by Liu Dao Zhao's second-level flying sword. After the tiger monster died, Liu Dao Zhao called on the Liu family and the flame cloud tiger to support Ling Yunhong and attack the last flame tiger here, the lone king in the middle stage of the foundation. The foundation building flame tiger king was struggling to block Ling Yunhong alone. The support of Liu Dao Zhao and others was like a death warrant for it. In 100 breaths, it was not spared and was directly cut in half by the 5 Zhang sword light transformed by the sword art of the earthly evil sword array. The battle came to an end, but the Ling family monks and the Liu family monks did not take back their magic weapons and were on guard against each other. Ling Yunhong, the strongest person here, didn't care about it. He was sure that even if the Liu family monk took action, he could protect the Ling family members and leave safely. He directly asked Ling Pengyun and others to remove the Yimu demon trapping array and clean up the battlefield with him. Thanks to God's poem, 654 chess pieces, book friend 201811058005626021, unexpectedly breaking into your smile, floating like years. Book friend 2020406091749074, book friend 2022072820150497 and Kainan Diang's monthly ticket. Thank you all. Chapter 141 Winter is coming. After collecting the spoils, Ling Yunhong still did not leave. Although he and Liu Dao Zhao had divided the pre-war gains yesterday, that was only the distribution of the flame tiger corpses killed in this battle. There were 2 foundation-building tiger monsters in the group of flame tigers. It was not difficult for Ling Yunhong to guess that the tiger monster's lair was built on a spiritual vein. The spiritual veins occupied by monsters often have treasures, although the value varies, and it may be considered a free harvest. Even if the benefits of this free harvest are small, Ling Yunhong does not intend to give up. Ling Yunhong spoke to Liu Dao Zhao. Fellow Taoist Liu, this battle is over, and we should search for the lair of these flame tiger kings together. Hearing this, Liu Dao Zhao and the 3 beast masters of different ages of the Liu family all froze. Even Liu Daoxiao's eyes flashed a murderous intent, but it was fleeting. Liu Daoxiao looked at the huge flying sword floating beside Ling Yunhong with fear, staring at a 5-meter sword light. Recalling the ease with which Ling Yunhong fought against a mid-stage foundation-building flame tiger, he sighed helplessly, and his expression returned to normal. As a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, Ling Yunhong's spiritual sense was extremely powerful. He subtly noticed the changes in the expressions of Liu Daoxiao and the other 4. His eyes moved slightly, and he waved his hand to signal Ling Pengyun and the other 9 to prepare for battle. Then, he questioned. "Fellow Taoist Liu, are you hiding something from me?" Due to Ling Yunhong's strength, Liu Daoxiao couldn't stop Ling Yunhong from going to the Flame Tiger's lair, so he had to tell the secret of the Flame Tiger's lair. "Since fellow Taoist Ling has seen it, I will not hide it from you." 2 of the Flame Tiger monsters in the early and middle stages of foundation building gave birth to 3 cubs half a year ago, and the cubs they gave birth to are still in their infancy. Since fellow Taoist knows about this, please tell us in advance about the distribution of the 3 cubs. This tiger monster matter was originally led by my Liu family, and we gave the majority of the corpses obtained from killing the flame tigers to your Ling family. My Liu family is determined to get the 3 flame tiger cubs. The market price of a young beast with foundation building blood is about 400 spirit stones, and 3 will be 1,200 spirit stones. Your and my 2 families will split it equally, with a total of 600 spirit stones to compensate fellow Taoist. As for the 3 flame tiger cubs, they belong to my Liu family. If fellow Taoist forces me, I am not afraid of a fight. Ling Yunhong saw that Liu Daoxiao had a cold face and was indeed ready to fight. In addition, the offspring of foundation building monsters cannot be cultivated to the stage of foundation building. It is good enough if they can be cultivated to the stage of key training perfection. Furthermore, the Ling clan had been cultivating the same foundation building bloodline of fairy cranes for more than 200 years, but none of them had built a foundation. The fairy cranes had not been cultivated well, so Ling Yunhong felt that it was more cost-effective to use spirit stones. The price Liu Daoxiao mentioned was indeed fair. However, it was not just him, a member of the Ling clan, who contributed to this place. He also asked Ling Pengyun and the other 9 people for their opinions. Ling Pengyun and the other 9 people had just heard Liu Daoxiao's firm attitude. Although several members of the Ling clan wanted the flame tiger cub, they did not want to make it difficult for Ling Yunhong to avoid a conflict between the 2 clans, so they could only say against their will that it would be better to exchange it for spirit stones. Seeing the attitude of the clan members, Ling Yunhong said, "It's okay to compensate with spirit stones, but wait until we get to the nest and see if there are 3 cubs in it before making a deal." "Okay." Liu Daoxiao was relieved when he heard this. This request was not harsh. Although he just said that with such a strong will, in fact, he was very reluctant to have a conflict with the Ling family led by Ling Yunhong. Although the Ling family had fewer people, Ling Yunhong's earthly evil sword formation had many swords, and there was also a trap formation. Once Ling Yunhong and others fought desperately, he and the flame cloud tiger would most likely die here, not to mention the more than 20 members of the Liu family who were in the key training stage. As for why he was so tough and asked for the 3 flame tiger cubs, there was a reason. His Liu family was a beast-taming family, and they had unique insights in breeding monster beasts. In the eyes of Liu Daoxiao, a second-level beast tamer, the parents of the 3 flame tiger cubs were all in the foundation building stage, and they all had the opportunity to enter the foundation building stage like the flame cloud tiger. Although this opportunity was rare, it was not enough to resist the 3 flame tiger cubs with foundation building bloodlines. It was possible that one of the 3 cubs would be able to build a foundation after 100 years. Furthermore, even if the flame tiger cubs are difficult to enter the foundation building stage, if there is a mother tiger, it can also mate with a flame cloud tiger, which is also a tiger clan and has the fire attribute, to give birth to cubs, or find other tiger spirit beasts to reproduce with them, and benefit the Liu family. After the 2 parties reached an agreement, Liu Daoxiao collected the only 2 flame tiger corpses in the early and middle stages of foundation building on the ground, and then called everyone to continue moving forward into the depths of the dense forest. After walking for nearly 3 or 4 miles, everyone finally reached a cave several feet large under a small hill in the depths of the dense forest. This cave is the nest of the flame tiger group. Liu Daoxiao told Ling Yunhong, and then took the flame cloud tiger into the cave first. Ling Yanhong probed into the depths of the nest with his spiritual sense and found nothing unusual, so he led the Ling family to follow Liu Daoxiao and entered the nest. There were no other spirit creatures in the nest, but there were indeed 3 flame tiger cubs. Moreover, the cultivation of these 3 flame tiger cubs has reached the innate perfection, and they are only 1 step away from entering the realm of key training. Because it was agreed before that these 3 flame tiger cubs belonged to Liu Daoxiao, after Liu Daoxiao took out the 600 spirit stones, Ling Yanhong took the Ling family and said goodbye to Liu Daoxiao, left the nest, and separated from the Liu family. The 2 families were able to cooperate this time because of hunting the Flame Tiger group. The Flame Tiger group has been destroyed, and the 2 families should naturally disperse. Although it is easier for the 2 clans to continue to cooperate in hunting monsters, Ling Yanhong and Liu Daoxiao are not at ease. It is possible that the other clan members will suddenly stab them in the back during the battle. After Ling Yanhong led the Ling family to leave the dense forest where the Flame Tiger nest was located, he released the Fairy Crane King to fly in the air and waited to see if anyone from the Liu family would follow. When he learned that the Liu family monks and the group left from another direction of the dense forest, Ling Yanhong led the team to continue moving forward. However, because the location of the previous barren valley was known to Liu Daoxiao, in order to find it safely, Ling Yanhong led his tribe to find another barren valley as a new base. Time passed quickly, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. The arrival of the beginning of winter is a sign of winter. On this day, white snow fell from the blue sky. The snow was very heavy. After a few hours, a layer of silver frost was covered on the ground. Under the falling snow, a large white crane flew in the air with its head lowered and its eyes constantly turned to scan the ground to detect whether there were any traces of monsters. However, after searching for nearly half a day and a range of nearly 100 miles around, no traces of any monsters were found. Only 3 lone monsters were found. This situation made the white crane depressed. As it was about to fall at night, the temperature dropped sharply, and the heavy snow in the sky would become heavier. The white crane had to give up searching elsewhere and turned back to a hidden valley. As soon as it entered the valley, the white crane landed next to a middle-aged cultivator. Next to this middle-aged cultivator, there were 9 cultivators of different ages. These 10 people were Ling Yanhong, Ling Pengyun, Ling Pengxing, Ling Yanqian, Ling Xiaohu and others who stayed in Jiayamang Lake to hunt monsters. And the white crane was naturally the Ling family's guardian beast Xianling Crane King. As soon as the Xianling Crane King returned, everyone's eyes were on it. Ling Yanhong asked the Xianling Crane King, who had just returned with some expectation in his eyes, "Have you found any traces of the monster group today?" The Xianling Crane King understood what Ling Yanhong said with the help of the master recognition restriction between Ling Yanhong and him. It shook its head and called twice. Ling Yanqian, who was more impatient, asked Ling Yanhong, "Third brother, but didn't find any traces of the monster group?" Ling Yanhong sighed helplessly and nodded. Because they had not found any monsters to hunt for several days, and had no gains, and because they had made a lot of money during this trip to Jiayamang Lake, Ling Yanhong also wanted to return to his clan. He proposed. Since this month, the temperature has dropped, and the monsters have gradually entered their nests and fallen into deep sleep according to their normal living conditions. The Fairy Crane King has gradually found it difficult to find the traces of the monsters with the naked eye. It was okay in the first half of the month. Pengyun's soul-seeking rat helped us find the hibernation nests of monsters, but since the soul-seeking rat was killed by the demon bear 3 days ago, we have not gained anything. If we still stay here, we can only go deeper into the Jiayamang Lake area and go to the areas where the monsters have higher cultivation levels. Maybe we can find some traces of monsters, but this is too dangerous. And if we return to Lingxiao Market, it is not worth buying soul-seeking rats, which are more sensitive to spiritual energy. Such soul beasts with lower cultivation levels may follow the footsteps of the previous soul-seeking rat and be killed when we search for monsters. The spirit beasts with higher cultivation and more sensitive to spiritual energy are all hunted by the spirit beast dealers in Lingxiao Market, while many cultivators enter Jiayamang Lake. There is a great demand for such spirit beasts, and the price is extremely high. A mid-stage key training beast needs more than 200 spirit stones, and a late-stage key training beast needs more than 500 spirit stones, which is 2 or 3 times more than usual. The price is too expensive, at least 500 spirit stones. We only hunt monsters in Jiayamang Lake for a short period of time, so it is not worth it. Now, The contribution points for buying bailing water have been raised, and you have also made some gains. In my opinion, let's return to the tribe mountain. Although the cold winter and the lack of food cannot cause any major problems to the monster beasts with thick fur and spiritual power to protect themselves, the monster beasts, like ordinary beasts, will still hide in their nests and sleep for a period of time in winter to spend the cold winter. After all, most monster beasts slowly break through from wild beasts, and have lived as wild beasts for many years, so they are used to the process of hibernation. During the hibernation process, the monsters do not simply sleep. The monster's cultivation relies on sleeping. The long period of sleep and cultivation during the hibernation period can also refine the monster's spiritual power to the greatest extent. Of course, those very few monsters with extraordinary qualifications and innate key training do not know how to hibernate. They are born with enough intelligence and can operate their blood inheritance to improve their own spiritual power. Ling Yanhong's Fairy Crane King and Feng Yingpeng did not fall into hibernation and practice because Ling Yanhong and Ling Pengyun did not allow it. After all, they are still in the territory of Jiayamang Lake and need these two spirit beasts. Thanks, book friend 160,804,194,830,040 for the reward. Thanks, Angel Walker's monthly ticket. Chapter 142, Return to the Family. As for Ling Yanhong's words, using the spirit-seeking rat in Ling Pengyun's hand to search for the monster's nest was also because winter was coming, the temperature was dropping, and most of the monsters had entered the caves, making it difficult for the Immortal Crane King to use his eyesight to find the monster's traces as before. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun took out the spirit-seeking rat in the early stage of key training that he had obtained by killing the evil cultivator a few months ago. Everyone also relied on the spirit-seeking rat's perception of spiritual energy, and then searched for the monster's hibernation nest when the monster hibernated, and killed the monster in the nest. But the good times didn't last long. 3 days ago, the spirit-seeking rat led the Ling family to search outside the nest of a bear monster, and happened to run into the foundation-building bear monster sleeping in the nest out for food. Because the bear monster's cultivation level was as high as the middle stage of foundation building, its strength was strong, and the spirit-seeking rat was too weak. The people who followed the spirit-seeking rat had no time to rescue it, and the rat was beaten to death by the foundation-building bear monster. Fortunately, Ling Pengyun and his companions were not weak either. With the formation and the attack of Ling Yanhong, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, they spent some time to kill the foundation-building bear monster, which could be regarded as revenge for the spirit-seeking rat. Ling Pengyun was quite moved by what Ling Yanhong had just said. In this situation, it is indeed safer to return to the tribe. I have never found a suitable time to use the 2 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water that I bought with contribution points on my body for the thorn vines. After returning to the tribe, I have enough time to use them for the thorn vines. Since Ling Pengyun and his companions returned to the mountain, he has been wandering around the Jiayamang Lake with Ling Yanhong and his companions for the past 6 months, looking for weaker monsters. He has killed 1 or 2,000 monsters and 6 foundation-building monsters. These 6 foundation-building monsters do not include the 2 foundation-building flame tigers that he killed with Liu. Every month, Ling Yanhong, a foundation-building cultivator, would bring the corpses of monsters he had obtained in a month to the Bingjiao market to exchange for contribution points. The contribution points he obtained were still 70% and 30% respectively. Ling Yanhong got 70% and Ling Pengyun, who mastered the Yimu monster trapping array, got 30% of the 9 people. Although the 3 points of profit were shared equally by the 9 people who set up the Yimu monster trapping array, Ling Pengyun did not take much of the share, but the monsters killed by everyone were too many. Since Ling Pengyun followed Ling Yanhong to kill monsters, he had received a total of 480 contribution points. This was only the gain of Ling Pengyun and others after they returned to the clan. If the benefits of seizing the rock-armored ape mountain ridge, stationing in the rock-armored ape valley, hunting the fireball rat monster group and the golden feathered bird group were added, he had received a total of 925 contribution points. It only took half a year for such a huge gain, and Ling Pengyun was very satisfied. At the same time, he was also a little worried that he might encounter danger if he went deep into the Jiayamang Lake. Although it was good to earn a large amount of contribution points in a short period of time, he had to live to spend them. However, although he wanted to return to the clan, he did not speak, but waited for the other elders to speak first. After a long while, Ling Rufan, who was the most senior among the people present, took the lead in agreeing to return to the clan, and then people began to speak one after another. Since everyone agrees to this, let's set off now. Ling Yanhong called. At dusk, the Ling family's 10 people left the desolate valley and sneaked towards the north. After sneaking for 4 days and running for more than 6,000 miles, they left the Jiamang Lake and entered the Bingjiao County of the human race. Bingjiao County was the new county city established by Bailingmen half a year ago after taking over the 10,000 miles of land in the Jiamang Lake. Because the Ning and Jing states controlled by Bailingmen both had 5 counties, the Bingjiao County was not included in the map of the 2 states by Bailingmen, but was planned by Bailingmen as the starting county of Jiazhou. From this matter, Bailingmen's plot was very clear. The second-level spiritual veins in this county were still occupied by Bailingmen disciples. It was not that Bailingmen was overbearing and unwilling to sell the spiritual veins in their hands to the cultivators in the territory, but that the battle for the territory was too short. Some of the key training families and independent cultivators who participated in the battle had not yet accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for foundation-building spiritual objects, so no foundation-building cultivators were born. Without foundation-building cultivation, it would be difficult to buy a second-level spiritual vein from Bailingmen, even if there were enough contribution points. As soon as the 10 people of the Ling family entered the territory of Bingjiao County, they went straight to the Bingjiao mansion in the Bingjiao market opened by Bailingmen and Bingjiao County, and handed over the corpses of only a few dozen key training monsters killed this month and the corpse of the early foundation-building bear monster that killed the soul-seeking rat to Bailingmen foundation-building deacon who was specially responsible for handling this matter, in exchange for 750 contribution points. Of this contribution point, Ling Pengyun received 25 contribution points, plus the remaining 25 contribution points from his account for the purchase of 3 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water, a total of 50 contribution points. Ling Pengyun considered that there were not many contribution points and there was no need to keep them, so he spent them all and bought 5 first-grade high-quality spiritual fruits. After buying things, Ling Pengyun was bored, so he looked at what other family elders bought with contribution points. Ling Rufan, Ling Ruru, and Ling Ruquan, the 3 elders, used contribution points to buy first-grade lower and middle-quality cultivation resources. Their cultivation was as high as the late stage of key training, so they naturally did not need such low-level cultivation pills. The reason for exchanging them was to buy them for their descendants and pave the way for them. Ling Yunqian, Ling Yuntu, and Ling Yun, the 3 elders of the Yun generation, were selecting some spiritual objects that could enhance their strength, such as spiritual talismans, magic tools, etc. Ling Xiaohua, a cultivator who was only 1 step away from entering the late stage of key training, spent a lot of money to buy a 50-year-old evergreen spiritual fruit that could help cultivators break through bottlenecks. Ling Pengxing, like Ling Pengyun, bought spiritual objects such as spiritual fruits without impurities. As for Ling Yanhong, the foundation-building cultivator, because he bought more than 1,000 contribution points, he was taken to the counter of Bingjiao Mansion by a foundation-building steward, and then to a quiet room for a private transaction. Ling Pengyun looked at the door of the quiet room behind the counter and said curiously, "The 3rd ancestor is most likely going to buy the first-class foundation-building spiritual item, bailing water this time." When Ling Yanhong walked out of the quiet room, he saw that all the Ling clan members had spent all their contribution points on the spiritual items they wanted. He did not stay for long and invited the clan members to leave Bingjiao Mansion together. The Ling clan members first followed Ling Yanhong to the 2 stores opened by the family in this market, Lingxiao Beiwu Pavilion and Lingxiao Dantang, and informed the only Ling clan member in these 2 stores, 4th elder Ling Yunfu, that they would no longer hunt monsters and planned to return to the clan. During the past 6 months, Ling Yanhong and his companions have handed over 13 corpses of foundation-building monsters to Bailingmen one after another, and naturally they have the qualifications to purchase 2 shops in Bingjiafang City. Of course, this is only the qualification, and purchasing a shop still requires spiritual stones. The prices of these 2 shops are not cheap, and a total of 4,000 spiritual stones were spent to purchase them. Of course, such expensive prices are also worth it. This Bingjiafang City is the closest market to the Jiamang Lake area where monsters are rampant in the territory of Bailingmen. As long as the cultivators in the territory of Bailingmen want to enter the Jiamang Lake area to hunt monsters, they will inevitably go to this Bingjiafang City. As long as the things sold in these two shops of the Ling family are of good quality, it is only a matter of time to make back the capital. As for the fourth elder Ling Yunfu, who was proficient in business and originally managed the two shops of the family in Huishifang City, he was transferred here for a reason. Due to the establishment of Bingjiafang City, Huishifang City has lost its advantage of being the closest to Jiamang Lake. Once this advantage is lost, it will also mean that the flow of people in Huishifang City will decrease, and business will not be good. Water flows upwards, and businesses naturally want to open stores in places with more consumers. Of course, the two stores in Huishifang City were not closed by the Ling family. They were all managed by other members of the Ling family. After all, even if the income of the two stores in Huishifang City decreases in the future, a few mosquitoes are still meat. Lingxiao Beiwu Pavilion in Bingjiafang City is equivalent to the store after the merger of Beibao Pavilion and Fudang in Huishifang City. This store has been open for several months, and there are as many as 100 kinds of spiritual objects sold in the store. However, the most popular ones are the three kinds of spiritual rice of Ling family's unique first level lower, middle and upper grade yellow jade, green jade and white jade. After that, there are the spiritual talismans refined by the third elder of the family, Ling Yunfeng, and the two magical instruments, Zuanshu sword and Zuanshu shield, refined by the family's weapon refiner Ling Yunan. As for Lingxiao Datang, it mainly sells elixirs. Due to insufficient manpower and no alchemists to refine elixirs, it has not yet started business. The elixirs of this store will be supplied by Ling Yunhong, a first-level upper-grade alchemist, in the future. Since the Ling family exchanged a share of the Zuanshu iron ore vein from the Bailing sect for a second-level alchemy inheritance, the Ling family has changed the development direction of the family's main 100 arts, from spiritual plants to alchemy, and spiritual plants will be supplemented in the future. Ling Yunhong, the only foundation-building cultivator of the Ling family, naturally became the key to the family's 100 arts transformation. If he can become a second-level alchemist, he can support the family's alchemy. It is for this reason that since the Ling family obtained the second-level alchemy inheritance, Ling Yunhong has been devoted to alchemy. With good comprehension, the powerful spiritual consciousness of the foundation-building period, and the Ling family's continuous supply of spiritual medicines, Ling Yunhong was able to refine several first-level top-grade elixirs a year ago, and the success rate was not low. If Ling Yunhong had not needed to kill monsters in exchange for contribution points, the Lingxiao Alchemy Hall would have opened to welcome guests long ago. The Ling family chatted with Ling Yunfu for a while before leaving the Binjiao market and returning to the family. Because they were not on the Jiamang Lake area, the Ling family did not need to worry about their aura being detected and attracting monsters, so they all used flying magic tools or flying spirit beasts to travel. In just 5 days, they returned to Lingxiao Mountain in early December. As soon as they entered the mountain, Ling Yunhong took everyone to the General Affairs Hall to report. When the great elder Ling Ruda in charge of the General Affairs Hall saw that the last 10 of the 30 Ling family members who responded to the Bailing sect's call to fight monsters had returned safely, he was extremely ecstatic. Then, Ling Ruda called on the few younger members of the clan, as well as the elderly, women and children in the clan to gather together and have a good meal to celebrate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Fairy Crane King Takes Bailing Water. After all the clan members finished the celebration banquet, the great elder Ling Ruda, the fifth elder Ling Yangxi, and the sixth elder Ling Yunqian were summoned by Ling clan leader Ling Yunhong to the meeting hall on the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, in the meeting hall, Ling Yunhong waved his hand and summoned a glass bottle filled with green spiritual liquid from his storage bag, and spoke. This is the bottle of bailing water that I exchanged for during my trip to Jiamang Lake. Although Ling Ruda, Ling Yangxi, and Ling Yunqian knew in advance that Ling Yunhong would exchange for bailing water for various reasons, they still couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Ling Yunhong take out bailing water. Ling Ruda said in surprise. A few months ago, when Penguin and the others returned, I also heard that you brought Yunqian and the others to stay here in order to earn contribution points to exchange for bailing water. I didn't expect that you actually earned that huge amount of contribution points and exchanged for this treasure. This bottle of baling water is the first foundation-building spiritual item that my Ling family has obtained since the establishment of the clan. Yunhong, you have made a great contribution. Since the establishment of the Ling family for more than 200 years, although they had saved enough spiritual stones to buy baling water 100 years ago, they have never dared to buy it. First, in the past, when the Ling family was still a key training family attached to the Qingshi Yin-Yang family and located in Lingxiao Mountain in Yunshi County, the demon cultivators headed by Lingxiao Mo were rampant and often killed wealthy cultivators. Once the Ling family spent spiritual stones to buy baling water from various markets at that time, they would be targeted by Lingxiao Mo. At that time, the Ling family had no foundation-building cultivators sitting in the Ling family. Once they were targeted by Lingxiao Mo, they would have no power to fight back. Secondly, even if the Ling family doesn't care about Lingxiao Mo, there is still the obstacle of the Ling family's kinship Qingshi Yin-Yang family. When the Ling family was still a key training family, the original mountain Lingxiao Mountain was within the territory of the Qingshi Yin-Yang family. Lingxiao Mountain is only more than 1,000 miles away from Qingshi Mountain. Once the Ling family has a foundation building, it means that the Ling family, which can be sucked blood by the Yang family all the time, will become a threat. Qingshi Yin-Yang family does not want to see such a situation. If Ling Yunhong had not quietly built his foundation alone, the Ling family would still be sucked blood by the huge Yang family. Speaking of this, Ling Ruda showed a touch of heartache in his expression and looked at Ling Yunhong, who was sitting at the main seat of the chairman's table, and sighed secretly. I think Yunhong's exchange of baling water from Baling sect this time is still the same as the exchange of Lingxiao Mountain second-level spiritual vein. He invested alone, not together with Yunjin, Pengyun and the other 9 people to buy it. The family is becoming more and more like a burden to Yunhong. Yunhong's cultivation has reached the middle stage of foundation building, but he still has no life magic weapon. Thinking of this, Ling Ruda sighed helplessly. The Ling family now owns the second-level low-grade spiritual vein of Lingxiao Mountain, which was conquered by Ling Yunhong. It is also because of Ling Yunhong that the Ling family has its current glory. And the Ling family is still in the process of development, and it is difficult to feed back many resources to Ling Yunhong. As for the life magic weapon, it can also be called the instrument of the practice method. It is a magic weapon that is extremely consistent with the practice method. Because the life magic weapon and the practice method are of the same origin, the power is at least 30% stronger than the same level magic weapon. However, only cultivators above the foundation building stage can refine the life magic weapon. When the great elder Ling Ruda was distracted, Ling Yunhong spoke again. The spiritual stones earned by the family from the 3 kinds of spiritual rice in the Jade series, the Zhuangshu iron ore veins, etc. are enough to buy a foundation building pill for Pengxing, and to purchase baling water in a joint venture with Pengyan. So I plan to give this bottle of baling water to the Fairy Crane King in the family. The Fairy Crane King and its tribe have been subservient to our Ling family for more than 200 years, and have helped our Ling family a lot during this period. Such achievements are enough to get this bottle of baling water. If the Fairy Crane King can build a foundation, the family will not have to worry about the lack of successors within hundreds of years, and the Fairy Crane King after building the foundation will also become the capital for our Ling family to continue for hundreds of years. The great elder Ling Ruda agreed. The merits of the Immortal Crane King in the family are indeed enough to get this baling water, but it costs too much to buy this baling water, and you have never refined your own life magic weapon, so it is difficult to fully display your strength. The family should also help you to refine a life magic weapon. Yes, I also agree with the proposal of the 11th uncle. The 5th elder Ling Yangxi agreed. I also agree with this proposal. The 6th elder Ling Yunqian also agreed. Hearing this, Ling Yunhong felt warm in his heart, and the smile on his face became even wider. He spoke. I still have thousands of contribution points left from the large amount of contribution points I received 8 years ago, plus the more than 1,000 contribution points left after purchasing the baling water this time, a total of 2,000 contribution points. With this contribution point, I have bought a piece of 200 years of cold iron, but to refine my life magic weapon, I still need 1,000 kilograms of first-grade high-quality Zhuangshu iron to help. Getting cold iron is a good thing. There happens to be a lot of first-grade high-quality Zhuangshu iron left in the clan treasury. You can go and get it after the meeting. Ling Ruda said happily. After chatting for a while, the meeting was over. After the meeting, Ling Yunhong came alone to the Lingxiao Mountain behind the cranes where the cranes were nesting. As soon as he stepped into the mountain, the Crane King and the Crane group sensed Ling Yunhong's arrival through the master recognition restriction and fell from the nest to Ling Yunhong's side. Ling Yunhong touched the head of the Crane King, patted the storage bag on his waist, summoned the bottle of bailing water from it, looked at the Crane King and asked, "This thing can increase your chances of breaking through the foundation building by 10%. Are you willing to try to break through the foundation building again?" Because of the master recognition restriction, the Crane King could understand what Ling Yunhong meant. The Crane King looked at the bottle of bailing water, with a little hesitation and even fear in his expression. 8 years ago, the Crane King had tried to break through the foundation building once with a second-level demon beast inner pill, but unfortunately failed, and was seriously injured due to the backlash of the failure to break through. However, Ling Yunhong spent a lot of money to find a healing pill for it. Not long after the immortal Crane King took the pill, he recovered from most of his injuries. After 8 years of nurturing his own spiritual power, the injuries he had suffered were also healed. Because he had experienced the pain of failure in breaking through, the immortal Crane King hesitated for a while. After all, no one could guarantee that with the help of bailing water, it could enter the foundation building stage. After hesitating for a few breaths, its expression gradually became firm and it nodded lightly. Ling Yunhong had already guessed that the immortal Crane King would not give up this opportunity. Without saying much, he opened the glass bottle containing bailing water in his hand and poured the bailing water into the mouth of the immortal Crane King. As soon as the immortal Crane King took the bailing water, he called to Ling Yunhong, then flapped his wings and flew back to the nest and fell into deep sleep. Seeing this, Ling Yunhong showed some expectation in his expression. The immortal Crane King has a very deep foundation, and with the help of the bailing water this time, there should be more than a 30% chance of breaking through the foundation. Ling Yunhong said to himself, and then he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and sat there quietly, protecting him. Chapter 144 Return to Lingxiao Mountain. The next day, early in the morning, the 9 people of Ling Pengyun, who followed the clan leader Ling Yunhong to hunt monsters in the Jiamang Lake, returned after a night of rest and returned to the right track. Ling Rufan, the oldest of the clan, was over 100 years old, so he continued to stay in the clan. He was responsible for riding the fairy crane to deliver offerings to the clan members stationed in the low-level spiritual mountains in the clan every 6 months. In his spare time, he stayed in Lingxiao Mountain to rest. The 2 elders of the clan, Ling Ruru and Ling Ruquan, returned to Xi'an Town and Hexi Town to guard respectively. The 6 elders, Ling Yunqian, Ling Yun, and Ling Yuntu, gathered people to drive the mountain opening cattle to transport spiritual objects to the family shops in the markets opened by the 5 major families in Huaishu Market, Bingjiao Market, Yunshu Market, and Huaishu County, and then transported the spiritual stones earned from these shops back to the clan. Ling Xiaohu stayed in Lingxiao Mountain, and continued to refine the Zuanshu ore mine from the Zuanshu vein in Qingshi Lake into Zuanshu iron with a refining furnace day and night. Ling Pengxing also stayed in the mountain, but he used the spiritual objects obtained from hunting monsters in the past 6 months to practice hard. As for Ling Pengyun, after absorbing a breath of the power of the early sun in the early morning, he flew away from Lingxiao Mountain with a green leaf. He spent 5 days and traveled more than 6 or 7,000 miles to enter Yunshu County. Fearing that his parents would worry, after entering Yunshu County, Ling Pengyun first went to Yunshu Market, reported his safety to his parents who ran the Lingxiao Miscellaneous Goods Pavilion in the market, and had a meal with his parents. Only then did he leave the market, and flew for another 2 days with a green leaf, and then arrived at the foot of Lingxiao Mountain, the destination of this trip. 8th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun used the sound enhancement technique just like when he came to the foot of Lingxiao Mountain half a year ago, and shouted loudly to Ling Ruquan who was stationed at the mountain. After a while, Ling Ruquan, who heard the call from outside the mountain, came down from Lingxiao Mountain to Ling Pengyun's side. 8th great-grandfather. Ling Pengyun bowed and greeted. Ling Ruquan nodded slightly and asked Ling Pengyun curiously. Pengyun, some time ago, when I went to the Pengyun market opened by the neighboring Pengyun Yang family to buy some spiritual objects, I heard that in mid-May, the Bailing sect seized a piece of land of 10,000 miles in the Jiamang Lake area to establish the Bingjiao County, and also killed the ice dragon in the early Jindan stage in Jiamang Lake. The Bailing sect allowed the cultivators to hunt monsters and exchange them for many spiritual objects. I wonder if it is true. Since the sixth elder Ling Pengyun, who is in charge of the family caravan, followed Ling Pengyun and others to fight monsters in the Jiamang Lake area since May, there has been no caravan coming to Yunshu County in the family. In addition, Ling Rukwang had to stay in Lingxiao Mountain and it was difficult for him to go out often. He didn't know much about the war tens of thousands of miles away, and the news was very closed. Ling Pengyun nodded lightly, without hiding anything, and briefly told Ling Rukwang why he took so long to replace Ling Rukwang to stay in Lingxiao Mountain. It's all true. After the Bailing sect repelled the monsters in mid-May, I followed the tribe leader with the rest of the tribe members to go deep into the Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters. By handing over the corpses of monsters from the Bailing sect, I earned contribution points, which delayed my replacement of your 8th great-grandfather to guard this mountain. Ling Rukwang was shocked when he heard this. Jiamang Lake is a place where monsters run rampant. He frowned slightly and said with a worried look, "Are there any casualties among the tribe members?" "No, they are all safe." Including the tribe leader in the foundation building stage, a total of 31 tribe members went to the expedition, and all 31 tribe members returned home safely. Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Ling Rukwang's worries were finally relieved when he heard this, and he joked. "It's good that there are no casualties. You look so rosy-cheeked. I'm afraid you made a small profit in the process of hunting monsters in the past 6 months." "Not bad," Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Ling Ruda also saw that Ling Pengyun didn't want to talk more about the gains of the trip to Jiamang Lake, so he changed the subject and said with a smile. "When spring came this year, the 21st grade high-quality kingling bamboos on the top of the mountain grew a lot of kingling bamboo shoots. I left a lot for you. Now it's noon, and you probably haven't eaten yet. Let's have a good meal. I'll make you a bamboo shoot feast." Hearing this, Ling Pengyun recalled the bamboo shoot feast that Ling Ruda made when he first arrived at Lingxiao Mountain half a year ago, and swallowed his saliva. Ling Rukwang suddenly noticed Ling Pengyun's swallowing of saliva, smiled, thought of something, and spoke. "By the way, half a year ago, when you hurriedly left Lingxiao Mountain to return to the family to prepare for the Bailing sect to launch the demon-killing event, the 7 pine chickens you entrusted to me to take care of have grown a lot, and the 3 earthworms have also made good progress in the 10 acres of green spiritual bamboo planted on the hillside to improve the quality of the spiritual soil. The fruit flower bee colony collected a lot of fruit flower pollen and brewed a lot of fruit flower honey when the more than 100,000 acres of fruit trees in the Lingxiao orchard were in full bloom in March and April. Relying on this fruit flower honey, the queen bee of the bee colony entered the middle stage of key training at the beginning of last month, and there are now as many as 43 fruit flower worker bees that have entered the grade. Ling Pengyun was delighted when he heard that the fruit flower bee queen had entered the middle stage of key training. The fruit flower bee queen entering the middle stage of key training means that the fruit flower worker bees in the bee colony that can brew fruit flower honey will also enter the middle stage of key training soon. As long as the worker bees enter the middle stage of key training, the bee colony can also produce first-grade medium-quality fruit flower honey. As for why only when the queen bee enters the middle stage of key training can the worker bees in the bee colony break through the grade, the reason is also very simple. The queen bee will not allow a threat with a cultivation level far higher than itself to appear in its nest. Once it appears, it will call on the entire bee colony to kill it. If it is not killed, the worker bees with higher cultivation will definitely rebel against the queen bee, kill the queen bee, eat the queen bee's remains, and establish themselves as kings. Ling Pengyun also knows the way of being a man. He waved his hand and took out a glass bottle filled with fruit honey from the storage bag, handed it to Ling Rukwang and said, "Thank you for worrying about my 3 spirit beasts in the past 6 months. This is 5 kilograms of fruit honey I left behind in my early years. It is not worth any spirit stones, but the taste is very good. Please accept it, 8th great-grandfather." "Then I will accept it. Let's go up the mountain." Ling Rudao heard what Ling Pengyun was thinking. He didn't say too much. After reaching out to take the bottle of fruit honey, he said hello and took Ling Pengyun to the top of the mountain. On the way up the mountain, Ling Ruda told Ling Pengyun again in a rough manner to prevent Ling Pengyun from forgetting the distribution of spiritual plants planted in the mountain. There are a total of 21 acres of spiritual fields in Lingxiao Mountain, of which there are 10 acres of first-grade low-grade spiritual fields halfway up the mountain. The 10 acres of spiritual fields halfway up the mountain are all planted with the green spiritual bamboo, with a total of 500 roots planted. There are a total of 11 acres of spiritual fields on the top of the mountain, including 5 acres of first-grade medium-grade spiritual fields, 5 acres of first-grade high-grade spiritual fields, and 1 acre of second-grade low-grade spiritual fields. 4 acres of the 5 acres of first-grade medium-grade spiritual fields are planted with first-grade medium-grade Qingshi spiritual rice that matures once every 3 years, and 1 acre of first-grade medium-grade Qingling bamboo. 2 acres of the 5 acres of first-grade high-grade spiritual fields are planted with white jade spiritual rice. 2 acres are planted with Qingling grass, the main ingredient of the cultivation elixir Qingling Dan. Half an acre is planted with 21st-grade high-grade Qingling bamboos, and half an acre is planted with 61st-grade medium-grade Qingling bamboos. As for the only 1 acre of second-grade lower-grade spiritual field, all the plants are the main ingredients of the second-grade lower-grade cultivation pill Juling Dan, the Juling grass. Speaking of this, Ling Rukong and Ling Pengyun also went to the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is still the same as it was half a year ago. In addition to the 11 acres of spiritual fields, a bamboo building, a pigeon house, and a chicken coop, there are no other redundant buildings on the flat land. After reaching the top of the mountain, the two went directly into the bamboo building. Ling Rukong asked Ling Pengyun to sit down, and he went to the kitchen in the bamboo building to start busying himself. Not long after, a series of dishes with Qingling bamboo shoots as the main ingredients were served on the table. The two chatted while eating the dishes. They ate and chatted for more than an hour. There were no dishes on the table, so the two stopped and cleaned up the tableware. After cleaning up, Ling Rukong walked out of the bamboo building. When he returned, he was holding a formation plate and a Qingling sword in his hands. He handed these two items to Ling Pengyun and spoke with a little reluctance. Pengyun, the welcoming banquet I prepared for you has been finished. At the beginning of the year, you and I helped take care of the spiritual plants in the mountains. You also know the situation of the spiritual plants in the mountains. It is time for me to leave here and return to the mountain. This place is handed over to you. This is the array plate of the Qingshi array, the mountain protection array in Lingxiao Mountain. This superior first-grade Qingling sword is the array weapon of this mountain protection array. This array has a strong attack. When attacking, it can mobilize the bamboo leaves of the Qingling bamboo planted in the mountains to transform into countless small swords to resist the enemy. Ordinary cultivators who have completed key training will find it difficult to survive 10 breaths under this array. Although the attack of this array is powerful, it needs to cooperate with the bamboo leaves of the hundreds of Qingling bamboos in the mountains. It is inevitable that the Qingling bamboos will be injured due to too many Qingling bamboo leaves picked when the array is opened. Therefore, every time the Qingshi array is performed, the Qingling bamboos in the mountain need to be cultivated for half a year. This half year is enough time for the green bamboos to grow leaves again. But don't hesitate when you encounter an enemy because it costs so much to open the mountain protection array, which will put you in danger. When you encounter an enemy, just open the array and kill them. After saying this, Ling Rukong took out a book from his storage bag and handed it to Ling Pengyun. As for this book, it is my understanding of spiritual plants over the years. I hope it will be helpful to you. Ling Pengyun took the 3 items handed to him and said gratefully, "Thank you, great-grandfather." Ling Rukong, a first-level middle-grade spiritual plant master, still has a lot of help for Ling Pengyun today. Today, I have watered the spiritual plants in this mountain with spiritual rain. Tomorrow, you will start watering them with spiritual rain. I have said enough. If I continue, I am afraid that you, a child, will dislike me, an old man, for talking too much. Let's go. Ling Rukong simply said hello, stepped out of the bamboo building, and took out a disc from the storage bag. As Ling Rukong injected spiritual power into the disc quickly grew to the size of a millstone. Ling Rukong also jumped onto the disc, waved to Ling Pengyun, rose into the air, looked at Lingxiao Mountain for a while, and then controlled the disc flying instrument under his feet to fly away from Lingxiao Mountain. Thanks to Lijian Yaomeng, Book Friends 20220272820150497 Seoul T Om, Mo, Xian's Hideo Yaoyu, Xianxi Zings, and Shenming Dashi for their monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friends 160,804,194,830,040 for their 100-point reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 145 The Situation of the 3 Spiritual Beasts. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun put the array plate, Qingling sword, and classics in his hand into the storage bag, stepped out of the bamboo building, and watched Ling Rukong leave. When Ling Rukong's figure disappeared from his sight, Ling Pengyun retracted his gaze. He did not rush to sacrifice the array plate and array instruments of the Qingshi array, but stepped to the chicken coop on the top of the mountain and looked at the 7 Sulhua chickens in the chicken cooperative. Seeing that their bodies were larger than half a year ago, Ling Pengyun pinched his hands and performed the weight measurement technique on the 7 Sulhua chickens. After checking that the weight of the 7 Sulhua chickens was about 1.5 pounds, he looked slightly happy and muttered to himself. Now these 7 Sulhua chickens will be grown up in about a year, and their weight can reach 3 pounds. When the Sulhua chicken weighs about 3 pounds, the meat quality is the best. At that time, it is also the death of these 7 Sulhua chickens. After a moment of distraction, Ling Pengyun stepped down the mountain and walked to the 10-acre first-level low-grade spiritual field planted with 500 green spiritual bamboos halfway up the mountain. His spiritual consciousness probed into the 5-acre spiritual field on the right to check the quality of the spiritual soil in these 5 acres of spiritual fields. Among these 10 acres of spiritual fields, the spiritual soil quality of the 5 acres on the left, which had been opened up more than 200 years ago, had reached grade A. However, the 5 acres on the right were only opened up 9 years ago when the Ling family moved away from this place. Because there are many spiritual veins in Anyang County and many spiritual fields have been opened up, the family did not leave earthworms here to improve the quality of the spiritual soil in the newly opened spiritual fields in Lingxiao Mountain. Therefore, when Ling Pengyun came here at the beginning of the year, the quality of the spiritual soil in the 5 acres on the right was still the lowest grade D. However, Ling Pengyun had just arrived at Lingxiao Mountain a few days ago, and he put the 2 innate perfect earthworms and 1 key training initial stage earthworm that belonged to him into the 5-acre spiritual field, letting the 3 earthworms devour the spiritual soil in it, and then improve the quality of the 5-acre spiritual field. After the 3 earthworms nibbled the spiritual soil in the 5-acre spiritual field on the right side every day to purify it, in the 10 months from the beginning of the year to now, the quality of the spiritual soil in the 5-acre first-level lower-grade spiritual field on the right side has all been improved to grade C. After exploring the improvement in the quality of the spiritual soil in the 5-acre spiritual field on the right side, Ling Pengyun was quite satisfied. These 3 little earthworms didn't slack off when I was away. After saying this in his heart, Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness touched the 3 earthworms that were under the spiritual soil of the spiritual field, devouring the spiritual soil in their bodies to purify the spiritual soil. After a while, the 3 earthworms crawled out from under the spiritual soil one after another. Just like 10 months ago, among the 3 earthworms, the 2 earthworms with perfect innate abilities were still stuck in front of the bottleneck of key training. However, the earthworm that had been in the initial stage of key training for 4 years was nearly twice as strong as it was 10 months ago. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled, and he muttered to himself with a little surprise. 3rd level of key training. The speed of this earthworm's advancement is not weak, and it is worthy of the yin-yang primordial key I gave it. This earthworm had already broken through to the 2nd level of key training when Ling Pengyun was stationed in Qingshi Mountain. The higher the grade of the earthworm, the faster it can improve the quality of the spiritual soil, and the higher the quality of the spiritual soil, the faster it can improve the growth of spiritual plants. This spiritual beast can also be indirectly regarded as another spiritual plant's secret method of the spiritual plant husband. In addition, only the earth-covering earthworms of the same level can purify the quality of the spiritual soil of the spiritual field of the 1st level medium grade or above. The earth-covering earthworms in the early stage of key training and the earth-covering earthworms that have not entered the stage can only improve the quality of the spiritual soil of the 1st level low grade. The quality of the spiritual soil is divided into A, B, C, and D from high to low. Starting from the C grade of spiritual soil, each grade increase can speed up the growth rate of spiritual plants of the same grade of the spiritual field by 10%. The highest grade A can increase the growth rate of spiritual plants by 30%. I still have 4 years to stay here. Within the remaining 4 years, this earth-covering earthworm should be enough to enter the middle stage of key training. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun suddenly felt a little excited. There are not many earth-covering earthworms in the middle stage of key training in the entire Ling family. Coming back to his senses, Ling Pengyun waved his hand to summon the green walking leaves from the storage bag, stepped up, flew away from Lingxiao Mountain, and landed next to a peach tree deep in the Lingxiao orchard, which was only 1 or 2 miles away from Lingxiao Mountain. On a thick branch of the peach tree, there is a beehive about 3 feet wide. Since it is winter now, the bee colonies have fallen into deep sleep, spending the cold winter in a deep sleep, so there are no bee colonies guarding the beehive. Ling Pengyun had just jumped off the green leaves and landed on the ground, when a fat fist-sized bee that was sleeping in the beehive suddenly opened its eyes. The fat bee in the beehive was the fruit flower queen bee that Ling Pengyun had obtained, and the nest hanging on the peach tree was also the fruit flower bee nest. The fruit flower queen bee noticed the arrival of its master Ling Pengyun through the master recognition restriction, and a hint of hatred appeared in her expression. But she could feel that the powerful aura on Ling Pengyun was several times stronger than her own, and that hint of hatred suddenly dissipated. Its expression gradually became helpless, and after being stunned for a moment, it quickly flapped its wings, flew out of the nest, and came to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun looked at the fruit flower queen bee in front of him, felt a faint breath emanating from it, and said with a smile, "It is indeed the middle stage of key training. It seems that you have not been lazy in the past 6 months." The fruit flower queen bee heard this and showed a bit of complacency. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun smiled and looked at the fruit flower beehive behind the fruit flower queen bee. He mobilized his spiritual sense and scanned the hive. Although Ling Rukong had already told Ling Pengyun about the situation of this group of fruit flower bees earlier, he still had to confirm it. Ling Pengyun's spiritual sense swept through the hive, and the situation inside the hive was clear at a glance. There are now nearly 1,000 ordinary acquired bees in this hive. The number of fruit flower worker bees in the early stage of key training is not the 43 that Ling Rukong said, but as many as 45. 40 of them are at the first level of key training, and only 5 fruit flower worker bees have reached the second level of key training. I think the 2 extra key training stage fruit flower worker bees in the bee colony have made breakthroughs recently, which is a good thing. Ling Pengyun saw that the number of key training early stage fruit flower worker bees was 2 more than expected, and he was immediately delighted. The addition of 2 key training early stage fruit flower worker bees means that the annual output of the entry-level fruit flower honey in the bee colony will also increase by 4 caddies. The annual output of fruit flower honey of an early stage key training fruit flower worker bee is 2 caddies. If the worker bees are frugal, 1 caddy can be used as daily food and cultivation resources, and the other caddy can be saved. Although the fruit flower honey refined by the key training early stage worker bees is only the first grade low grade, Ling Pengyun, who is in the late stage of key training, cannot use it, but these fruit flower honeys can become the cultivation resources for those key training early stage worker bees in the bee colony to improve their cultivation. As for the 5 fruit flower worker bees that have reached the second level of key training in the bee colony, they should be the 5 fruit flower worker bees at the peak of the first level of key training that I asked the fruit flower bee queen to focus on training a year ago. They are quite good and have made some progress in this year. There are now 45 fruit flower worker bees in the early stage of key training in the bee colony. They can produce at least 90 kilograms of fruit flower honey every year. Excluding the half of the fruit flower honey they need to eat a year, there are still 45 kilograms of fruit flower honey left. The spiritual energy contained in these 45 kilograms of fruit flower honey is enough to be comparable to 45 ordinary first-grade low-grade spiritual fruits. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun came to his senses and gave instructions to the fruit flower bee queen in front of him. Now that you have entered the middle stage of key training, you will eat ordinary fruit honey to fill your stomach in the future. The 45 fruit flower worker bees in the bee colony need to leave 45 kilograms of fruit flower honey every year. This 45 kilograms of fruit flower honey will be used to cultivate the 5 second-level key training worker bees in the bee colony to help them break through to the middle stage of key training as soon as possible. Because of the master recognition restriction, the fruit flower queen bee understood what Ling Pengyun said. Hearing Ling Pengyun's arrangement, the fruit flower queen bee was not surprised, but had thought of it a long time ago. 5 years ago, the big villain in front of him made such an arrangement when he enslaved it at the beginning, using the fruit flower honey in the bee colony to cultivate ordinary innate fruit bees to help them break through to the key training realm. During that time, although it could only eat fruit honey to fill its stomach, it was very uncomfortable. But when the number of fruit flower bees in the bee colony increased, the amount of fruit flower honey brewed by the bee colony gradually increased. As the king of the bee colony, it also relied on the large amount of fruit flower honey in the bee colony to enter the current level of cultivation. The queen bee of fruit flower has enjoyed the benefits of spending a lot of fruit honey to cultivate the worker bees in the bee colony. Naturally, she will no longer disobey Ling Pengyun's arrangement as she did in the past. She nodded very obediently, and through the master recognition restriction, she conveyed the idea of obedience to Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun was a little surprised to see the queen bee of fruit flower respond so quickly. In the past, this queen bee of fruit flower was extremely disobedient to him. However, Ling Pengyun showed a trace of suspicion. In order to prevent the queen bee of fruit flower from pretending to obey, he threatened, "Within 3 years, I need to see the 5 worker bees of the second level of key training in the bee colony enter the middle stage of key training. If they do not reach it after 3 years, you know the consequences." When the queen bee of fruit flower heard such threatening words, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes, her body trembled, and she nodded in response. Seeing the unbearable appearance of the queen bee of fruit flower, Ling Pengyun was satisfied and stepped on the green leaf, controlled the flying magic weapon to leave this place and return to Lingxiao Mountain. After returning to Lingxiao Mountain, Ling Pengyun returned to the quiet room of the bamboo building and began to sacrifice and refine the array plate and array device kindling sword that Ling Ruquang had just given him. It was not until the bright crescent moon rose in the sky that Ling Pengyun stopped refining the array plate and array device and absorbed the power of the moon. However, after absorbing the power of the moon, he continued to sacrifice and refine the array plate and array device. In the next few days, Ling Pengyun, except for absorbing the power of the early sun and moon in the early morning and at night, and watering the spiritual plants in the mountains with spiritual rain, was practicing and refining the array plate and array device. Chapter 146 The Improved Spiritual Rice Seed. At noon on this day, Ling Pengyun finally finished refining the array plates and array instruments of the green leaf array, the mountain protection array of Lingxiao Mountain. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun used his spiritual sense to explore the spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain. He found that the spiritual energy in the mountain was extremely thin, except for the spiritual energy that supplied the growth of the spiritual plants in the 21 acres of spiritual fields. He frowned slightly. In this mountain, with this level of spiritual energy, it is difficult to open up a spiritual field. 1 acre of spiritual field can be divided into 10 parts. After saying this in a helpless way, Ling Pengyun cheered up, waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, took out the spiritual hoe he used in his early years, and directly plowed a piece of soil the size of a millstone on the ground of the first floor hall of the bamboo building. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense invaded the array plate of the green leaf sword array in his hand. With a weak connection between this array plate and the spiritual vein, he mobilized the few spiritual energy in Lingxiao Mountain and injected it into the soil. That was no better than a millstone. At the same time, he made a hand gesture and cast a secret technique of nourishing spirits on the millstone-sized spiritual field. With the effect of the nourishing spirit technique, he drew the spirit veins to inject the spiritual energy into the millstone-sized wasteland, tempering the ordinary soil in it and turning it into spiritual soil. Because the area of ordinary soil that needed to be tempered was small, it took only half an hour for all the ordinary soil in the millstone-sized area to be turned into spiritual soil. He set a band on the array plate in his hand to lock the remaining spiritual energy in the mountain in the millstone-sized spiritual field. Ling Pengyun took out a soul-locking jade box from his storage bag. He opened the soul-locking jade box and a green seed came into view. This green seed was the improved spiritual rice seed that Ling Pengyun had successfully obtained by chance when he was stationed in Qingshi Mountain using water spirit rice and golden marrow rice seeds, and failed hundreds and thousands of times in the experiment of improving spiritual rice. At the beginning of this year, although Ling Pengyun completed the task of guarding Qingshi Mountain, he was assigned by the family to guard Lingxiao Mountain. However, because this special spiritual rice was improved by the Yimu power in 2 different spiritual rices, the planting process was very unstable and could not be separated from people. Therefore, according to Ling Pengyun's original plan, he planned to plant this special spiritual rice seed in the soil after attending the wedding banquet of Yang Xiling and Wu Yan on February 2nd this year to see if this spiritual rice seed could grow spiritual rice and what the spiritual rice planted would be. But unfortunately, during the wedding banquet, Balingman suddenly launched an extermination of demons, and Ling Pengyun had to participate in the war, so he had to postpone the plan to plant this special spiritual rice in the soil. Now that the war is over, he can also be stationed in Lingxiao Mountain safely, and the planting of this special spiritual rice seed naturally needs to be put on the agenda. Ling Pengyun used a spiritual hoe to dig a small pit in the spiritual field the size of a millstone and buried the special spiritual rice seed in it. Then, he pinched his hands together, performed the cloud and rain technique, condensed a blue seal and hid it about 3 feet above the spiritual field the size of a millstone. Transform. Under the subtle control of Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness, the blue seal that rose into the air transformed into a cloud the same size as the spiritual field. Fall. In this small cloud, drops of spiritual rain transformed by spiritual power suddenly fell, dripping into the millstone-sized spiritual field, nourishing the growth of the special spiritual rice seeds that had just been planted. After the rain was applied, Ling Pengyun looked at the millstone-sized spiritual field where the special spiritual rice seeds were planted, and a bit of expectation appeared between his eyebrows. I wonder if this spiritual rice seed that I luckily improved can grow safely before it matures in the future. If this spiritual rice can grow safely to maturity, I wonder how much spiritual rice it can produce, and how much spiritual energy it contains. After being distracted for a few breaths, Ling Pengyun finally came back to his senses. He waved his hand and patted the storage bag on his waist, calling out 2 glass bottles from it. In each of the 2 glass bottles, there was a mouthful of green spiritual liquid. This green spiritual liquid was the 2 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water that Ling Pengyun obtained by hunting monsters and handing over the bodies of monsters to bailing men in the Jiamang Lake area, and obtaining contribution points. Although he had already exchanged these 2 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water, he was hunting monsters in the Jiamang Lake area, so he had no time to give them to the thorn vines, and they have been kept until now. Ling Pengyun put one of the bottles of Yunsan spiritual water beside him and opened the cap of the remaining bottle of Yunsan spiritual water in his hand. At the same time, he used his spiritual sense to touch the finger-length thorn vine attached to his chest. Thorn, absorb the Yunsan spiritual water in the bottle. The thorn vine body shook slightly after receiving the signal, and dozens of tiny roots grew under the body between the sumaru. These roots were like its legs, constantly moving, supporting the thorn vines forward, along the cuffs of Ling Pengyun's Taoist robe, and entered the glass bottle containing the Yunsan spiritual water, absorbing the Yunsan spiritual water in it. In just half a breath, the Yunsan spiritual water in the bottle was completely absorbed by the dozens of roots under the body of the small section of thorny vine. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun summoned the thorny vine from the bottle and placed it in his palm. Then, he closed his eyes and mobilized his spiritual consciousness to inject it into the thorny vine, guiding the thorny vine to refine the Yunsan spiritual water in the body and transform it into pure spiritual power to nourish itself. This went on for 4 days in a row. With the help of Ling Pengyun, the 2 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water were finally refined by the thorny vine one by one. With the help of these 2 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water, the cultivation of the thorny vine increased again, and now it has reached the bottleneck of the late stage of key training. Ling Pengyun was not happy about this, but rather a little regretful. If I have 2 more bottles of Yunsan spiritual water to help, my thorny vine will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck in front of me and reach the late stage of key training. It's a pity that winter has come too early. It is dangerous to go deep into the territory of Jiamang Lake to hunt monsters. Otherwise, if winter could come later, perhaps I could earn more contribution points needed to buy 2 bottles of Yunsan spiritual water, if it relies on its own accumulated spiritual power to break through the bottleneck of the late stage of key training, which is said to be the most difficult to break through in the key training period. I don't know how many years it will take. Spiritual water of heaven and earth like Yunsan spiritual water is rare in the outside world. Perhaps it will only appear occasionally at those market auctions. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun glanced at the millstone-sized spiritual field beside him and frowned slightly. Now I not only need to take care of the spiritual plants in Qingshi Mountain, but also need someone to grow this improved spiritual rice seed that was just planted not long ago. I can't leave it for a short time. The only way to find Yunsan spiritual water is to rely on my family. With that in mind, Ling Pengyun didn't think much about it. After calling the thorny vines back to his chest, he first watered the improved spiritual rice seeds in the millstone-sized spiritual field next to him with spiritual rain to nourish its growth. Then, he walked out of the bamboo building and watered the spiritual plants in the 21 acres of spiritual fields in the mountain one by one. Although there are many spiritual fields in Qingshi Mountain, as many as 21 acres, Ling Pengyun's spiritual consciousness strength has long been comparable to the perfection of Qi training. The spiritual rain transformed by the cloud rain technique can already cover 6 acres of spiritual fields at the same time and full spiritual rain. In just about half an hour, he had watered all the spiritual plants in the mountain with spiritual rain. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun returned to the hall of the bamboo building on the top of the mountain, sat cross-legged beside the millstone-sized spiritual field, and was stunned for a while. Now, the things of offering sacrifices to the mountain, array plates and array tools, planting improved spiritual rice, and helping the thorn vines to consume Yunsan spiritual water are all done, and it's time to get back on track. He planned a schedule for future cultivation. Half an incense stick of time, absorbing the power of the early sun in the early morning. Half an hour of spiritual rain to irrigate the 21 acres of spiritual plants in Lingxiao Mountain. 1 hour to comprehend Lingxiao's ripening technique. 1 hour to comprehend spells. 1 hour to comprehend the sword tactics of the earth evil sword array. 1 hour to warm the growth of the thorn vines. Half an hour to comprehend Lingxiao's method of melting instruments. Half an hour to comprehend various spiritual patterns for refining instruments. Half an incense stick of time to absorb the power of the moonlight at night. Half an hour to use the divine consciousness to flush the divine consciousness imprints and 10 storage bags obtained by killing 2 evil cultivators at the beginning of this year. In 1 hour, he used the materials given by the family to refine the kindling sword and the round iron shield, 2 first-level low-grade magic weapons. The last 3 hours were used to swallow spiritual fruits and practice until the early morning of the next day. The time to perform the Lingxiao ripening technique on the spiritual plants every 3 days was squeezed out from the practice time. Although Ling Pengyun mastered the earthly evil sword formation and could use it, Ling Pengyun had only comprehended the sword tactics of the sword formation to a small success. The sword tactics of the earthly evil sword formation, like spells, are generally divided into entry, small success, great success, and perfect realms. The higher the realm of comprehension, the stronger the power of the sword formation. As for the 10 storage bags obtained by killing the evil cultivator at the beginning of this year, because Ling Pengyun has been in the Jiamang Lake area recently to hunt monsters, it is difficult to spare time, which has led to a delay of half a year, and the spiritual imprint in them has not yet been washed away. Horizontal ellipsis. Chapter 147 Spring Festival Family Reunion. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed, and it was January 1st of the following year. This day was a big day for the Ling family's mortals, children aged 8 to 10, to test their spiritual roots. In the early morning, Ling Pengyun absorbed the breath of the power of the early sun, watered the spiritual plants in the mountain with spiritual rain, and then went down the mountain to the only Ling family ancestral hall in Lingxiao town to test the spiritual roots of children between the ages of 8 and 10 who had reached the age of minor adulthood in Lingxiao this year. Although the population of Huaishu town is now as high as 30,000 or 40,000 before the Ling family moved away, there are still tens of thousands of Ling family members in the town, and thousands of mortals from other families who came here to do business or escape famine. These mortals of the Ling family and mortals from other families add up to more than 15,000. With such a large number of people, many children are born in Lingxiao town every year. This year, there are as many as 1,108 children aged 8 to 10 in Lingxiao town who need to test their spiritual roots. In this regard, Ling Pengyun did not feel tired at this spiritual test conference. Instead, he was full of energy. He wanted to test one person with spiritual roots from the 1,000 children to help the family's shortage of manpower. Although the probability of spiritual roots being born among mortals is small, if there are more people, the probability will naturally increase a lot. Because there are too many children in Lingxiao town who are testing their spiritual roots this year, even if Ling Pengyun speeds up, it will take until sunset to test the spiritual roots of the 1,000 children. It's just a pity that none of the 1,000 children have spiritual roots. Ling Pengyun was also very helpless and returned to Lingxiao Mountain. Although Ling Pengyun had bad luck in the daytime spiritual test conference, good things happened on this night. On this night, the improved spiritual rice seeds planted in the millstone-sized spiritual field in the hall of the bamboo building finally broke through the soil and sprouted. However, not long after the spiritual rice sprouted, the sprout was bulging due to the violent spiritual power in the body, as if the sprout would burst in the next moment. Ling Pengyun, who had been sitting cross-legged beside this small spiritual field, had been shocked by the sprouting of the improved spiritual rice seeds. He had been watching the growth and changes of the spiritual rice. When he saw the dangerous situation of the sprout, his expression suddenly changed. I didn't expect that this improved spiritual rice had just sprouted, and the Yimu spiritual power of the water spiritual rice and gold marrow rice seeds that had not yet been completely integrated in its body began to repel each other again. Ling Pengyun said inwardly, and immediately used his spiritual sense to touch the small piece of thorn vine attached to his chest. Thorn, transfer a trace of Yimu power into the sprout. The thorn vine immediately did as instructed. It differentiated into vine, extending along the cuffs of Ling Pengyun's Taoist robe to the outside world, touching the newly sprouted spiritual rice sprout, and transferring a trace of Yimu essence to the sprout. Ling Pengyun followed behind, mobilizing his spiritual consciousness and injecting it into the bud. He used his spiritual consciousness to control the thorn vines to transfer the Yimu essence into the bud, soothing the two Yimu forces that had not yet been completely integrated in the bud. Just a trace of Yimu power from the thorn vines was not enough to calm it. Ling Pengyun had no choice but to call on the thorn vines to transfer 2 strands of Yimu essence into the bud. With 3 strands of Yimu essence in a row, he finally calmed the conflict between the 2 Yimu essences that had not yet been completely integrated in the bud. The remaining Yimu essence that the thorn vines transferred into the bud also nourished the bud under Ling Pengyun's control. The height of the bud was also raised by 1 millimeter. After doing this, Ling Pengyun looked at the bud growing in the millstone-sized spiritual field and frowned slightly. Today, this seed has just sprouted and triggered the conflict of Yimu power in the body, and the thorny vines have consumed 3 strands of Yimu essence. In the future, the growth process of this spiritual rice seedling will probably consume more Yimu power. It seems that during the growth of this improved spiritual rice, the Yimu power cultivated by my thorny vines will probably be used on this improved spiritual rice. I hope the spiritual rice seedling can grow safely to maturity, so that I can witness the amount of spiritual rice produced by the spiritual rice and the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice. Otherwise, the thorny vines will consume Yimu power so much, and this spiritual rice will be broken by the conflicting Yimu essence in the body halfway, which will be a big loss. The improvement of the cultivation of spiritual plants is related to Yimu power. Yimu power is to spiritual plants as spiritual power is to cultivators. After sighing, Ling Pengyun closed his eyes again, practiced the skills, and entered the practice. Spring Festival. On this day, the small town of Lingxiao was decorated with lights and colors, and every household hung festive lanterns. They also visited each other and chatted, and it was very lively. In this lively town, only 1 or 2 miles away, Lingxiao Mountain, which seemed to be a little unpopular, also had 2 visitors today, adding a bit of fireworks to the huge Lingxiao Mountain. The 2 visitors were Ling Xiaoshan and his wife. In early December last year, Ling Pengyun ended the dangerous act of hunting monsters in Yaomang Lake. On the way from the clan mountain Lingxiao Mountain to Lingxiao Mountain for a rotation, he told his parents in Yunshufang City that he had improved a spiritual rice seed and would plant it in the spiritual field of Lingxiao Mountain. He would not be able to leave for the next year and would have to stay by the soil spiritual rice seed every day. He had said in advance that he could not leave. During the Chinese New Year, he needed his parents to come to Lingxiao Mountain for the family reunion. Ling Xiaoshan's parents were originally from the Ling family, who had established their family with spiritual plants. They also knew something about the extremely unstable process of planting improved spiritual rice seeds. Naturally, they were not disgusted by Ling Pengyun's proposal to celebrate the New Year in Lingxiao Mountain. Instead, they were very happy that Ling Pengyun had improved a spiritual rice seed. Even if this spiritual rice seed has not yet safely matured, as long as the spiritual rice seed is improved, it will have surpassed most spiritual plant husbands. And if this spiritual rice seed is a good variety, the 3 words Ling Pengyun will be passed down in the Ling family for hundreds or thousands of years. Such things are the pride of parents. On the top of Lingxiao Mountain. Dad, Mom, Happy New Year. Ling Pengyun congratulated Ling Xiaoshan and Yang Qiuyan, who had just jumped off the 2 flying magic tools. Xiaoyan, can you plant the improved spiritual rice seeds? Ling Xiaoshan did not care about such empty etiquette. As soon as he jumped off the flying magic tool, he asked Ling Pengyun with excitement. I opened up a small spiritual field in that bamboo building, and planted this spiritual rice seed in this oil in early December last year. Ling Pengyun pointed to the only bamboo building on the top of the mountain and said, "Take us to see it quickly." Lingxiao heard the words and said excitedly, "Okay." Ling Pengyun replied, and took his parents into the bamboo building to watch the small seedlings grown from the improved spiritual rice seeds. Although the appearance of this small seedling is not magical, Lingxiao's parents stared at it for a long time, while guessing what kind of spiritual energy the spiritual rice will produce after the spiritual rice matures. Lingxiao even showed his superb painting skills and drew the appearance of the small seedling on a piece of white paper. Although this move was a bit funny, it made Ling Pengyun feel valued. His parents' actions made Ling Pengyun more determined to do his best to support this improved spiritual rice seedling to maturity. Not only to not disappoint his parents, but also to fulfill his wish as a spiritual plant husband. After Lingxiao finished drawing the seedling on the white paper, the family of three worked together to prepare the evening dishes. Lingxiao and Ling Pengyun washed and cut vegetables. Yang Qiuyan, who was good at cooking, cooked the dishes. With the joint efforts of the family, it didn't take long before a full 18 dishes appeared on the dining table in the hall of the bamboo building. None of these dishes were repeated, and they were all cooked with spiritual materials containing spiritual energy, such as braised copper gong pork, steamed safflower fish, stir-fried lotus tofu. In addition to the dishes, there was also a small jar of first-grade medium-quality rice flour wine that Lingxiao had collected for many years and was as high as 20 years. Rice flour wine is brewed from the best spiritual rice and tastes extremely sweet. Because of its good taste and the fact that spiritual wine can be used as a spiritual object for cultivation, the price of this wine is relatively high on the market. The first thing the family of three did when they entered the table was to pick up a small wooden cup and fill it with rice flour wine. Lingxiao stood up with a smile on his face and spoke. "This year, our family of three is safe and sound, and we haven't encountered any disasters. It's a blessing. I wish us to be as safe and sound in the coming year. Come on, cheers." Ling Pengyun and Yang Qiuyan raised their wooden cups and clinked them with smiles. After the clinking of cups, all three of them smiled and drank a mouthful of the spirit wine. Afterwards, the family of three drank fine wine, ate delicious food, and chatted at the dinner table, enjoying the reunion that was not seen for a long time in a year. However, the days of reunion are always short, and separation will eventually come. On the morning of the fourth day of the new year, after the family had breakfast, Lingxiao spoke at the dinner table. "Pengyun, your mother and I have been here for 3 days. The grocery store in Yunshu Market needs people. After our family of three has lunch, your mother and I will leave here and return to Yunshu Market. If you have time in the future, come to the market more often." "Okay." Ling Pengyun's eyes trembled when he heard this. Although he still wanted to reunite with his family and didn't want to be separated from each other, he didn't speak out to keep them. Both of his parents were not old. According to the lifespan of cultivators, his parents were still in their prime and had their own things to do. After a helpless sigh, Ling Pengyun summoned 10 kindling swords, 8 round iron shields, and a glass bottle from his storage bag and handed them to Lingxiao, and said, "Dad and Mom, since you are leaving, I will give you the magic weapons made from the batch of weapon refining materials that my family gave me last year. Because of the incident at Jiamang Lake, I only had time to start refining magic weapons in early December last year, so I didn't refine many. I only refined 10 kindling swords and 8 round iron shields. According to the commission I made with the clan, I still need to complete 40 kindling swords and 32 round iron shields before last year's weapon refining commission will be completed. I will hand over this batch of magic weapons to you, Dad, before the end of this year. As for this bottle of fruit honey, it was brewed by the group of fruit bees I raised myself. Although the grade of this item is only the first grade lower grade, it tastes really good. The sweetness of honey is mixed with the fragrance of fruit, and this thing also has the effect of beauty. Dad is handsome and Mom is beautiful. If they drink more of this thing, they will definitely be better." Ling Pengyun's last sentence made Lingxiao and Yang Qiuyan laugh. They all laughed. Chapter 148, Immortal Crane King successfully establishes his foundation. As they were about to leave, the three of them didn't want to be busy with other things, so they sat together and chatted. It wasn't until noon that the three of them stopped and started to prepare lunch. Although the dishes were delicious, the three of them didn't have much appetite. After a quick meal, the three of them simply said goodbye, and Lingxiao and his wife flew away from Lingxiao Mountain with the flying magic weapon. After watching his parents leave, Ling Pengyun continued to practice hard according to the schedule he had planned. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lingxiao Mountain. In a quiet room in a courtyard halfway up the mountain, a fair-looking young man was closing his eyes, and his breathing was rising and falling regularly. After a while, dots of red and yellow light gradually appeared around the young man. These two colors of light were fire spirit and earth spirit. Break. The young man with his eyes closed frowned and groaned. He practiced the skills, pulling the red and yellow light dots around him into his body. As time went by, the fair-skinned young man absorbed more and more spiritual energy. The meridians in his body were also stretched and bulged. The pain in the meridians made the young man very uncomfortable, and a look of pain gradually appeared on his face. But even so, he still did not stop absorbing the fire and earth spiritual energy, but gritted his teeth and persisted. Just when his body reached the limit, a sound of breaking sounded in his body. Crack. The next moment, the spiritual energy blocked in his meridians also immediately flowed into the dantian position in his abdomen. At this time, his body was like a vortex, frantically gathering the surrounding fire spiritual energy and earth spiritual energy into his body to nourish this mortal body. This strange thing made the fair-skinned young man's frown fall, and his face was no longer painful, but showed a bit of joy. About half an hour later, the strange phenomenon on the fair-skinned young man stopped, and he opened his eyes and said happily, "Finally, I have broken through from the innate to the key training." Then, he stood up, pushed open the door of the quiet room, and walked out of the quiet room. "Brother Chu, are you really a four-spiritual root? You have only been in the Dao for a year, but you have already crossed the first perfection of the 9 innate realms and entered the realm of key training, which is 1 year faster than me with 3 spiritual roots." A sturdy young man who had been waiting outside the quiet room for a long time exclaimed in amazement, feeling the aura of key training exuded from the fair-skinned young man who walked out of the quiet room, as well as the spiritual energy that occasionally flowed out of his body. The fair-skinned young man's pupils trembled slightly when he heard this, but soon returned to normal and joked, "That's because I have a very good understanding. Think about the starling who tested our spiritual roots, led us to the immortal path, and gave us a large amount of spiritual stones. He only has 5 spiritual roots, but now he is over 20 years old and has reached the 7th level of key training. Isn't it relying on understanding? Yes, compared with a starling, your situation is indeed normal." The sturdy young man agreed, and the doubts in his heart immediately dissipated like smoke. The mina mentioned by the sturdy and fair-skinned boy is Ling Pengyun, the 8th of the Ling family's Peng generation, and the 2 boys are the 2 children whose spiritual roots were detected in Qingshi village when Ling Pengyun was stationed in Qingshi Mountain. The sturdy boy is named Ling Pengyun, ranking 23rd in the Peng generation. His spiritual roots were detected in the 2nd year of Ling Pengyun's stationing in Qingshi Mountain. He has 3 spiritual roots. He has been in Taoism for 4 years and has been practicing Qi for 2 years. Then, with good qualifications and the spiritual stones given to him by Ling Pengyun, his cultivation has now reached the bottleneck of the 2nd level of Qi training. It won't be long before he can enter the 3rd level of Qi training. The fair-skinned boy is named Ling Pengyun, ranking 27th in the Peng generation. His spiritual roots were detected in January last year when Ling Pengyun was stationed in Qingshi Mountain. He has both fire and earth spiritual roots. Because there are too many qualified talents in the younger generation of the Ling family, the family leaders are afraid that other families in Huaishu County will take action against the younger generation of the family, so they let Ling Pengyun, who has dual spiritual roots, only declare that he has 4 spiritual roots. He entered Taoism just over a year and a few days ago, and in a year he went from innate to key training. Ling Pengyun and Ling Pengyun were playmates before they entered Taoism because they were of similar age. After entering Taoism, they became the only 2 cultivators from Qingshi village, which had just been established not long ago. Their relationship became better in Lingxiao Mountain, a place where they were unfamiliar with the world. They also lived in the same courtyard on weekdays, no different from brothers. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's eat the New Year's Eve dinner first. I've been waiting for you for 3 days to prepare this New Year's Eve dinner for you. However, the taste of these dishes may not be that good. Since the New Year's Eve dinner, I have heated these dishes every time so that you can eat them immediately after you come out of retreat. If you count them, I have eaten these dishes 9 times. Brother Chu, you are not allowed to dislike them. Ling Pengyun greeted with a smile. Because Ling Pengyun had been in retreat for half a month and there was no exact time for him to come out of retreat, it was meaningless for him to eat the New Year's Eve dinner by himself, so he kept waiting. Ling Pengyun felt warm when he heard this. "Brother Shan, you are too polite." After answering, Ling Pengyun followed Ling Pengyun to the table and ate together. Although these dishes did not taste very good, the two young men still ate them cleanly. Both of them were born in the mortal world, and the habit of not wasting food at will has been engraved in their bones. The two cleaned up the mess together and chatted for a while before parting and returning to their own quiet rooms one after another. Ling Pengyun sat cross-legged in his own quiet room, looking at the peace blessing in his hand that his parents gave him when they parted. He couldn't help but miss his parents who were mortals and in Qingshi Mountain. "I have to practice harder, otherwise I don't know how many years it will take to reach the middle stage of key training," Ling Pengyun muttered to himself. The Ling family has a clan rule that only when the clan members reach the middle stage of key training can they go out of the mountain. Otherwise, even if the clan members who were born in the mortal world want to go out of the clan mountain to visit their relatives, they are not allowed. This move is mainly for the safety of the clan members. The cultivators who have entered the middle stage of key training are the weakest among the cultivators in Anyang County. Going out may be dangerous. At the end of January, not long after the Spring Festival, Lingxiao Mountain still has a hint of the New Year's atmosphere. The elderly, women and children living in the clan visited each other one after another to wish their relatives a happy new year. This move can be regarded as a custom since the establishment of the Ling family. The bustle in the mountain makes the back mountain of Lingxiao particularly quiet. On this night, the immortal Crane King, who had been taking bailing water for nearly 2 months and had been motionless, suddenly burst into powerful spiritual power fluctuation, attracting all the free spiritual energy in the entire Lingxiao Mountain and absorbing it into his body. Ling Yanhong, who had been sitting cross-legged in the back mountain to protect the immortal Crane King these days, noticed a movement outside and immediately opened his eyes. He looked up at the nest of the immortal Crane King on the cliff not far away, and his eyes were actually excited. Spiritual energy is filing the body. It seems that the immortal has transformed the inner elixir, otherwise it would be difficult to induce the phenomenon of spiritual energy filing the body. According to the physique of the immortal, it should not be a big problem to withstand this spiritual energy filing the body. Although Ling Yanhong thought so, he was extremely nervous in his heart. This spiritual energy filing the body is the last step of building the foundation. If it succeeds, the immortal Crane King will also transform and enter the foundation building stage, but if it fails, the meridians in the body will be broken by the large amount of spiritual energy absorbed into the body, and the inner elixir will also be shattered by the spiritual energy. This back mountain caused the entire Lingxiao Mountain to move, and also attracted the attention of all the Ling clan members in Lingxiao Mountain. In a large courtyard with the most concentrated spiritual energy on the hillside, Ling clan elder Ling Ruder looked at the back mountain with excitement. This kind of strange phenomenon must be caused by the spiritual energy infusing the body of the fairy Crane King, who took bailing water when he was building his foundation. I hope that this time the fairy Crane King can successfully enter the foundation building stage. In this way, the Ling clan, whose foundation is weak, will have one more to rely on. The other Ling clan members in Lingxiao Mountain had heard early that the clan leader Ling Yanhong was buying bailing water for the fairy Crane King of the family. That's why after Bailing Man occupied the 10,000 miles of land in Binjiao County, he still chose to go deep into the giant Manghu territory to hunt monsters. In addition, there was no movement in the back mountain where only the fairy cranes lived, but now such a strange phenomenon occurred. It was not difficult for the Ling clan members to guess that this was related to the fairy Crane King's foundation building. As a member of the Ling clan, no one wanted the immortal Crane King to build a foundation, and all the clan members prayed that the immortal Crane King could build a foundation successfully. 3 days later, the strange phenomenon in the back mountain of Lingxiao stopped. The immortal Crane King, who had been in a deep sleep for nearly 2 months, opened his eyes the next moment, and a pressure of building a foundation surged from his body. Ling Yanhong, who had been guarding the immortal Crane King's nest on the cliff, noticed this and was overjoyed. Success. 2 foundation builders to protect the clan. Our clan will prosper. When Ling Yanhong was happy, the immortal Crane King who had successfully entered the foundation building also flew out of the nest at this moment and landed beside Ling Yanhong, who had been guarding it for many days, and called to Ling Yanhong with a grateful look. Through the master recognition restriction, Ling Yanhong also knew the meaning of the crane's words. Ling Yanhong smiled, stretched out his hand and patted the body of the immortal Crane King, and whispered, "Protect our clan well in the future." Hearing this, the immortal Crane King nodded with a firm look, indicating that he understood. On the same day, several tables of delicious food were set up in Lingxiao Mountain, and the whole clan celebrated together. As for the fact that the immortal Crane King had broken through the foundation building stage, the top leaders of the Ling family did not publicize it, nor did they prevent it from being spread. Anyway, the Ling family is not the first family in Huaishu County to have a foundation building spirit beast. Moreover, the patriarch of the Ling family is in his prime and is very powerful, so he is not afraid of outsiders being afraid of the Ling family. Chapter 149 Spring Bamboo Shoots at the beginning of summer. In early February, it was the beginning of summer. The earth gradually warmed up and was no longer as cold as in winter. The spring breeze blew across the earth, bringing a new lease of life. During this period, countless fruit trees planted in the more than 100,000 mu of land in Lingayan Orchard also blossomed one after another. This also made the entire Lingayan Orchard exude a strong fragrance of fruit flowers. This fragrance also made the fruit flower bee colony, which had been sleeping due to the cold winter, gradually realize the arrival of spring and wake up from its slumber. Once the bee colony woke up, thousands of fruit bees and the 40 key training level 1 fruit flower worker bees all flew out of the nest and landed in the blooming flowers of the fruit trees in the orchard, diligently collecting pollen from these fruit flowers. At the same time, these fruit bees and worker bees can also pollinate these fruit flowers while collecting pollen, increasing the probability of these fruit trees bearing fruit. The fat queen bee in the hive commanded the only 5 second-level key training worker bees in the hive to eat the few high-grade fruit nectar in the hive to improve their cultivation. Although the queen bee envied the 5 worker bees for being able to eat fruit nectar at will, it was afraid to touch the high-grade fruit nectar because of the 3-year knife that its master Ling Pengyun had placed on its head. On weekdays, it relied on the ordinary fruit honey collected by the low-grade fruit bees in the hive for food. At this time, 2 miles away, Lingayan Mountain. Ling Pengyun, who had watered the 11 acres of spiritual plants on the top of the mountain with spiritual rain, went down to the 10 acres of spiritual field planted with 500 green spiritual bamboos halfway up the mountain. Just as he was about to use the cloud rain technique to transform spiritual rain with spiritual power to water these green spiritual bamboos to accelerate their growth, he saw that in the bamboo forest in front of him, there were many green spiritual bamboos with a small bulge on the spiritual soil next to them, and a leaf tip was propped up from the soil at the top of the small bulge. Is that kindling bamboo shoots? Ling Pengyun looked at the small mound with bamboo tips and was slightly pleased. Now that spring has arrived, it is indeed the time for spring bamboo shoots to grow, and it is time to eat again. It is said that the taste of winter bamboo shoots is slightly better than that of spring bamboo shoots. This winter, we can give more spiritual rain to these 10 acres of kindling bamboo and the acres of kindling bamboo on the top of the mountain, so that they have enough spiritual energy to breed winter bamboo shoots in winter. Kindling bamboo breeds bamboo shoots by relying on the remaining spiritual energy in the body in addition to natural growth. Spring is the beginning of the year, and spring bamboo shoots naturally grow first. After the kindling bamboo shoots breed spring bamboo shoots, there is not much spiritual energy left in the body, and it can only barely maintain its own growth. Relying on itself, these kindling bamboos can rarely breed winter bamboo shoots in winter. After secretly planning, Ling Pengyun took out the first-grade low-grade spiritual hoe from his storage bag in his early years, entered the bamboo forest and carefully dug up the spring bamboo shoots growing in the kindling bamboo trays. Since there are many kindling bamboos in this area, there are also many spring bamboo shoots. Ling Pengyun spent nearly an hour digging up 70 or 80 kindling bamboo shoots that contain some spiritual energy. After placing these dozens of kindling bamboo shoots together, Ling Pengyun performed a weight measurement technique. 158 caddies. Each mu of kindling bamboo needs to give the family 10 caddies of bamboo shoots, and 10 mu is 100 caddies. If calculated in this way, I can leave 58 caddies of first-grade lower-grade kindling bamboo shoots. After some calculations, Ling Pengyun was even happier when he got 58 caddies of kindling bamboo shoots. Although these kindling bamboo shoots contain little spiritual energy, and even 10 caddies of kindling bamboo shoots may not contain as much spiritual energy as a spiritual fruit of the same level, Ling Pengyun likes the taste of these bamboo shoots very much. After dividing the more than 70 or 80 bamboo shoots and putting them in different storage bags, Ling Pengyun began to water the 10 mu of kindling bamboo in front of him with spiritual rain. In the following days, green bamboo shoots also grew next to the 110 green bamboos and 20 green bamboos of first grade upper grade planted in the 1-acre first grade middle grade and first grade upper grade spiritual fields on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. On the top of Lingxiao Mountain, there are 2 acres of spiritual fields planted with the green bamboos. 1 acre of first grade middle grade spiritual fields is planted with only 50 green bamboos of the same grade, and the other acre of first grade upper grade spiritual fields is planted with 60 first grade middle grade green bamboos and 20 first grade upper grade green bamboos. The 60 first grade middle grade green bamboos planted in the 1 acre first grade upper grade spiritual fields are used to cultivate first grade upper grade green bamboos. Without exception, the bamboo shoots growing next to these green bamboos were all plundered by Ling Pengyun, and a total of 24 kilograms of first grade middle grade green bamboo shoots and 11 kilograms of first grade upper grade green bamboo shoots were harvested. Apart from the kindling bamboo shoots that needed to be handed over to the family, Ling Pengyun could keep 14 jin of first grade middle grade kindling bamboo shoots and 1 jin of first grade high grade kindling bamboo shoots from the 2 mu of spiritual fields on the top of the mountain. A few days later, in mid-February. On this day, a fairy crane glided across the sky and landed on the top of Lingxiao Mountain. Ling Pengyun, who was originally meditating on magic in the bamboo building on the top of Lingxiao Mountain, heard the iconic crane cry of the fairy crane from the outside world, and immediately opened his eyes and walked out of the bamboo building. Seeing the visitor, Ling Pengyun respectfully bowed to the white-haired old man who had just jumped from the back of the fairy crane to the ground and shouted, 18th ancestor. The one who rode the fairy crane to Lingxiao Mountain was Ling Pengyun, the 6th elder of the Ling family, who was in charge of the family caravan traveling between various family shops, markets, and bazaars. Seeing that Ling Pengyun, a talented family member, was not arrogant, but was very respectful to him, Ling Pengyun was very satisfied and spoke a little softer. Pengyun, Yunchu County is too far away from our family. After the Chinese New Year, I just arrived at Yunchu Market with a family convoy half a day ago after rushing to deliver spiritual objects to the grocery store run by your parents. This time I came here alone to give you this year's offerings, the materials that the family entrusted you to refine magic tools this year, and the seeds of the 3 acres of green jade rice that matured in the mountains this year. There are also 4 first-grade top-quality spiritual peaches in the storage bag. 3 of them are compensation for your inability to return to the family during the spring festival because you had to guard the family's spiritual veins. The other spiritual peach is a benefit given by the family to celebrate the fairy crane king in the clan entering the foundation building stage. In the future, the offerings during your stay in Lingxiao Mountain will be delivered by me. The time period is not much different from this time. Between the spring festival and the beginning of spring, if something delays you, it may be late. Don't worry then. After speaking, Ling Pengyun took out a bulging storage bag from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. All the spiritual objects are here, you can select them first. Ling Pengyun exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. Has the immortal crane king of the family entered the foundation building stage? Seeing the surprise on Ling Pengyun's face, Ling Pengyun said with a smile. Yes, it broke through at the end of last month. Seeing Ling Pengyun's affirmation, Ling Pengyun's face was even happier. One foundation building person is enough to support a family and become a foundation building family that dominates thousands of miles. Now that the Ling family has one more foundation building immortal crane king, the family's strength will be even better. And the immortal crane king, who has a long lifespan, will also become the foundation of the Ling family for hundreds of years to come. A strong family that can continue is the hope of every member of the Ling family. It took a long time for Ling Pengyun to digest the news that the immortal crane king broke through the foundation building stage. After all, this matter was too shocking. After coming to his senses, Ling Pengyun took the storage bag handed over by Ling Pengyun and injected his spiritual consciousness into the storage bag. Because there was no spiritual imprint in the storage bag, Ling Pengyun used his spiritual sense to easily detect the spiritual objects in it. 18th grandfather, the number of spiritual objects in the bag is correct. After Ling Pengyun said this, he took out a bulging storage bag from his arms and handed it to Ling Pengyun. This storage bag contains the kindling bamboo shoots of various grades of kindling bamboo produced by the 12 acres of kindling bamboo in the mountains not long ago in the spring. A total of 120 kilograms of kindling bamboo shoots of various grades. After Ling Pengyun took the storage bag, he checked the number of spiritual objects in the storage bag like Ling Pengyun. The number of kindling bamboo shoots is correct, Pengyun. Your uncles and grandfathers who drove the family's cattle to transport spiritual objects to fill the grocery store run by your parents are still waiting for me to lead the convoy to other shops opened by the family in the market. This move takes a long time, so let's not chat too much and harvest the mature spiritual plants in the mountains directly. Okay. Ling Pengyun is also a reasonable person. After answering, he followed Ling Pengyun to harvest a mature Qingshi rice planted in the 4 acres of first-level medium-quality spiritual fields among the 11 acres of spiritual fields on the top of the mountain, as well as a small section of the first-level medium-quality kindling bamboo planted in another acre of first-level medium-quality spiritual fields. The first-level medium-quality kindling bamboo, like the Qingshi rice, has a growth cycle of 3 years. In 3 years, the first-level medium-quality kindling bamboo can breed a small section of bamboo poles about 1 foot long. The foot-long bamboo poles that this first-grade middle-grade green spiritual bamboo has grown after 3 years of nurturing are enough to serve as the main material for refining the first-grade middle-grade green spiritual sword. As for the 4 acres of mature green jade spiritual rice, Ling Pengyun, as a spiritual plant husband, could have received a 10th share, but because he only managed these 4 acres of green jade spiritual rice for a few months, the rest of the time was taken care of by Ling Rukong, who was previously stationed in Lingxiao Mountain. Therefore, Ling Pengyun did not take the spiritual rice produced by these 4 acres of green jade spiritual rice as a dividend, but asked Ling Pengyun to take it back to the family and hand it over to Ling Rukong. After the two harvested the 4 acres of green jade spiritual rice on the top of the mountain and cut off a small section of bamboo poles from the 1 acre of first-grade middle-grade green spiritual bamboo, they went down to the middle of the mountain and cut off a small section of bamboo poles that had grown from the 500 first-grade low-grade green spiritual bamboos in the 10 acres of spiritual fields halfway up the mountain in the past year. After harvesting the mature spiritual plants on this mountain, there were no more mature spiritual plants in the mountain. When Ling Pengyun was about to leave, Ling Pengyun also entrusted this elder who traveled all over the country to help him pay more attention to the spiritual water of heaven and earth that could assist in cultivation. It's okay to look for the spiritual water of heaven and earth, but the spiritual water of heaven and earth is bred by heaven and earth, and it is rare in the world. Ordinary cultivators usually take it themselves after buying it, so the chance of finding it is relatively slim. Ling Pengyun had long been accustomed to this matter, and many members of the clan entrusted him to search for spiritual objects. Understood, 18th ancestor, thank you. Ling Pengyun naturally understood the preciousness of the spiritual water of heaven and earth, and bowed his hands to thank him. It's just a small favor, I'll leave first. Ling Pengyun waved his hand, said hello, and then climbed onto the back of the fairy crane and rode the fairy crane away from Lingxiao Mountain. After watching Ling Pengyun leave, Ling Pengyun also returned to the bamboo building on the top of the mountain, and sat cross-legged beside the spiritual field, specially opened up to plant the improved spiritual rice seed millstone size. This move was mainly to prevent the small rice seedling from suddenly changing when it was growing. Thanks to Book Friends 20170904142852946, Shy 423929, there is a mosquito in the toilet, and Yu Ying and Liu Chen Yumeng in the book for their monthly tickets. Chapter 150 Incomplete Map. A few days later, at night, Ling Pengyun, who was sitting cross-legged beside the millstone-sized spiritual field in the hall, had a yellow storage bag floating in front of him. He kept injecting his spiritual consciousness into the storage bag, using it to flush the spiritual consciousness imprint placed in the storage bag. After about half an incense stick of time, a sound of breaking came from the yellow storage bag. Crack. The spiritual consciousness that Ling Pengyun injected into the yellow storage bag also destroyed the spiritual consciousness imprint in the bag in the next moment. Finally, I have destroyed the spiritual consciousness imprint in the last storage bag I got from killing the evil cultivator last year. I wonder what spiritual objects are in this bag. Ling Pengyun looked at the storage bag floating in front of him and muttered to himself with great curiosity. There were quite a few spiritual objects in the storage bags obtained from killing the evil cultivators in the first 9 times. Although there were not many spiritual stones, there were enough first-level medium and high-grade magic tools, which were worth a lot of spiritual stones. Although this last storage bag was obtained by killing the evil cultivator, its original owner belonged to the late key training cultivator wearing a linen robe who was besieged and killed by 3 evil cultivators. It was just that because Ling Pengyun killed the 2 evil cultivators, the spiritual objects on the linen monk were naturally plundered by Ling Pengyun. He waved his hand and injected spiritual power into the storage bag, triggered his divine sense, and summoned all the spiritual objects in the bag out of the ground. Nearly 100 items suddenly tilted out and piled up into a small mountain. Ling Pengyun's divine sense swept through the nearly 100 items in front of him and selected them, putting the sundries aside. In the end, he found 38 spiritual stones, a book, 2 Taoist robes embroidered with the green bamboo patterns, and a fragmentary map. Ling Pengyun's eyes immediately fixed on the 2 Taoist robes embroidered with the green bamboo patterns. Ling Pengyun was very familiar with the patterns on these Taoist robes. Last year, when responding to Balingman and jointly seizing the Rock Armor Valley in the territory of the Demon Python Lake, Ling Pengyun had fought twice with the monks wearing this robe. No wonder the owner of this storage bag, when facing the joint siege of 3 evil cultivators, could continuously take out more than 10 first-level medium and high-grade spiritual talismans to deal with it. It turned out that they were from the Qingshi Mountain family, a family of talisman making. No wonder. After saying this in his heart, Ling Pengyun summoned a ball of fire to burn the 2 Wang family monks' uniform robes into ashes. These 2 robes are not precious. Leaving them may become a hidden danger in the future, so it is not a pity to burn them. After finishing this, Ling Pengyun took the incomplete map and the classics and looked at them carefully. The incomplete map was only half, and Ling Pengyun could only barely tell from the map that it was a very famous section of the Huaishu River in Huaishu County. As for the exact location, he could not see it. As for the book, it is called Balingman Topography Map, but this map is an old version of the map. It does not depict the newly developed Jiaozhou map, but only depicts the location of Balingman, Jingzhou and Ningxiao. However, on this Balingman territory map, the Huaishu River, which runs across Huaishu County and is very famous, has 2 sections marked with red circles. Because there are also river sections on the incomplete map, Ling Pengyun carefully compared the 2 marked places on the Balingman map with the river sections depicted on the incomplete map, and found that the 2 sections of the Huaishu River specially marked on the map are roughly the same as the sections depicted on the incomplete map. The 2 sections of the Huaishu River marked on the map, one of which is located in the territory of the Xiaoliu family, where the late-stage key training cultivator of the Qingshi Mountain family was killed by the evil cultivator. The other location is within the territory of the late-stage key training cultivator of the Qingshi Mountain family. Realizing this, Ling Pengyun secretly guessed. Judging from the appearance of this map, it is at least a dozen years old. At that time, Huaishu County had not yet been captured by Balingman and still belonged to the territory of Jiamang Lake. The fact that the monster territory can be recorded on a map drawn by a cultivator must be extraordinary. At that time, the cultivator of the Qingshi Mountain family concealed his appearance and wore a linen Taoist robe, disguised as a casual cultivator to enter the territory of the Xiaoliu family. I am afraid that he was looking for the river section depicted on the incomplete map based on the places marked on this map of the Balingman territory. Seeing that there is nothing good in this storage bag on this person, I think he has not found the location on the incomplete map, or he is still looking for the location on the incomplete map according to the map. It's just unfortunate that he was spotted by the 3 evil cultivators when he was at the usual map location and was killed. Since the section of the Huaishu River depicted in this incomplete map has been marked on the map of the Balingman territory, if there is a chance in the future, you can go to these 2 marked places to look for it and see if you can find the place recorded on the incomplete map. But there is no rush for this matter. I will plan to go there in a few years when my cultivation level is higher and I have entered the 8th or 9th level of key training. Then I will look for the elders in the clan to go with me to explore, which will be safer. Ling Pengyun's eyes were full of curiosity. When my cultivation level is higher and I look for the elders to explore the river section recorded on the incomplete map, it is also because I am worried that the place recorded on the incomplete map may be dangerous. First, since the Huaishu County was occupied by cultivators, the monsters in the territory will be killed by the major families once they appear, but the Huaishu River connects to many rivers in the Jiamang Lake territory, and there may be fish that slip through the net in the Huaishu River. Second, in the world of immortal cultivation, there are often evil cultivators who deliberately leak incomplete maps to attract cultivators to kill them. Time passed slowly, and it was mid-March in a blink of an eye. After Qingming, there was a very long drizzle around Lingxiao Mountain, which moistened the land and added a bit of help to the growing plants. That night, at the top of Lingxiao Mountain, in the hall of the bamboo building, sitting cross-legged beside the millstone-sized spiritual field, Ling Pengyun was using a green bamboo, green iron, a black flame refining furnace, and several pieces of firewood to refine the green spirit sword. During the refining process, Ling Pengyun put all his mind on this matter and did not dare to be distracted. After about half an hour, the green bamboo and green iron in the refining furnace were melted into liquid by the high temperature. When the impurities in these two objects were no longer difficult to remove, Ling Pengyun quickly pinched his hands and hit them into the refining furnace. Condensate? The ball of bamboo liquid and green iron liquid in the refining furnace all flashed with spiritual light, and under the control of the magic formula, they gradually merged and condensed into liquid flying sword. Once the liquid flying sword was completed, Ling Pengyun changed his finger method and used a secret method of refining. His spiritual consciousness turned into a pen and engraved sharp spiritual pattern on the liquid flying sword. In a short while, Ling Pengyun used his spiritual consciousness to outline the sharp spiritual patterns on the body of the liquid flying sword. In an instant, the liquid flying sword flashed with spiritual light, and the spiritual patterns with flashing spiritual light appeared on the surface of the liquid flying sword. Condenser. Ling Pengyun changed his finger method and murmured. The liquid flying sword suddenly began to condense into a solid body, and steam came out. In just a few breaths, the sword turned into a sharp flying sword. After the flying sword was formed, Ling Pengyun used the control of objects to lift the lid of the refining furnace, took out the newly refined kindling sword, held it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. Looking at the dazzling spiritual patterns on the sword body and the aura that was far superior to ordinary kindling swords, Ling Pengyun's eyebrows were full of joy. I finally refined a superior kindling sword. I have to thank Grandpa Yunnan for his guidance on refining instruments when I was in Huaishu Market last year. Without this guidance, I would have needed a long time to refine instruments of this quality. Because of the Jiayamang Lake incident, Ling Pengyun still owed the instruments that the family had commissioned last year and had not yet refined them. In addition, 2 months ago, the 6th elder Ling Yunqian sent another batch of refining materials, which doubled the pressure on Ling Pengyun to refine instruments. In order to complete the family's commission to refine the kindling sword and the round iron shield last year and this year as soon as possible, Ling Pengyun has been rushing to refine instruments recently. In the process of refining the kindling sword hundreds of times and the round iron shield dozens of times in the past few months, Ling Pengyun has gained a lot in refining instruments. Although the success rate of refining the kindling sword has not increased, the quality of the kindling swords he has refined is better than the other, and the success rate of refining the round iron shield has increased to 50%. As for refining the superior quality kindling sword, it also means that Ling Pengyun has some attainments in refining this kindling sword, which is a good thing. This superior kindling sword is powerful enough to be comparable to an ordinary first-grade medium-grade attack magic weapon. If it is placed in the grocery store run by my parents in Yunshu Market, it should be enough to sell for 40 or 50 spirit stones, and I can make a small profit. However, this sword is just a common flying sword magic weapon after all, and the grade is not high. I am afraid it will not be able to support the grocery store run by my parents in Yunshu Market. I still have to work hard on the more precious defensive magic weapon round iron shield. If I can refine a superior round iron shield and put it in that grocery store, it can make that grocery store famous. Ling Pengyun was sent to Lingxiao Mountain by his family with 3 tasks. The first one is naturally to take good care of the spiritual plants in Lingxiao Mountain. The second is to refine magic tools and put them in the grocery store to increase the profit of the grocery store. At the same time, relying on magic tools, attract customers to the store, and indirectly promote the sale of other spiritual objects in the store. The third is to have more exchanges with the family of Pengyun Yang's grandfather to promote the relationship. After some planning, Ling Pengyun put the superior kindling sword in his hand into the storage bag, and then closed his eyes as usual to practice the skills. In the next 2 months, Ling Pengyun relied on the nearly 100 pieces of materials for refining kindling swords and round iron shields on his body. Not only did he refine 3 more superior quality kindling swords, But he also refined 2 superior quality round iron shields. On this day, Ling Pengyun used up the last piece of refining materials in his hand and refined a round iron shield. Then he took out all the magic tools refined from the 2 batches of materials given by the family last year and this year from the storage bag, and carefully calculated the number of these magic tools. 133 kingling swords, 4 of superior quality, and the rest are of medium quality. 95 round iron shields, 2 of superior quality, and the rest are of medium quality. Such a large number of kingling swords and round iron shields really made Ling Pengyun very happy. Although the materials for refining these magic tools were all given by the family, he only needed to refine kingling swords and round iron shields with a 50% and 40% success rate according to the materials given by the family, and hand them over to the grocery store in Yunshifang City. As for the extra magic tools, they will all belong to him, including the 4 superior quality kingling swords and 2 superior quality round iron shields. Minus the 10 kingling swords and 8 round iron shields I gave to my parents on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, I still need to give 90 kingling swords and 72 round iron shields to my parents' shop to complete this batch of refining commissions. I can earn 5 spirit stones for each magic weapon, and a total of 900 spirit stones. As for the 43 kingling swords and 23 round iron shields that belong to me, I can earn at least 2,000 spirit stones by selling them to the family at a relatively low price of 25 spirit stones per kingling sword and 45 spirit stones per round iron shield. Adding the 2 together, I can earn at least 3,000 spirit stones by working hard on refining for such a long time this year. After such a calculation, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but exclaimed, "To earn spirit stones, it really depends on the 100 arts." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.